Night and in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the DreamHack featuring Fortnite Open. I'm your host, Life with Panda. Joining me today is none other than the incredible Somebody's Gun. My guy, how you doing today?
What's up, Panda? What's going on, everybody in chat? I am doing fantastic. Ready to watch some more zero build Fortnite. We had some pretty exciting games yesterday, and I know today is going to be something to watch.
Well, yeah, this is Heat 3 of 4. So much competition already happened and so much yet to come. But you may be wondering at home, how does this all look? What does the format look like? Well, guess what? We got you covered. This is Fortnite Zero Build. It is a duos competition with 4 opportunities to qualify on to the finals. Now, 12 teams from each heat, except for the last heat, where 14 teams will proceed on, have an opportunity to walk away with a spot in the finals. Now, obviously, you may be wondering what they're competing for, right, SPG?
Hey, there's a lot to compete for here today and in the future. So, as we can see right here, $250,000 on the line. First place is bringing home $45,000. That is a ton of money. And just for qualifying for the finals, so like Panda mentioned, one of the top 12 teams in the first 3 heats or one of the top 14 teams in the next heat, you get at least $1,000, and it continues to scale, with most of that money being in that top 3 that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of prize money on the line here for these players, but not just prize money. Potential qualifications to the big Gamers 8 festival later this year are also on the line. Remember, 10 teams from the finals will be able to go over there. And if you want more information on that, go ahead and check out the link right below me, gamers8.gg. All the information for the Fortnite event, as well as all of the titles that are taking place over at Gamers 8. So make sure to go check that out if you want some more information. But we got to keep rolling here with today's event, which is all about Fortnite, baby. And of course, the next thing we got to talk about is the point format. How are these players going to be able to qualify on here in the heats? Well, don't worry, I got you covered. 60 points is what you get for a victory royale. But do not sleep on those elimination points. 3 points per elimination is definitely a viable option, which we saw yesterday, SPG, play a huge role into the games.
Yeah, we saw some teams slay out yesterday, really get after it, especially early on. I think Hellfire had like a 13 elim game in his first game, pretty much as a solo for the most part. So that was an incredible performance put on by him. And we saw some like 18, 19, 20 bombs be thrown around. Expect to see the same early on today, and some teams getting aggressive.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. One of those teams that I think definitely needs to work on getting a little bit more aggressive is Blake and Bizzle. This is a duo that we've seen both in FNCS and other competitions find a lot of success, even together here in more recent days. But they're looking to do just that here in heat number 3 because they want one of those qualification spots. But there's still several teams here that need to qualify on. So that leads me to my next question here, SPG. Who do you think qualifies here in heat number 3?
So we didn't talk about this, and I feel like this would be your pick, so I'm gonna steal it. It's gonna be Epic Whale and Reet as the team that I think will move on. They're just way too good not to qualify in this heat. Hey, if they have to, okay, they'll do it in the 4th heat. Maybe it's for the content, right? They're both streaming, they're just trying to pump out the content. That could be it, right? That they're sandbagging a little bit, but I do expect them to play well today.
While Epic, Whale, and Reed are one of my picks for this heat to qualify on, as well as Blake and Bizzle, I'm also leaning towards Nebs and Cease. It's one of those hybrid teams, both EU and A, coming together to compete here at San Diego for the opportunity to compete in the finals and on to the Gamers 8 event. So for them, I think it's all about finding the chemistry. Typically, they don't play together. They might not have that pre-existing chemistry going into the competition today. So for me, that's the team I'm going to be watching very, very closely, because it really comes down to who can qualify on. And of course, you see here, heat number one, the teams that qualified, of course, your pick on the day, Queasy and Vino, taking that top spot from the first heat.
Yeah, these were all top 12 teams. We saw Reciprocal and Revised able to qualify in the last game that we watched. So those two able to put on a show. And then yesterday we also had another heat going on. So heat 2 had another 12 teams be able to qualify. And I'm sure you had Jathan Iamzo as one of the favorites. They were able to do it here in heat number 2. But anyone else that you really thought stood out to you?
You know, interestingly enough, I want to say this. The teams that are dedicated to zero builds, so Pilkey Easiness, Tax Moo, and Jathan Iamzo, were teams that we watched very, very closely in heat number 1. And it was kind of the biggest shocker for me, as they didn't qualify through that first heat. But in heat number 2, they all came back with a vengeance and qualified on. Even Fluger, who we watched very, very closely there, was able to qualify in heat number 2. So again, a lot of those players that are dedicated to zero build, that is what they do day in and day out, versus some of these other teams that they play the standard BR competitively as well as zero build. It's interesting to see them finally make it through there in heat number 2, but there's still some names as far as heat 3 and 4 go that we need to watch closely. Even some EU boys, I believe, not qualifying in just yet. And you know, the stereotypical thought about Europe is that they're the best region, but they might not be showing it quite yet today.
Yeah, and one of those is going to be Pablo and Bevies. We thought they were going to be one of the top teams, so they definitely jumped into that top 12 at times, not able to consistently do it. And you have to imagine, the LAN environment, you got to be poking at your boys like, come on, guys, I want to see you in finals. What's going on? Let's make it happen. So maybe a little help, a little coaching. I know a few of the teams that already qualified were looking to coach different players within heat 3 and 4. So now we'll see. Does it play out in their favor? Another team that I would like to see do well is Sizlucky and DGen. We're checking them out very early on, and we've seen them over the past couple of heats have some good games, but just narrowly fallen short of that top 12.
Yeah, it really is interesting to see how tight the leaderboard is when it comes to 12 spots. Typically in a competition, there's a pretty decent separation, but I feel like when you have a format like this and it is just the top 5 games counting, you really don't know until the final moment. Anything can swap out and change there, especially for a team like Sizlucky and DGen, who typically find themselves at the top of a leaderboard.
And just jumping around. Seeing another team that I'd say typically finds himself at the top of the leaderboard is going to be Quinn and Vert. Vert gone back and forth from west to east, had some success on both regions. Now it's one region, so it doesn't really matter where he's at. But playing with a veteran in the space in Quinn, who's pretty consistently found himself successful. And on the other side of this fight, we've seen multiple teams qualify out of this area, but Threats and Quanti finished in 13th place, just one spot off in the previous heat, as they're now looking to make it up here in heat number 3.
Yeah, a lot of teams that we saw find some early success in heat 1 and 2, but didn't qualify on. One of those being Quinn and Vert. So to see them go head-to-head against Threats and Quanti is going to be an interesting one. Both landing here same spot, but as far as this fight goes, Quinn and Vert have the advantage. You see Quinn being a little bit more cautious, almost running directly into Threats, just trying to find the angle that he's hiding in. But it really just comes down to who could get the first shot. Will there be a big enough shot there? As one comes through, Quinn almost going down, but it doesn't matter as Threats gets picked up here in the final moments.
Hey, that's what you got to do. Turn that corner as a duo. Just quick maths. The team with 2 players is going to put out more damage than the team with 1. That's 9 out of 10 times going to be a win there when your players of that caliber. So easy to see them clean those up. And another little cleanup, and somebody who's been a Lanimal in the past is Kanata. Absolutely a terror when playing at LAN, pretty consistently at the top of the leaderboard. So surprising to say the least to see him here in Heat 3. Nonetheless, I think he gets it done regardless of how long it takes.
You know, I agree. It definitely one that I did not anticipate to see here in Heat number 3. However, they're definitely one to watch closely as they can make it through. But one of those teams that are dedicated to zero build but hasn't quite made it through yet, Replays and Noah W plays. 2 players, nice to see them making the way out to San Diego to compete here in this competition. But for them landing Mega City, this is going to be a tough drop, as there are so many teams choosing to contest this, including Epic Whale and Reet.
Yeah, this team has been landing at Mega City for playing the build modes, and it's definitely a little bit different when you're not able to just build up into the various spots, find yourself in different little corners, and there's so many places for players to hide while you're at Mega City. For builds, a great spot. For zero builds, might be a little more difficult to play at if you're not super comfortable with it, which, I mean, the season kind of just started, so I don't know how comfortable you could be this early on.
Honestly, probably not too comfortable, to be fair. I mean, especially when it's zero build, and for a lot of these players, it's not their standard game mode, but for Reet and Epic Well, it doesn't matter because these boys know how to get it done. Big shot comes through here. Reet taking a lot of damage, though, as Epic Well just trying to follow up there onto Noah plays. Reet ends up going down. Unfortunately, gets caught off guard, but it doesn't matter. Epic Well is just that good, and unfortunately, does look like Replays. No, it was not Replays. It was Axe Force. Ended up coming in last second and getting the elimination onto Epic Whale.
Call them the cleaners coming up and cleaning that one. And it does look like Kanata goes down as well. So a couple of big names going down, and someone I want to give a shout out to and hopefully get to see them here today is going to be Rotten Twinkies and Jax. Those two have been playing super well consistently in the zero build mode. Hoping to see them have some success here today, as last couple of days, or I guess just yesterday, hasn't exactly gone the way of the top 12, but we have a sneak attack coming on. This is like a shark hunting its prey right here as Suscript about to take down Vortex.
Yeah, and that's a close fight here. The Kinetic Blade coming out, just trying to get away, but Suscript still finds him. And that is Volks now trying to return the favor towards Suscript, but immediately disengaging. Probably the play here at this point. You've lost your teammate, and you don't know where Haji is, so you just have to choose to disengage, get away, and try to fight for another day.
Yeah, that's the best play very often, is try and just, okay, you guys, I know you're really good. Clear this out. We'll come back. I'll grab your card. We can play this again, because there's only so much loot you can carry, and in zero builds, you're typically going to be able to find plenty of extras just laying around. Would like to see a little bit more of a team play from those two, because when you get caught out by yourself, it's very difficult to make those 2-on-1s. You can't just rely on being able to build quickly. So you have to either disengage, make a play quickly, and that's what Volks is trying to do now, is get away from Axe Force and Vortex. There's those launch pads over by the dock, which are going to give you some mobility, and likely that's what we're going to see Volks try and use.
It's definitely the play here for Volks, but for Axe Force, more or less winning the POI and being able to get the vault, that's the huge start to game number 1. Could be the big game they need to start here, not only heat number 3, but the day, because this is the first heat of day number 2 here at DreamHack San Diego.
Ooh. Okay, DJ, I see you. A little cleanup right there. It's difficult to choose. We talked about it ad nauseum yesterday, so I'll touch on it real quick and we'll leave it alone. But what shotgun these guys are picking up? Most of the time, the loadouts we're looking one movement, aka the Kinetic Blade, splashes, or slurps, so one heal, and then Red Eye plus the shotgun. And the majority of the time, it's been that Havoc pump shotgun, although we have seen Mavens and the combat shotgun as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good variety. Typically, when you look at the standard BR, that Havoc shotgun is just the dominant reign here for the shotguns. But in Zero Build, there's a lot more variety in the choices there for the loadout. And speaking of variety, it's a change of pace here. It's actually Sev and Shiki going to go ahead and pick up 2 players who we saw find some success early on in this game.
Yeah, nice little play on the edges zone there. Hold these players out, pick up a couple of elims, and like we mentioned earlier, it's going to be pretty aggressive early on in these first couple of matches because players are trying to put a staple on their tournament. If you guys didn't know, it's going to be the top 5 matches within this 3-hour window are what counts. So you could play 400 matches and only the top 5, as far as points go, are going to matter. So it's really worth your while to at least take a shot or two and play a couple aggressive games. And that's looking like what we're seeing by a couple of these duos.
Well, we got to talk about the teams that did find success early on. Of course, Refsguard and Hellfire, one of those premier examples of what you were just talking about. Game number 1, they came out swinging there, finishing at top 5 in their first game with almost 20 eliminations, which those eliminations almost by themselves led to the victory, the same points as a victory royale. So for these players, they have to choose how they're going to start the day. And in my opinion, if you're a fighter and you know how to fight here in Fortnite, take the fight to this lobby because the nerves are always high there in the first game of the day, and this is the perfect opportunity to strike.
Yeah, that's a great point. Do you get nervous, Pen? Are you someone where like the nerves hit? Say we threw you on a mouse and keyboard here. You gonna get nerves in the first game?
See, I'm a little different, right? And the reason I'm different is because I'm Booga.
No, Booga's
I
Booga.
am.
You're Panda.
No. See, what you don't understand by that is Booga actually hit me up and said, "Hey, can you play for me for World Cup?" And that was actually me in a Booga suit. So, so just so you know, yep, I'm not worried. I'm a World Cup champion. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But honestly, you get nervous whether it's an online event, but those nerves accelerate in in-person events. I haven't personally been able to compete in an in-person event, but I've done tons of online events, and I can only imagine the difference in nerves going into these ones, especially for us. We've seen the players firsthand. We've seen them at DreamHack events and Gamers 8 event. We watch these players warming up there on the stage and in the pit, and both in those circumstances, you could see the nerves are always higher in the beginning of the day. Not necessarily the beginning of the competition, right? It's the beginning of every day. So for heat number 1 yesterday, we saw the nerves high. Heat number 3 today, we see it again. And then tomorrow, I imagine the nerves are going to be there as well going into the finals when you're competing head-to-head against some of the best players across the world.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And I would expect, there's a couple of people that are just built different, right? That just doesn't matter what you do. They show up ready to play. It could be their first event in person. And for some reason or another, they get no nerves. Just not a single thought that this is going to be difficult. And hey, there's people like that. Some people are just amazing, incredible players. But like you mentioned, most people, including us, you get in that environment. It's just slightly overwhelming. But the cool thing is you get to have your teammates with you, right? So you know that you're playing with your teammate. And if you booked it far enough in advance, you get to sit next to each other, help each other out, and kind of pick each other up throughout the tournament.
I couldn't agree more. Definitely a viable way to look at it. But for teams who end up splitting midway through, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. There could be some shifts in teammates. They might not be able to sit next to each other. But don't worry, that's what Discord's for. But for players like Bolts and Chimp here, both pre-planned their competition together. And interestingly enough, Bolts, remember, he won the last DreamHack Open Fortnite event there in Atlanta. Now to see him still here in heat number 1, or heat number 3, I should say, is a bit of a change. Typically, Bolts is one of those players that you see make it through early on in the competition and then find his way into the top of the leaderboard. So to see that change here today is definitely an interesting one.
And not only did he win the last DreamHack event, he also won the last ever NA West FNCS. So that is something that you can hold now forever. You are the last champion of NA West FNCS, which without a doubt I would hold and tell you all the time, because when we're hanging out, I'd be like, remember when I won NA West FNCS? Yeah, no one else is ever going to be able to do that again. So I'm kind of crazy.
and honestly, you hear that, right? And you might be thinking like, oh, well, what was that, like a year ago? No, it was last season because the servers just merged. So that is still a very, very recent accomplishment here for both. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. But his teammate, ironically enough, his teammate for the FNCS that he competed with, Thoric, also competing here, but with a different teammate.
What do you think about that? Me personally, I've seen them on Twitter way too many times being like, we're not playing together, we are playing together, we're not playing together, we are playing, we're not, and it's just constant back and forth, and then tournament time comes and they queue up together. But I would love to know your thoughts.
You know, I'll let it slide because this is a different game mode, but they definitely need to stick it out. They already qualified onto the Global Championship, so you know that they need to continue to play together so they get that chemistry up and get ready for the biggest competition throughout the year. That is that FNCS Global Championship coming later this year in Copenhagen, Denmark. So many great competitions between that and then Gamers 8, of course, which we're watching the first qualifying spots go to right now, is honestly an exciting year for Fortnite.
Yeah, D-Gen and Sizz getting in this little engagement here. Sizz is a player that's had a lot of success in some of these bigger events in the past. So, you know, that experience, what we've been talking about, I'd imagine this is a guy that just has no nerves, just knows, all right, I'm kind of nasty at this, and I'm going to run through everybody. Good luck, everybody else.
I mean, sometimes you just have to have that confidence, right? Especially if you're used to being in these high-pressure, high-nerve situations. It's definitely kind of an ease at mind, knowing that, you know what, I probably have more experience than most of the people sitting here competing today, so I should be able to go into this and confidently walk away as a champion.
That is a solid mentality to have. Looks like the games are a little slower here, so compared to yesterday, what we saw early, there was much fewer players in these lobbies going into these 4th, 5th zones, so a little surprised, to be honest, to see this slower change of pace, but, you know, when you take it from a macro perspective, it makes sense. You had the top players qualify from the last few heats. We said earlier on they're going to be the ones playing more aggressive, so you take those players out of the equation, and we get a couple of slower games, which might mean some more chaos in the end games, just like this little fight going on right here.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I don't know that that was the best play for Lame there. Almost getting the full elimination onto Vortexers, but not enough there. Or actually, yep, almost getting that full elimination there onto him. But honestly, you have to be careful. When you're a solo player, even if you have a knock onto someone else, as soon as you decide to take the fight or continue the fight and take those shots, players like Pam, Stu, and Fatch are going to be looking and hunting for you. And trust me, if they find you, they're not about to let up.
Oh, no shot. These two are two that know how to finish a fight, and definitely a team that has high expectations. I've spoken to them, got to watch them firsthand at the last DreamHack Atlanta event, where they both played pretty well. Pam's do a little better than Fatch, but I think their expectations, based on speaking with them, are just always win or we didn't do good enough, which is, you know, a little unreasonable, but at the same time, you gotta love how confident and where their motive is. It's not simply just to show up and place in events, but it's to have a lot of success, which builds that mentality that you need in order to be a top player.
Yeah, I mean, look, the win mentality, the win mindset is definitely important here, especially when you're going up against the best of the best. And honestly, genuinely, this competition here for the DreamHack Open in San Diego is the best of the best. Traveling from OCE, NA, EU, all the regions coming together here to compete on the big stage is exciting to watch. But honestly, this competition is far from over, as we're just in lobby 1 of the day. And this competition's heating up as Quinn now goes down. Haji and Suscript jumping immediately on that. So they're going to be able to get the refresh there onto Quinn. But Vert going to be able to slip away just by the hair on his head. Just barely getting away from Haji and Suscript. He is going to use that kinetic blade to get in. But if you look at that mini-map, another team zooming right next to him.
Yeah, he's just going to sit here and cross his fingers. Hopefully no one sees him. Then I imagine he tries to either use the kinetic blade or one of those launch pads to get on out of here. So tough position if you're Vert. You can't take any storm damage. You can't take any rotations that go through storm. You're just going to be forced to play from wherever you're at. And when you see a team just hitting big beams up above you like Haji and Suscript, it makes it that much more difficult in order for a player like Vert to get to the next zone. So we're going to see how exactly they're trying to play. This is interesting. Okay, they are trying to use that glider to get even further into the storm.
Definitely an interesting play, but also a risky play. Remember, once you hit that glider, you typically get stuck in the air for quite some time. So if you're not careful, you can get caught off guard by some of these players who we know have the aim of a beast. One of those players, of course, being Bronos, hanging out with Oliver OG. An interesting duo, but I like it.
I like it too. Two more experienced players. Definitely some content geniuses, as I might say so myself. They're going to have to figure out how to qualify in this heat, finding themselves in one of the buildings, which is exactly where you want to be. These little corners, these nooks and crannies, just holding your ground as long as possible is the play, because we saw pretty much all yesterday. As soon as a fight starts, so many teams just jump on it, and you just have to cross your fingers and hope you're the one that makes it out at the end of the day, because there's a lot of luck involved. You could play this skillfully, but you have 5 teams drop on your head. I don't care how skillful you are. It's not going to be a great time.
It's not going to be a great time at all, but for Clarity G and Casca, they're doing good. They're doing enough, and they keep on moving. Axe Force going to be able to slip in there and take some of those much-needed heals here. You see Axe Force down quite a bit, but with 9 eliminations on the board, you understand why, because they have not stopped moving. Every moment we check in with them, it's just another elimination down there on the board.
Yeah, these two are definitely being the aggressors within this lobby. One of those EU teams that you mentioned that needs to perform here today. Make the trip a little worthwhile, even though, you know, worst case scenario, you make friends, memories, some good times. How bad could that be? But, you know, these guys, competitors, they're trying to do more than just show up and compete. They want to win.
They definitely do. There's no reason that they don't too, because remember, just because we've seen players make it through in the final heats doesn't mean they're going to compete the same way in the finals, because that single lobby experience is so much different than the experiences that these players are going through right now. But for Bronos, Oliver OG, they're going up against Cam Nuts and High Sky. High Sky, a name I haven't seen in quite some time here in the Fortnite scene, so good to see him back and at it there, playing with Cam Nuts, a zero build consistent connoisseur of likes, but now they find themselves in a disadvantageous spot. They're down below, trying to trade. They do get the elimination onto Pam, Stu, and Fatch, but not before High Sky goes down to Degen.
And now it looks like Cam's going to try and make a play here, and just hoping that nobody sees him. And that's not going to last too long. Vortexers and Axe Force are right there. Cam Nuts, see you, bro. That's only a matter of time. They're going to clean those up and go back to their spot over they were hanging out. And there is Jackie's Godly. That was the Jacks and Rotten Twinkies duo we were looking for. Looks like Rotten Twinkies has gone down, but nonetheless, still a top 5 game from them in game number 1 here.
Well, you got to remember, Rotten Twinkies has been one of the more committed players when it comes to the zero build community. Same with Jack as Godly. So to see him here in the final moments is unsurprising, but to see him in Heat 3 is a bit surprising. So we'll see how they continue to finish this out here after this first game. But for Clarity G, Casker, they have found a lot of success here in Chapter 4. I feel like it's a revitalization of Casker and Clarity G. So I'm excited to see them still in it here in the final moments of game number 1 of the day.
And we see Bronos just chilling, trying to milk this one out as long as possible before he's forced to go down. And he is eventually going to go down. It looks like the perfect play for him. He was able to just wait long enough, and then they focus somebody else. Axe Force and Vortexers find their next target. They do see Bronos now, and I don't know that it's going to be much longer for Bronos before he is that target. But Bronos goes right into the face of Degen and Sizz, and if they can clean this one up, it's going to be a final 2v2.
It's going to be interesting to see how it breaks down, but looks like Bronos may have been able to slip away, but Sizz lucky. Degen still looking for him, realizing that he is somewhere over on this side. But with Axe Force and Vortexers coming right back through, it could be anybody's game here in the final moments. 3 teams remain, 5 total players, and Axe Force looking to walk away with the first win of the day.
And it's the typical team on height versus the team down below, and it is going to be Axe Force and Vortexers that make the move there onto Bronos. Finally get him out of lobby. Nice little clutch up to secure a few more placement points there, and now it's just a matter of who's making the play. Is it going to be Axe Force? Is it going to be Vortexers? And it does look like Axe Force is going to go for it. Absolutely beams, but DGen hits more shots, and Sis Lucky is able to clean that one up. And that's the first victory royale of the day.
That was not how I anticipated that going there once we saw the remaining players. They had everything, right? They had the better loadout, in my opinion. They had a lot of things going for them, but unfortunately, they go down in the final moment there. But not without getting several eliminations, 10-plus eliminations on the board for them with a second place. Still a phenomenal game to start.
Yeah, and you have to respect them making the move because they easily could have just sat there and dragged this out. But at the same time, they're also thinking like, hey, we have as many games as we can play, so might as well try and make a move here. There's no point in just sitting waiting. If this game's going to last another few minutes, that could be the difference between us queuing our next win or just simply having to sit back. So respect the moves all around.
Remember, this is one of those teams we talked about before. It's Thoric playing with Blur Antics. Blur finding more or less a wave of reputation in the zero build community. Sometimes he's on top, on a high, and then other times it seems like he's dipping down, but this could be one of those high moments for him as he's playing with an FNCS champion here in Thoric to finish off game number 1 for them. But with Clips, Sav still in this game, it's going to be a tough one to fight, but Clips, no, going down to Loki, a fan favorite from Heat number 1, but not until moments later that Loki goes down as well.
And we do see Merrick and Prospering up here on the high ground. One of those teams that, you know, we've talked about. There's a couple different players that have focused primarily on the zero builds, and Prospering and Merrick are 2 of those guys that really have locked in, making sure this is possible. But locked in, looking at a forehead right here, and Clay's going to miss that one. Have to go back and hide and hope for the next shot to be more efficient.
I mean, look, every shot counts, so you need to make sure you're using them wisely. Here in Clay, with the sniper in hand, could make a big play there to finish it off. Prospering having a much better day there than day number 1. Struggling a bit in day 1 and Heat 1. We saw some comments there on socials about, unfortunately, him and Merrick experiencing some difficulties there, Heat number 1. But Heat number 3, they're back with a vengeance and going up directly head-to-head with one of those EU teams. And Pablo Wingu, Bevies is down here, so it's just Pablo as a solo. Could be an easy cleanup here for American Prospering.
And this is such a great position for them. And we see Merrick just go straight up to try and see where everyone else is at. Luckily for Jackson J, he might be getting a second place here. Prospering needs to hit the shots, but he's not going to. A little assist there by Jackson in the tree. And now this is a 1v1v1, and our lobby number 2 is coming to a close.
You love to see it. This is the most intense finish as Thoric has the better shot, but unfortunately goes down. Merrick now left to fight it all, and Jackson J from the tree wins their first game. Honestly, I love the chaos of zero build. We're so used to, oh, yep, you see Queasy Vito on high ground. They're going to win it. Nah. In zero build, all bets are out. You never know who's going to walk away in the final moment. And sure enough, Jackson J taking their first game of the day.
Hey, sitting in a tree sometimes is the play, and that's exactly what Jackson J was trying to show us. And who knows, there may be more for him to play.
Could be so much more, but honestly, we had an incredible start here to the day. Lots of big plays made here to start it off. And honestly, one of those fights, obviously being the Quinn and Burt fight, bursting threats and his duo, that's going to be a tough one that we're going to have to watch throughout the day. Because every time they get in a lobby together, you know they're going head-to-head.
Definitely going after it. And a team that we've seen getting so aggressive here is Axe Force and Vortexers winning the first lobby. And then there's been lots of action here. We're going to be jumping around, in case you guys weren't with us yesterday, trying to understand exactly what is going on. In that top right corner, it'll show you we're watching Lobby 1, Lobby 2, and just slightly shifting. We'll follow most of the games through. That way you can understand who's winning them. But, we're not necessarily going to start at the battle bus every single time. That way you guys at home get all the action, get to watch as many of those VRs as possible.
Yeah, we know that you guys want to see all the action, but before we get back into it, we got to go to a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Fortnite Open here at DreamHack San Diego. I'm going to be honest with you, right? This was definitely a more energetic start, in my opinion, than day number one. Obviously, we saw a lot of the expected teams do well in Heat 1, but here in Heat 3, we're seeing a bit of a fire under the belts of some of these players that, unfortunately, just didn't have the day one that they were anticipating here, SBG.
Yeah, that's true. Now, what if I were to ask you to give me the same take, but don't be honest with me?
Listen, day one was better than day two. Day two has been terrible. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But honestly, one of those teams, of course, we got to talk about is Sizz, Lucky, and Degen right up there at the top with 106 points. A beautiful start there. 11 eliminations alongside the win to start here in Heat number 3. Now, again, this is one of those teams that I mentioned before, that they have that fire underneath the belt here, SBG.
Yeah, something got lit underneath them, and that's going to be a consistent play. Lots of the teams that we were expecting and hoping to see up on the leaderboard is the teams that are the teams that are up here. And hey, showing up when it matters, showing up when they need it. We're only about 40-ish minutes into the day, so have to prove to us and themselves they can be consistent, because based on the past couple of heats, it's been 320, 350 points that you need to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, day number 1 was a hefty one. We saw some teams get into that 300-point range, and we're like, okay, well, it'll probably be right there in the 330s. But nope, we saw Queasy Vino take it to new heights there in Heat 1. But Heat number 2 was definitely a different story. The points were a little bit lower. And so I'm going to base what I expect today to be a little bit more on what we saw from Heat number 2, because the competition was a little bit more fierce when you have those aggressive EU players starting off the day hunting everyone.
Yeah, we'll call you Panda Analytics.
Hey, listen, I'll leave that to Kench. The man's a legend. Same with Prodigy. But in all honesty, I love seeing these players from all across the world competing on a stage like this. But I want to talk about this. This is probably the tallest competitor in the entire lobby, and that's Toastiest Waffles. This man is 7'8". There's no way you miss him there in the land pit. So make sure to go say Panda said hi if you see him.
Wait, is that an exaggerate? Like, is he actually 7'8"?
No, he's like 6'9".
Okay, so still
He's like 11 height.
Extremely tall.
Very.
Okay, Toastiest Waffle. That is. I first saw him when we were doing one of the collegiate cups a few years ago, and definitely a fan favorite. It seems like whatever he does, everyone seems to support him. And now, I mean, it's going to be hard not to see him at DreamHack if he is 12'3". So go find Toastiest Waffles, tell him he's awesome, and hype him up.
This is a tough fight for them to find themselves in. Right there in the storm, Lucky Djinn just cleaning up Toastiest Waffles there, but his teammate in Sacred going to be able to potentially slip away. But for how long, that's the question. Is Djinn still on the hunt? Man, listen, this is probably the worst team to go up against here in game number 2, because Djinn and Lucky are at the top of the leaderboard. Like, they had a spectacular start, and they're looking to continue doing what they do best. And unfortunately for Toastiest Waffles and Sacred, they were the first ones to go out to them.
Yeah, you know those teams are going to be so confident, too, after just winning a game. So nothing to hide behind. Those two feeling confident. We talked about Blake and Bizzle, 2 of the veterans within the scene. They were going just short in Heat number 2. Almost able to qualify, and I'm surely expecting them to make it here in Heat number 3. Already picking up that elim there in the feed. Lots of veterans. That is one of the things that I've loved to see about the zero build game mode, is it seems to trend towards bringing veterans back into the space. And if you're a fan of some old school Fortnite, you gotta be a fan of some of the players that have reappeared within the scene.
Look, I'm waiting for Zate. Zate, my man, if you can hear me, it's time. Come back for some zero build action. I would love to see the return of some of these players like Zate, like Saf, make their way back to zero build. You know, we've been seeing a lot more action from Saf, I should say, in recent years. We saw him play with Faxity on NA West, which was pretty cool to see. But regardless, so many other big names coming back to the game. And Bizzle and Blake, 2 big names that are veterans but have never really left the scene.
Yeah, definitely had some fading fires at times, I would say. Although, you know, it's hard. We've now been, this is year 5 of Fortnite? It's hard to keep that same passion for 5 years. And, you know, we're all humans. Sometimes that fire fades a little bit, comes back. Nice to see them still competing. Bizzle does have a, what's the right word for it? A tendency to become a different human when it becomes LAN time, because it just seems he shows up every single event that's in person. So it might be a little sleeper pick there when they're able to qualify.
I mean, after their performance in Surge Week last season for FNCS, I'm not sleeping on them anymore. I watched them land at a spot and not only qualify through Surge Week through consistency, but win their off-spawn engagement in a small area in the map 5 out of 5 games. Like, it's not easy to win a drop spot contested every single time, but sure enough for them, they were able to do it. But another fight that's taking place. Source, unfortunately, losing Notch here. Now going to have to play the bubble. Big shots rain through. Moody does get a bit of an advantage, but no! Source with the 1v2 cleanup. Moody, back to the lobby with you as Source and Notch finish off strong in that fight.
And you can't hear him, but he's screaming right now. He's just like, ah! Just absolutely clutching up for his duo. What a play there by Source.
Yeah, I can only imagine the excitement from them. That's the other beauty of these in-person events, being at the San Diego area for this DreamHack event. Hearing the emotions, excitement, the raw anger, everything that you experience when playing a game of Fortnite, well, you get to hear it live from San Diego.
Nothing like it, man. Being at one of these events, like we got to go to Atlanta together, and getting to watch these players. One thing is like how the game actually plays out, but then watching how many inputs these guys, like constantly moving their mouse, clicking different keys. There's just so much going on while playing the game. You just got to tip your hat to all these players who are seemingly able to do it at an unbelievable level.
Honestly, this could be some of the best that we've seen as far as even DreamHack history goes. Because again, we did get to see Atlanta. Atlanta was right after the FNCS Invitational, so we saw some EU players making their way over. We saw Queasy, Vino, Seti Kami, and so on. But this is probably the most cross-region play we've seen at a DreamHack in quite some time. Maybe even ever, SVG.
I'm trying to think. It probably is ever. This is the like most we've ever seen from multiple regions, because we have, I want to say, a minimum 8 OCE players. We have, I'd say, probably 20 plus EU players, then a ton of different NA players. So yeah, I would, unless you want to be all stingy with me and like hypercritical about now NA is a single region as opposed to it being 2, this is definitely the most crossover.
Yeah, it definitely is. So I'm curious how this plays out here in the remainder, because remember, this is the first qualifier for Gamers 8, which is why a lot of these teams are traveling. The second qualifier is going to be in Dallas, so DreamHack Dallas, make sure to check that out there in the beginning of June. And then, of course, DreamHack Summer will be the third and final opportunity to qualify on to the Gamers 8 event through these DreamHack Open events. So I'm curious to see how that's going to consistently play a factor, right? Let's say Queasy Vino qualify, Sammy Ketty, Ketty and Sammy, oh my gosh,
You got
Sammy and
this.
Cammy qualify, right? You say these big EU teams, they make it through. Do they make the trip to Dallas? Probably not.
That's a good question. But I guess at the same time, right, you got to do a quick little cost-benefit analysis. You finished top 10 in the last one, so now you probably expect to finish top 10 at Dallas. It has the same prize pool, and why not, right? Like, you got to travel the world, play some video games. I feel like as long as they don't have something personally planned, as competitors, they just want to get after it and play as much as they can. So I would expect them to make the trip.
I probably could see it too. They're competitors deep down in their souls, so they don't like missing events. So I can imagine they'll definitely make the trip over to Dallas, despite them potentially walking away with one of those spots here today in San Diego. But for Notch and Source, they're looking to claim a spot just into the finals as they find themselves here in Heat 3. Now, remember, Source, in my opinion, is one of the sleeper solo players now in the combined NA region. Previously in NA West Pro, now NA as a whole participating. And I think he's one of those players that would be a good fit for like a Booga, because he genuinely is such a good fighter and is so underrated.
Let's talk about it. We have Booga playing with Polo, at least for the time being. One of those players that crazy creatively has that skill, and not necessarily the greatest known player, but at the same time, you have Booga, who arguably could be the greatest player of all time, and depending on who you talk to, he's 1 or 2. It's not like he's going much further down than that. So to see that combination is really interesting.
Yeah, the combo it definitely took me by surprise. When I first saw it on socials, I was like, okay, really? Like, I like this, but really? Because it's not it's not typical of Bugha to make a choice like that, especially one that you've never really seen them interact with. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out here for just a moment. But for Quinn and Vert, they're still in it, still trying to make something play out here effectively. Unfortunately, here in Mega City, you have to be super careful. Remember, you can't really break any of the facades there in the distance. You just kind of have to roll with the punches and hope that you don't get caught off by a team, because there's not an easy escape route in any direction when it comes to Mega City. Now, though, we switch over to Rotten Twinkies and Jack is Godly. Again, zero build through and through. This team, that is what they love, breathe, and play when it comes to Fortnite. So to see them here competing on the big stage in San Diego is exciting for sure.
Definitely love to see it. Rotten Twinkies, personal favorite of mine. Got to play some various games with him in the past, and him, a true quality dude. Playing video games is something he enjoys, and not only does he enjoy it, he's really good at playing games.
Yeah, that he is, honestly. And you know, another player that's not only good at playing games, but he has me laughing on the timeline. It is Sods. This guy, he is a comedian through and through. So to see him make his way over to San Diego and be able to compete at this high level, we saw him time and time again yesterday, making his way, creeping into the top 20 consistently, but unfortunately not qualifying yet here in Heat 3.
Definitely not. Still has plenty of opportunity to make it. We got Muzz and Bully trying to make their way through. They're another team that's been really close in Heat number 2. We saw them just outside of our top 12. They finished 14 points shy of qualifying, so definitely going to be there. Some opportunity and skill for these twos. Now it's time to prove it, as looks like the vehicle has gone awry for them.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try to protect that vehicle as much as possible, but when you're running straight into Jack is Godly and Rotten Twinkies, they know that you immediately have to get rid of it, but unfortunately not going to take the fight, opting to go for the kinetic blade play, which results in him getting eliminated. That's a tough one. I'm going to be honest, SPG, that was obviously, as we can tell now, not necessarily the best play to make, especially considering the pause in the kinetic blade. At that point, maybe it just made more sense. Take the firefight and hope that you could potentially get the last shot in.
Yeah, it's a really difficult decision to make sometimes, because you believe you can make it out, but at the same time, it's too late. Like, once you make that decision, you just have to fully commit to it, because these players all have top tier aim, especially someone like Muzz is just going to absolutely beam you if you're sitting there just taking a firefight. So, you know, is it the right play? Was it the wrong play? I'll leave that up for fate to decide, and looks like at the moment it wasn't the right play, but there also may not have even been a right play to make there, as Shiki having some trouble and dealing with the same exact thing we just saw.
Look, Shiki getting taken out in a cheeky way, getting caught off guard. You see, when you are around these small structures like this, it is so risky. All it takes is a few shots on the wall, and unfortunately, you lose the existing cover, and just like that, Sev losing his cover and unfortunately going to go down as well. But for High Sky and Cam, they both have everything they need to be successful. You see the shield bubble, not only the one out, but the one in High Sky's inventory. So they're ready to continue to play this game out, no matter what direction it goes.
And they will continue to put that pressure on. We see them comfortable taking shots, throwing them back and forth, and now everyone's just trying to figure out which bush everyone's in. Looks like Cam Nuts and High Sky are going right for this bush. Seemingly a solid play for the moment, although there appeared to have been a little bit of a miscommunication as they went in different directions. Nonetheless, we're setting up for a little bit of a battle here, as Ace is right on the other side, and Cup and Ace looking right at High Sky. Someone's shield bubble is about to run out, and are we just going to burn another one, or are we going to see this battle happen?
Yeah, I think the battle just comes down to who's going to press forward. You see Cupsy and Ace just deciding to kinetic blade away, especially considering you got Bronos and Oliver OG there up on height. So if you're not careful, you can easily get caught off guard. And smart play here from Ace and Cupsy, probably a bit underrated if you're watching at home and you're wondering, why are they shooting those barriers? Well, That's the only thing truly protecting Oliver OG and Bronos when they're taking shots in that direction. So for Bronos and Oliver, it makes less sense for them to try to take shots on that team versus a team like you see here in Cam just below, because they still have some of that existing cover.
And definitely a smart play to clear that out. Makes it a lot tougher for these guys to just look on over in those directions. And another smart play of that team using the shield bubble on the vehicles to make that rotation in. That's Vortex we're seeing make that rotate. And everyone's positioned themselves near this little castle. Everyone's trying to find their way in, find their little place to hide in, jockey for that position, and soon the battles will begin to take place.
Yeah, you see it now. It's kind of it's up to Volks and Vortex here to not only land some big shots, but to try to take the cover away from this other team, and they do just that, but not at the same time. Vortex ends up going down another team. I believe it's Blake and Bizzle actually end up getting the knock onto the player, so they're going to go ahead and clean that up onto Vortex, and now they go back to play in the cover that they already had kind of set up for them. However, with this zone getting tight, these teams are going to have to figure out something different, because right now, Oliver OG, Bronos, may be set up in the best spot.
Yeah, Blake and Bizzle unknowingly just saved someone's life, but at the same time, they just took the opportunity to get that free elim because those players were completely focused on firing on that team in the other building. So nice little elim, nice little cleanup as well. And now this is one of the more busy end games that we're going to see. Is a lot of buildings here, a lot of bushes, everyone just pushing for that position. And now we're seeing another team that's Muzz and Bully jumping right on to Blake and Bizzle, and not looking good for Muzz and Bully.
It's a tough fight for them to take here at this point, but shield bubble going to make the fight possible. But big shot lands onto Blake. He does exchange there, getting the knock onto Bully. Now, though, they're just holding on by a thread, as Blake, fortunately, going to be able to hit that legendary slurp juice that SPG knows oh so well. But remember, Bully's still knocked. Now, though, they immediately get that pickup as I say it. And for these other teams here left in the lobby, it's just a matter of waiting to see who fights next and what direction these teams decide to go.
This is a tough spot here for Sizz and DGen. They were all by themselves in that bush, multiple teams firing down on them, and now it looks like Sizz is going to make a play, so our Game 1 winners looking to be in a tough spot here as we move into our third game we're getting to watch here today. That's pretty much due to Bronos and Oliver OG putting that pressure down from up above. Sizz is just trying to stay alive as long as he can, hopefully get a placement point or two more, but that's all but over for him, and now Muzz is looking to do the same inside this building.
Interesting. You see Muzz just kind of hanging out there for a second, despite Quinn and Vert being right there on the wall. It makes you wonder if Vert and Quinn even knew that Muzz was just chilling there, or if they were like, you know what, you're a solo, you're not really a threat to us, we'll just kind of let you slide here for a few more moments. But not gonna let Source slide as Blake tries to get some shots. Blake immediately taking damage again. This is unfortunate and a bit of a misplay there. If you saw, both using one of their bubbles, which is not the play to make. Source now pushing in, knowing that he had an advantage on a Blake, gets the knock on a Bizzle, and now Blake tries to hold on, but no, going down is Source, walking away with two quick eliminations here in the final moments of this game.
And Source might have an opportunity to get notched back up if no one jumps on him, and that's actually going to be what the play is right now. Cam Nuts and High Sky are taking a fight, so they can't get involved in this. Notch could get picked up, but now Cam Nuts decides to jump in the car. There's shield bubbles, there's the storm, everything is all over the place. And Cam Nuts is just trying to narrowly stay alive and might have found himself a little corner to hide in at the moment. It's Oliver OG and Bronos' game to lose at this point as they hold the high ground.
High Sky may have a safe spot for a moment, but not for much longer as that zone continues to close in. And with Quinn and Vert just above them, Source also there as well, it's going to be tough for him to rotate. The moment that High Sky comes up on that hill, whether he's using a kinetic blade or something else, he's going to get caught off guard. And you see it already. Oliver OG looking to take shots onto players moving around. And actually, the zone pulls back towards High Sky. So he's actually left safe here as Bronos, Oliver OG having to dive down off the high ground that they had for so long, but it looks like Vert caught potentially in the storm, taking a lot of damage, now has to come down, now is trying to take the shots. It's a story of solo player, High Sky, and unfortunately for him, Bronos and Oliver OG clean it up. From moment one, when we went into that end game there, it was pretty much Oliver OG and Bronos' game to win, and sure enough, they did just that.
Hey, able to take it. I was getting a little nervous. We saw Quinn and Vert go for a play in Storm. Just unfortunately didn't have that right angle to be able to take the shots and fully eliminate them, taking too much Storm damage. That wound up being their downfall. And High Sky clutching up a few more placement points there at the end.
Yeah, look, every point counts, right? And so for them to be able to hold on for as long as they did as a solo player, that's the solo impact. As we know, Prodigy loves Alden so much. But when it comes to that solo impact, High Sky definitely did the most as far as points go on the board in that game. But now we dive into another game here as Haji already losing Suscript here to start this one off. And actually not even starting this off. We're in zone 7 here, folks. This game is moving and grooving, and that's just how it goes here in DreamHack San Diego.
Yeah, you love to see that jumping around, all the action. We have that's tough. We have lobbies rolling at all times, and pretty much just players jumping in and out as they get in and out of games, filling up lobbies. So pretty cool to see. We get to jump right into this end game as we're in 7th zone with these players all trying to position themselves. Gonna be another busy end game here as we have a ton of buildings at Slappy Shores.
Interesting. Axe Force has lost Vortexers. We saw after a strong game 1. Unfortunately, game 2 is just not going in their favor. But that's the story of rolling lobbies, because remember, you're not guaranteed to get the same players in each game. And with a few hundred players here competing in San Diego, really it comes down to who you get the luck of the draw. And unfortunately, not a lucky time there for Loki, as Krizix and Lin Game are going to be able to pick them up.
And they seem to be in one of the best positions here. There's nobody on their side. Plus, they have that slurp truck if they need it. So on a rotate, they could definitely include that. Maybe use the blade over to that slurp truck and just take some shots there. But they may be attracting the attention of a wrong team, as they have that heavy sniper and clearly know what to do with it. But I don't know that DNA is going to have anywhere to go. And that snipe was his last for this game, as Alex is now trying to make a play himself.
Yeah, tough play for sure. Alex now looking in the distance there onto Lin Game, trying to get some shots. Unfortunately, going to miss some crucial ones, but still in it nonetheless, as he now returns some fire there. Krizix already down low, just trying to groove and make their way in. This is a tough spot to be in. Now with the zones so close to one another, it's going to be tough for any of these players to find the cover that they need to keep it going. But Slappy Shores, of course, providing a lot more than other spots on the map here, as Axe Force is still left as a solo.
And he's just waiting in the shipping container. Hopefully it's not going to be shipped out to sea, and he's going to get that victory at the end of the day, as we see Krizix, Zealand still in such a good position. Being able to own the skies or the top of the buildings, as in this case, pretty much is the play. As long as you can minimize the various different angles that players are able to shoot you from. And we see Alex isn't really putting any pressure on these guys, so they're clearly able just to move around and play this position, as Krizix is now holding the other side of the building, and these two are trying to lock this game down.
With the split positioning that they have right now, this could be the game for them to win. What we saw from Oliver OG and Bronos in the last one, this could be theirs to take. But it really just boils down to who wants it more here in the final moments. While they have a great position, you still got players like Pamsu and Fatch looking for every shot that they can connect. Big shots onto Prospering, not as much onto Merrick, but they still seemingly slide away here, as now Fatch and Pamsu find another victim in Ethan's.
Oh no, down goes Ethan's, and these two have found themselves a nice little corner to play this game out in. This could be exactly what they're looking for. While all the players look to try and fight for these buildings, they're just out here at the soccer courts waiting for everyone else to decide, all right, who's the final team that we get to fight at the end of the day? And Fatch and Pam really in no rush to make a move here, as Zone is not going to force them to move very quickly, and they can stay on this outside. But it looks like Gas Station will be the final fighting point for this game.
Remember, Jackson J and Chris walked away with a game win there not too long ago, and game number 2 looking to potentially make it a back-to-back. But remember here, with eliminations being so valuable, you have to be a little bit more mindful, and for them, they find themselves in 24th as of right now, and that's after having a win and potentially getting a second one.
And it looks like Pam and Fatch are just going to pick them up, use their shield bubble, say thank you very much, we will take this. Jackson, looks like Jackson was going for another play up in the tree, and Crisp is up there as well. So unfortunately for those two, no one's hanging out in the tree this time, and we're all going to be jumping into this gas station here, determining, here come Pam's doing Fatch. Can they clean this up? It's Zealand. He's going to be the last one they need to take down, as Krizux gets cleaned up as well, and Fatch and Pam find themselves a nice 8 elimination game with the victory royale.
Beautiful execution from Pam, Stu, and Fatch. This is what we wanted to see from them. A lot of expectations, not only from us to them, but for them for themselves. Because Pam, Stu, and Fatch continually hold themselves to the highest standard, as SVG was talking about before. So to see them take a big game like that is great news for us. And hopefully that gets them closer to that top 12 spot there to qualify onto the finals. But we won't know just yet, because these lobbies keep rolling as we continue on. But realistically, there was a lot of great stuff to start this this heat number 2, or heat number 3, I should say, game number 2 in heat 3 for us to watch. But Gun, what's a highlight moment for you?
You just said so many numbers, but I'm gonna go with the highlight being Jackson J sitting pretty in the tree, letting everyone else figure out, okay, here's exactly how we're going to play this game, and then I'm just gonna hang out in this tree, jump on you at the last moment, and take the dub. That's my favorite. What about you?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm gonna be a little biased here. Pam, Stu, Fatch, their win, because I'm a big Pam, Stu, Fatch fan. You know, we've gotten to spend some time with them behind the scenes and see how genuine they are and how dedicated they are to the game. So honestly, that's going to be my favorite moment. But before we get into even more moments like the ones we just watched, we got to go to a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Listen, I don't know about you all at home, but I want to be involved in Gamers 8. What an incredible hype trailer to get you all at home hyped, but also these players competing for the chance to compete as well hyped. I mean, look, honestly, SPG, my man, we had the opportunity to experience it last year, so I can only imagine how they're continuing to up the levels year over year, prepping for the next festival here in the summer.
Yeah, they said it was going to be at least twice as big as far as prize pool goes. They, I believe, like tripled it. And then the event itself is going to be even better than last year. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully you and I get to cast some Fortnite once again.
Hey, I'd love that. But hey, if you all at home want some more information on it, click the link or check out the link right below here, gamers8.gg. All the information is located there. Not only Fortnite will be happening there, though, tons of different titles. So make sure to check that out for an opportunity to potentially compete in maybe your favorite title outside of Fortnite. So you never know. But we're about to get right back into the games here as we prepare, though. We got to look at the standings, checking out who's up at the top. And it is Sizz Lucky and Djinn still up there in day 2.
Already picking up that victory royale early and getting themselves off to a good start. And we can see those elims are quite heavy. Only two teams able to get up there in our top 8 without moving up the leaderboard with a ton of elims. So honestly impressive by Supki and Lame, Brunos and Oliver OG to be playing so consistently, not having to absolutely slay out like some of the other teams. But let's see what our top 12 looks like and where exactly we're standing. And we are moving a little bit slower because I believe we're getting close to that 200-point threshold as we are now getting close to that halfway mark of heat number 3. So does appear it's going to be slightly lower, like Panda Analytics said earlier.
Okay, you know what? Listen, as we keep going further and further into the heats and the final spots begin to get claimed, you see a different pace, right? Again, like we're used to, anytime Europe shows up in these multi-region lands, you definitely see an aggressive start. And sure enough, that's what we saw in heat number 1 and even somewhat in heat number 2. But heat 3 has become a little bit more of a stalemate, similar to what we expect to see in the finals tomorrow. So again, make sure to tune in back for that as well. But honestly, I'm excited to continue this heat number 3 as we go straight back into the games and right into the action. You already see Bully and Muzz picking up 7 eliminations. It's only zone 3, guys.
Look at them go. Okay, these guys are trying to make it into those finals that you were talking about. Finals tomorrow are 12 p.m. local time. That's 12 p.m. PST. Add 3 hours if you're on Eastern time. Add about 7 to 10, depending on where you are in Europe. So make sure you go check it out. Figure out when finals are so you can watch them yourself. Awesome to see all these guys compete. And hopefully we get to see that Bully Muzz, or can I call him Buzzy? Buzz?
You're trying to... I think Mully. I think Mully's the way to go.
Okay.
I think I like that name. But I'm going to be honest with you. We switched over to this fight so quickly that Source didn't even let us come up with a name. How dare you, Source? We wanted to create the perfect Muzz and Bully name, and you just have to go in and continue to get eliminations. Guys, stop being so consistent. What is this? Fortnite?
Yes, this is Fortnite.
Oh, my bad. My bad, Source. Keep doing your thing. More eliminations, please.
It is kind of crazy, though, to see like how well those two are playing today. Definitely expect them to qualify through the day. Right now, they're sitting in 10th, so sitting pretty on pace to be where they need to be. They've been right outside our top 12, and Source and Notch, a solid duo. You already hyped up Source as a solo player, so add him with anyone, I guess, and Notch is just that guy at the moment.
Yeah, he's that guy for the moment, but you know how often that guy shifts here in these games and in this leaderboard because, again, so many talented players here competing in San Diego for their chance, not only for the finals tomorrow, but for a slot in the Gamers 8 event later this summer. So much up for grabs. With that pressure being on your shoulders, you got to imagine what players like Leo and Fusion are going through.
I would imagine they're probably pretty nervous considering they're crouching through a building right now at Slappy Shores. So I would be nervous too. Definitely not ready for this level of competition, at least speaking about myself. Don't want to say that about anyone else. Slappy Shores, though, is one of the better POIs, and we've seen a couple of crazy plays over at this, and would love to see some blade action jumping on people and cleaning up some of these fights.
Yeah, I think we're going to definitely see that. I mean, the Kinetic Blade in its current state it's probably the most balanced mobility item we've seen in quite some time, in my opinion. Now, obviously, launch pads are great and everything, but with the way the Kinetic Blade plays and the way that the map is situated and how large it's become with the addition to the southeast, it definitely is a great item to see, but you gotta talk about it. We gotta bring it up. Skips and Vovsky. Quick elims on a team unsuspectedly just running into this building.
Now it's their building. They're gonna unsuspectingly wait for somebody else, just sit in this corner, wait, bait an opportunity, and hopefully able to grab some more elims. As we're seeing the battle go on for this floating POI as Alex and DNA are chilling up above, but looks like they don't want to give this over just yet.
Yeah, they just got to stay here, hang out. They have probably the best spot in the area for now. But remember, the zone almost always pulls away from this island. So even though they have a nice spot now, it doesn't mean they're going to be able to keep it. But for Cam, they're finding players off guard. And it's Cupsy and Ace, who we continue to tune in with, having a nice spot, but immediately getting challenged.
And that's why you always shoot a bush. You never want to walk up to a bush and let them get the first shot. Even if it's just like a couple of damage, maybe like 10 or so. That at one, at least lets you know someone is in the bush. And then secondly, most of the time, it's going to scare the team in the bush to make a play. So it's exactly what happened here. We saw some nice plays there by Cam Nuts, just taking some shots into a bush, checking to see if somebody's in there and forcing them out. Although it looks like Cam Nuts and co are trying to get a little more aggressive as they did not decide to stay in that bush. They're walking over towards Slappy Shores.
Yeah, remember, we saw it in game here in Slappy. While I don't know that we'll see another one, it's still very, very possible. With as many structures that exist here in Slappy, it makes it probably one of the better spots to end a game of zero build because it just makes it that much more stacked there in the final moments. But for Degenus is lucky. They're already positioned, ready to go, waiting patiently. They just want a team like a Cam Nuts and a High Sky to just come into range. Because sure enough, if they get an opportunity to strike, they're going to take it.
Yeah, I wonder if we will get the end game here. If you had to guess, do you think we get a Slappy Shores end game, or are we going elsewhere?
Good question. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it goes Slappy. I think it begins to go a little bit more north into the snowy area. And so that's where I could see this one finishing out here. And you see a lot of these players beginning to mark that northern area because they probably realize that could be the direction that it's going to go in. So for some of these players still in this, some of the people still trying to hold on, they are going to start moving for early position. But, of course, it is Loki and Ethan's Loki fans rise, chat, because I see you all in there rooting this man on, and for good reason, as he's looking to capitalize here on this game of Lobby 1.
Yeah, they have a great opportunity to lock it down here. As lots of those teams that are southward are going to be forced to make this rotation. Ethan and Loki are going to be one of them themselves, but they have a great position where it shouldn't be a problem. They should just be able to move through this area, and we see pressure goes on to Vortexers and Axe Force on the rotate, but nonetheless, able to survive, able to get through with minimal damage. These guys should be okay. Just continue to move through this area and maybe even get a few heals to get them max HP is what you're looking for. I'd be surprised to see this team not make it to the top 5 here, because they are one of the best teams remaining.
One of, but not the only one, because so many incredibly talented players are in it, and Clips actually ends up going down here, caught off guard by a player there in the bush and another player just above. And of course, Sab just going to disengage here, trying to stay alive, hoping that he can potentially get his teammate back into it, but he needs to be careful with the overshield depleted here quite a bit. He just needs to remain patient.
Patience will do you well in this game. You just need to understand what you're playing patiently for. As we see, teams have already identified a couple of players on the roof, not going to let them get through easily. Zabortian, Ethans, and Loki all have the same challenge ahead. Now, Sab down below, just patiently waiting for the players up above before he makes his move. And then he has to hope, okay, no one knows I'm in here. I'm going to just walk in. I should be all right. And at the moment, it looks like this is going to pay off.
For the time being, it works out in his favor, but you know how quickly things can change here in a zero build game of Fortnite, because genuinely, these are the most chaotic, reminiscent of the Chapter 1 days are these moments that we get to watch unfold. And sure enough, here's more chaos to come as that zone does pull north, like we talked about before. And Jack is Godly and Rotten Twinkies, one of those zero build diehards, still in this lobby here for the moment, for the time being. But with Degen and Sizlucky also here, it's going to be a tough one to fight, as Source now paying the price of Degen. He immediately jumps in there, gets the elimination onto Source, and now potentially can get his boy Sizlucky back into this one.
It's going to be a weird zone to play too. Degen and Sizz will have some time to figure this out before they have to make this rotate, but this is going to be one of those pretty open areas, not a ton of buildings that everyone's going to be able to hide behind that we've seen in the past couple of games to allow players to have a little bit of freedom to play from within a building. Now it's all going to be down to those positions, the way you make your rotates, and honestly, what you have in your inventory.
Inventory definitely is one of the biggest factors here in today's games. I mean, to be real with you, it seems like the players that have the mold kind of set for what zero build should be, like Sods here, holding that purple Maven, which we know is a powerhouse weapon here in zero build. It just shows the understanding of some of these people who have made their way to San Diego to compete in this competition. So I'm curious, right? If you SPG had to pick an ideal loadout, top to bottom, color variation, everything, what are you picking and why?
Okay, so we'll go Mythic everything. I'm doing the Pulse Rifle for my AR because it's the best weapon in the game. And then I'm doing the Mythic Havoc Pump Shotgun because it's the best shotgun in the game. Then I'm going to do a Kinetic Blade. That way I have some movement. I'm going to have 2 Shield Bubbles. And then I'm going to have 2 Legendary Slurp Juices. Now, it could be Legendary Slurp Juices or 6 Chug Splashes. I'm not going to be super picky about the heals because more often than not, you don't necessarily have time to heal when you're getting shot at unless you throw down one of those shield bubbles. So, what about you? Give me your ideal loadout.
So I'm going to switch it up a little bit on you, and okay, solely because for me, when I play zero build, I'm trying to create some separation, right? I don't like to be too close into the face of the other team. So for me, it's going to be, from the start, Legendary Maven Shotgun. I know, bit of a different pace to what you're doing with the Havoc, but then, of course, going the same route with the Mythic Pulse Rifle. Have to have that in the inventory. Then 2 Shield Bubbles, Kinetic Blade, and the 2 legendary slurp juices. That's just me. But unfortunately for DNA, he didn't have some of those slurp juices because he just got taken out of the sky here, and he's wishing he had them now as Rotten Twiggies and Jack just jumping in, getting huge shots onto his teammate as well there. Alex just basically getting away just by the skin of his teeth here. But so many players still looming close by as well as an NPC, so he needs to be careful.
I think that's the first NPC that we've seen be hired by a team. It's interesting that we haven't seen that more often. Not because it's like the NPC is going to be crazy good and going to get you a ton of elims, but when you're rotating out in the open, players don't necessarily know which player is going to be the actual player versus the NPC. And even if it's just like 2 AR shots that you get to avoid, that's a huge win.
Well, not only that, I will say another advantage to the NPCs is they will pick up your teammate. So they can get a res for you if you're in a position like this, for example. Panda's down. Boston needs to apply cover to try to get his teammate back into the game. And sure enough, an NPC would be able to pick Panda up in that situation. But it really depends on the team that you're going up against, too, because players like Sods and Yeet, if they get a knock, they're just going to make sure to follow through. Another benefit to the NPCs, I got to see this yesterday in Heat number 2 with Jacob and Reflections. And honestly, that's the first time that we really got to see it play out. And it was the NPC actually ended up getting the last shot onto an unsuspecting player. So fortunately for them, they were able to walk away with an additional elimination, all because they hired an NPC.
Bro, you hate people that do that, that steal your elims. Come on, man. What's that NPC doing? I worked hard to get all 99 total damage, and now somebody just steals it. Like, I hate that.
I know, but it's fortunate for them because those 3 points still went onto their leaderboard. But for Vortexers and Axe Force, wait, they're in 5th place right now.
Yeah, they're balling out.
A win here could easily skyrocket them into the 1st place spot, which is currently held by the boys, Epic Whale and Reed.
Talk about a caster curse, though. As you say, if they win this game, they get bopped by a shotgun and get sent back to the lobby. So,
I blame you. Why'd you say that, SBG? I can't believe you've done this. But honestly, for Sods and Yeet, they're still in it. And Sizz Lucky Djinn, another team who already are in the top 5 of the leaderboard and looking to hold on here in the final moments. 6 eliminations here in this game. A big, obviously, game 1 that we got to watch there with their win. But could they go for another one? That's the question we're going to see answered here in the next few moments as these teams are just trying to survive and hold on for the next few moments.
This is a more difficult position for them to be in, though. They have no more utility in this game. So they saw a player, used him, threw down his shield bubble. They're like, all right, cool, we'll take that for a second. Now another team right in front of them throws down a shield bubble. So that's huge for these guys. They may not have the utility, but whatever they're doing is just forcing players to use that utility themselves and then play around it.
I mean, playing the utility where they can is definitely going to be the play. Remember, the Kinetic Blade, obviously the strongest utility item here in the game so far, but this is the exact reason why. You see Sizz Lucky going up, big shots raining through.
Ooh.
Sizz and Djinn are out of this one as Yeet and Sods clean them up in the final 2v2 of the day. Here goes nothing. Yeet with 10 elimination can't do enough to hold on as Super Moose and Presence walk away with that win.
What a game. And we see, again, all that chaos is just forced right there at the end of the match. And, hey, Super Moose capitalizing on the chaos, hitting those final shots, able to get that last elim and clutch up that victory royale.
Yeah, and a clutch up indeed that was. But look, that's just a little bit, a taste of the action we're getting to watch because these games continue to move forward. So I can only imagine the players we get to watch here in the next rolling lobby, because remember, folks, these lobbies are continuing to move. There's no stopping. There's no slowing down. We keep bringing you the action.
Yeah, no hesitation here. Straight into a fight in another game. It's Pamstu, it's Fatch. We've seen these two play super well, and it's Bear going down. He's on the wrong end of that shotgun, but Pamstu and Fatch, 2 more elims, 6 more points. And, you know, maybe we'll call it a couple more placement points because I would imagine they get that as well. So, nice little play by them. These two working their way up the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, look, every game counts here. Remember, while the top 5 games of your performance will be the ones that count towards your spot on the leaderboard, you never know how one game can be better than the next. So for teams like Bad Connection and Talent Z, who aren't necessarily on top of the leaderboard and might be having a bad game right now, it doesn't mean it's going to last, as they still have so many opportunities to get a solid game and climb that leaderboard.
What a terrible spot to be in between Pablo, Bevies, and it looks like that was Agers over there. And there's another team in Storm taking shot, or in Zone. Yeah, Mega and Knifer taking shots at them as well. So unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time. Just got caught in the middle of 3 separate teams there. And Bevies and Pablo, they're like, all right, cool. We'll take this opportunity. We'll use this vehicle, get on out of here. Zone's coming. Now it's time to make our rotations through. And this game, going into one of the newer areas of the map over towards that new POI that we're looking in. And we're going to see how Knifer and Mega can navigate that position.
When it comes to the mindset of a player and thinking about how they put themselves in certain positions and what they do, the highest quality mindset comes from players like Mega and Knifer, who have been in these positions time and time again, who understand what they need to do to put the points on the board. And I can only imagine what's going through their head now as they still survive in this game, but so many other big players surviving as well. You see Volks and Vortex down there. We obviously saw Quinn and Vert. We see Fly and Andriana. So many players still in it, just trying to make something happen here in the final moments of this game as Zone 6 gets ready to close on in, and these players need to start moving.
It looks like Mega City will not be the location that we get to end this one at. We're going over towards Steamy Springs. Everyone's going to have to make that rotation over, and because we're all up in the buildings at Mega City, there's going to be a massive wave of players that just come flying in, trying to pick out, okay, here's what I think might be some good positioning, but it's honestly going to be very difficult for everyone to figure this out because there's not much to hide around in this next zone.
Remember, with rolling lobbies and unlimited games being able to play within that time, it's all about the time. And sure enough, right now, Heat 3 closes in 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 10 seconds. Thank you to the production behind the scenes, Connor specifically making that happen. Beautiful little graphic there to keep us in the loop, because otherwise we would just be basing it off the games that we've seen thus far, because realistically it's all about the time and not necessarily about the games played.
And it is great to know how much time is left in these heats. That way, if you're a player, you can play around that, or if you're just watching, trying to figure out, okay, I need to make dinner, or I need to go ahead and take my dog out. Well, now you know. You got about an hour and a half left, and that's all thanks to Connor.
Yeah, we appreciate you behind the scenes. Listen, the unsung heroes of the broadcast world are the people behind the scenes, so thank you guys for making it happen and making it amazing for us and the people at home. But also making it amazing is Volks and Vortex, still in this one here. 2 eliminations. Not necessarily the most aggressive team on the day, but one that remains consistent through the first few games they played.
Now we see just holding this high ground position, locking it down. Vortex almost jumps on out, and Volks is like, yo, bro, chill, relax. We gotta calm down here. But looks like Oliver and Bronos having a really solid heat number 3. Not able to qualify in the first 2, but you can't really ask for a better loadout than what these 2 are currently working with. And looks like Voltex. Oh, that's a great combination of their names right there. Nonetheless, they did decide to make a move here, and looking really hurt at the moment.
Yeah, tough spot here for them. What was seemingly a really solid game for them immediately takes a turn, but that's how it goes here in Zero Build. There is no guarantees, no protection, and no set of games where you can feel safe, because everything can change there in a moment. Sure enough, that's what happened as Vortex completely out, because Prospering and Merrick deciding to make the push. Sure enough, they get that full elimination and the refresh there on to Vortex, but Volks can still make something of this game as a solo. We saw it happen a few times here today and yesterday, so they're not out quite yet.
Definitely not, and they're going to be looking to make plays. Looks like Pablo's getting some pressure from up above and absolutely gets deleted by Peacock right there. Now they are going to have to refigure this out, and looks like Fatch is now all by himself. No Pam Stew to help with him, or if he is, he's somewhere around the map. And just based on the color of arrows, I don't think Pam Stew is in this game any longer. And we're definitely seeing some more stacked games today than we did yesterday. I'm going to say that a couple of times, probably say it a couple more, as the game's pacing has really changed from what we've seen yesterday. These end games are much more difficult to find yourself in the right position in order to win. There's now 4 or 5 teams that are all jumping onto the same little point on the map in order to determine whether or not you're going to be able to win.
And I mean, look at the quality of player here in this game. You got Fatch, Claire DG, Casker, Bronos. You also have Kanata Agers. You got Faither here in this game. Like, this is literally some of the top tier talent across all of Fortnite competing in the final moments of this game. So if you're any of them, it really comes down to who makes the right plays at the right time and who has the best resources. And obviously we know just as much as anybody, those kinetic blades are going to be important, and those shield bubbles are going to be important. As Vert now pushing forward, does look like they're going to try to take the fight. They hear the fight happening with Bronos and immediately start to press on. And with it being on a height position, it's going to be tougher for some of these other teams to get involved. And sure enough, Vert going to be able to clean it up as Bronos and Oliver are going to be out. Vert now just wants to get the heal onto Quinn, but it's not going to work out as Clarity and Casker immediately trying to engage. And this is what we're talking about here. Every time you're in a zero build situation like this, you're on zone 7 and on, when a fight takes place, every team then wants to get involved. It's almost riskier to take a fight than it is to just wait and hope that somebody else makes that mistake for you or makes that decision for you, because as soon as these fights commence, basically the game ends within a minute.
Yeah, it's a great point. Everyone simply just trying to slow it down, force somebody to fight another team. Just do whatever you can. Be like, yo, I am not the team you want to fight. I don't know what it is. Just look like a team you don't want to fight. Maybe that's just taking shots back, but Casker and Clarity G firing back and forth with Agers and Kanata over there. And Agers and Kanata just sitting there tanking Storm. There's not too much they could do. Luckily, they do have that legendary slurp juice going, as well as the chug cannon. So HP is not a problem. What is a problem is they're running out of space and they're taking some shots here. Kanata able to get one knock, and that could be the play of the game here if they're able to get a nice little refresh and some more shield bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, look, every refresh is going to count here, especially considering you see Kanata not having new much, and Kanata goes down. Agers immediately following his Clarity G and Casker pick them up, and then they find Vert. Now it comes down to a 1v2 against Mega, and it doesn't matter. Clarity doesn't miss, Casker doesn't miss, and they walk away with a sweet, sweet victory royale.
That's exactly what you're looking for, and playing that perfectly, allowing the other teams to have that chaos down below, putting pressure on to Kanata and Agers, be like, hey, you guys fight somebody else. We're locking down this high ground. And then at the right moment, transferring to the other side of the zone. And then now all you have to do is clean up a couple of solos, which 2 players of their caliber easily able to do.
And you saw with just a few solid shots, and that's kind of the name of the game here, is who hits the better shots in those fights that are even, and then of course the ones that aren't so even, which we typically see there towards the end, a solo versus a full duo. You kind of know how it's going to end. It really doesn't end any other way, unless you're Source, because we did see a nice clean 1v2 from Source earlier. But regardless, these games are continuing to show how close this competition is going to be here in day 2.
Yeah, and we just talked about Connor doing some of the amazing production. We got B-Mick on replays showing us all the action going on. It's absolutely fuego coming out of the replay section. We're seeing so many elims, so much of the action so quickly, and you love to see it. It's a quick little recap of what this tournament looked like, and pretty much showing us why the leaderboards are like they are.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the crew that helps put this together are as talented as these players. But I mean, these players are pretty talented, to be fair, especially what we're seeing here now, because we're about to the halfway mark, roughly. We're just over the halfway mark, I should say, with just roughly about hour and a half left here in this competition. It can go any way, and with the way that the standings are playing out, there's been a lot of change-ups at the top. Because again, remember, only the best 5 games for each team played are the ones that are going to count. So we'll see how this continues to play out here after this. But we got to go to a quick break for you all. So go grab yourself some popcorn, grab some water, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back. Guess who's back? We're back.
Again. We're not.
We are back here at the DreamHack Open in San Diego. You already know this is all featuring Fortnite, and it's been an incredible day number 2, heat number 3, and one more heat to follow to see who goes on to the finals tomorrow. I mean, look, there's so much on the line. This is probably the biggest qualifier in Fortnite history. We talk about, obviously, the qualifying moments in the World Cup and qualifying onto the FNCS Global Championships at the end of the year. But how often do you see a qualifier from an in-person event there in San Diego with a $250,000 prize pool and all this incredible zero build action from some of the top players across the world?
Well, I could tell you how often. We're going to see it 2 more times after this. We're going to see it at Dallas, and we're going to see it in Sweden. So if you're wondering how often this is going to happen, we got 2 more full DreamHack Opens, and we get to see all these players go after it. I mean, we were talking this entire time of like, who's going to be at all 3? If you qualify, are you going to go to the next one? Hopefully, we only get to see these things get better and better as there's more and more time for these players to prepare. I want Dallas to be even more stacked, Sweden to be the most stacked, and then obviously the biggest event is going to be the most stacked.
Well, let's take a look at these standings and see who might not have to compete in the other ones, even though they might still do it anyways. Epic Whale and Reet up at the top of the leaderboard. It's 268 points. A really, really solid start here for them as they compete here today. Remember, this is going to be the best of 5 games, and Reet and Epic Whale have only played 4. So if they have a really, really strong 5th game, that could mean they easily solidify one of these top 12 spots.
And we're probably looking at about 100 or so more points for all these teams. Based on what we've seen the previous heats, it's going to be somewhere over 300. I'm not a statistician. I'm going to guess somewhere around like the 320, 330 range, although it could be slightly higher than that as it's been in the past couple of heats. So 100 more points, that isn't impossible, but also is going to get harder as more and more players continue to play what appears to be passive as we've continued to go through these heats.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of an interesting change of pace from what we saw in heat number 1, and I'm curious how that's going to continue into heat number 4 as well, because some of these players will be able to qualify on, but a lot of them will still have to compete for the final opportunities in heat 4. So I'm curious how it's going to continue to play out, but don't worry, because the coverage will be here for you. It won't be us. It'll actually be Jacob PR and Caster Lash, who 2 incredible people. I can't wait for you guys to see what they do, but it's time for us here right now, live and ready to go as we prepare for another game of Fortnite action.
All right, hold up. We need to talk about Caster Lash is going to make his DreamHack debut. And my man is one of, if not the most deserving people. Caster Lash going to come in hot, lay down some super hot fuego lines on you guys, and bring all of the energy. So make sure if you're here and you like Fortnite, or if you don't like Fortnite, you somehow made it to this channel. So I'm proud of you. Nonetheless, be here for Caster Lash making his DreamHack debut, because my man is going to crush it.
No, 100%. And it's funny because yesterday was Jacob PR's DreamHack debut, as well as Reflections. And then, of course, Lash making his debut today here in heat number 4. So many incredibly talented people from the scene making their DreamHack debut here for the first of many incredible qualifying opportunities over to Gamers 8. So you can't ask for a better way to get involved in the DreamHack scene.
Definitely not. It's been a fun time getting to cast with you. I know that we've done this once or twice before, but nonetheless, still our debut together for DreamHack San Diego. It's something like that, right?
You know, I mean, it's like we may have done Gamers 8 together, and we've done some DreamHacks together, and you know, we may or may not have done a little thing called FNCS in the same play. I mean, look, we've done a lot, but it's always good to come back here to these in my opinion, the grassroots of what makes this community great. From the memories of DreamHack Anaheim, watching Mr. Savage win that one, to Atlanta, seeing Bolts take it, Dallas. I mean, these events truly are a staple for the Fortnite scene. So to see them continue to get elevated year over year is always exciting.
Definitely. And it looks like it's on the rise. This year has been better than last year, and it seems like year after year we just continue to see more improvements in the scene, more consistencies, and other people getting involved. So you love, as a fan of Fortnite, to see all the various games, tournaments getting involved. And DreamHack's been one of those day ones, pretty much from the beginning, always supporting the competitive scene. So no surprise to see them here once again with their huge lineup of tournaments and festivals throughout the world. Always going to be including Fortnite.
I mean, look, it's the biggest gaming festival, period. End of story. We saw it unfold last year, and now 3 times the prize pool. I can only imagine 3 times the entertainment and excitement around the event too. So I'm super pumped to see what Gamers 8 is going to turn into here starting in July. So not too far away here, folks. And that's why we see these players competing for the first opportunities and the first qualifying spots onto such an incredible event. But for Vibe and Rip Rara, they have not necessarily been finding their stride here in day 1, but in day 2 could be a very, very different story for them as Ripper does tend to compete in quite a few zero build events. She has a very, very good understanding of playing the game, but when you're competing against some of the best, it becomes a little bit tough. But they are top 50 right now.
All right, Pan, I'm going to ask you a very difficult question.
Lay it on me.
Way too early predictions for who wins the Gamers 8. Now, I won't hold you to this, and we literally only have the people that have qualified through the first couple of heats, so we have no idea who that's going to be. But if you had to pick, who's it going to be?
You know, this is genuinely one of the tougher questions, but I'm going to say without a doubt, no hesitation, the team that's going to win is, of course...
There's some hesitation.
Yep, that's the team. That's the team that's going to win. So I can't wait to see them win it, too. So just make sure to come back to this. Behind the scenes, they're telling me I need to say Queasy and Vino, and actually it's not that. That's not who I think is going to win. I actually think Epic Whale and Reet are going to do it. I definitely do. Or we see an Epic Whale Malibuca return. That would be an exciting one because we saw them win Gamers 8 last year. So to see them do it back-to-back would be pretty cool as well.
Yeah, I wonder. Could they play together? Maybe they... I don't know. That would be really interesting to see Malibuca and Epic Whale get together again. So, yeah, I like it. I like it. The script tells me that it's going to be Queasy and Vino, but, you know, script writers aren't doing their best nowadays, so it's tough. You gotta keep choosing different things and picking different teams, and who knows? I mean, you gotta qualify first. You just gotta figure it out, and Panda, I'll give you the go-ahead. I'll let that pass. You go ahead and decide later on who is actually going to win, but... I like it. I like it. Lots of options there and lots of potential because we have so many great teams that play this game, and whew, it's a tough one. Now, getting back to what's going on here, we once again see the medic playing a little part. It's DNA and Alex DNA locking it down. We've pretty consistently seen these two on top of the moving POI, the floating POI that appears, likely landing somewhere in the middle, allowing themselves to get some quick rotations. The other team, though, Sizz, Degen, moving along, getting their position too, because they already have one mythic. They're looking to grab the other mythic, and I think Sizz picking up that SMG tells me they're going to try and make a play on top of this island. They don't necessarily just want one mythic weapon, and Degen's actually choosing to go with that combat shotgun over the Havoc. And I don't see... Looks like, unfortunately for Alex and DNA, they know there's a player down below, so they're really taking this slow. Sizz, Degen, they don't really know that the team above them isn't taking full advantage of this, so nobody's capturing this capture point, and zone is moving regardless of if these guys are sitting here or not. So somebody has to make a play for this eventually. And Alex is going to try and put some pressure down. This is a nice play to know that you can shoot all the way down through those floors to see what's going on down there, but not necessarily the only play you can make. Somebody's got to do something. It looks like Tiger Aura and Fletch down below looking to make their own play, seeing that there are players in this house, and they'll walk up in here. Hopefully, not surprising to find a player in a corner. The battle is continuing, though, in that house. We see players down below, and we also have the house up above. Players sitting here waiting, trying to get in to that capture point. Who knows if they're going to be able to actually take advantage of it. We may not see the pulse rifle in this game because of that. Everyone's just sitting back, waiting for somebody else to make the play, and no aggressive plays to be made in this zone. Now,
I'm surprised. I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised. You see, there's actually players still fighting for the potential opportunity to get that pulse rifle, and it's so valuable. I would probably do it as well, depending on how many heals, of course, they have. But it'll be interesting to see if they can even make it out here following getting that pulse rifle, because it might just be special delivery. And I'll be real with you. Taigaru Fletch, a team we haven't got to see too much of. I'm calling it now. They win this game.
Respect. I'm calling it now.
RESPCT.
I'm calling it now. They win this game.
See, that's what I'm saying, man. We're on the same wavelength. I love it. We're both saying that Tigura and Fletch are better than Queasy Vino. I'm saying it now, guys. They are going to win it.
That.
Oh, they're winning the finals.
Nope, didn't say that.
That's what SPG said. And, you know, I am, of course, a big fan of SPG. And if he says it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But what's also happening, what is going on, guys? Look, I said it's definitely worth getting the pulse rifle to some extent. But you guys have been in here like 30 minutes.
Hey, they're just waiting, man. Patience is a virtue, right? And we see DGen, Sizz, their patience is running out. Alex and DNA have a little more patience than the other squad, but looks like everyone's going to be able to get out of here. Alex and DNA luckily know that they're going to have some slurps that will drop on them, so they don't really have to play this out. DGen, though, going to go down with Sizz Lucky, so that does not bode well for our other team that's going to need to make the pretty much same exact rotate out of Storm into the safe area.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to move. And, I mean, we kind of knew this going into it. As soon as you saw them kind of lingering in the Storm, you knew it was going to be a tough day for them to continue on. But fortunately, though, they should be able to at least start moving here a little bit. But now that Storm's starting to tick away at the health just a little bit more than it was before. So their decision to start moving has to happen now because they cannot afford to do it. But sure enough, they do have some slurp juices. But honestly, you kind of want to save those. Am I right?
You might be right. I don't really know.
I'll take it.
Sometimes, you know, you got to use it before you lose it. And I'm a person that way too often goes down with the best loot in the game because I didn't wind up actually using it. So, you know, these guys are probably better than me. I would say don't use it yet.
Don't use it yet. You know what? I'm going to agree with you. I am going to agree. But one thing we can agree on is Shiki needing a big game here. Following the previous game, the last time we tuned in with Shiki, unfortunately going down in a mid-game engagement that they just were not anticipating having to take. But now they're looking to turn it around just like Hector and Kirby also looking to turn it around, getting a knock there onto the player, but not over-engaging. Super smart considering the position that they have, and now they just opt to go ahead and go for the bush.
And that's the other team that had to make it off the island. So neither team, doesn't matter how patient you were, having any success getting off the floating island with any of the loot, doesn't matter what you had, right? You could have the best weapons in the game, but as soon as you go down, you get beamed. Doesn't really matter what's in your inventory. So tough little play there. I think both teams kind of wishing they played that differently. Too late now. A team that's hoping that it plays out differently is going to be Chimp because he's getting sent back to the lobby. And this is Source and Notch. They're playing aggressive today, and these two seem to be unstoppable.
Yeah, they are unstoppable for sure. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. To be honest with you, though, it's going to be a close one here in this competition. As we switch over, it is out-trumped and American Dad, one of the crowd favorites for sure. You already know this team picking it up, and that's Volks and Vortex gonna go down as American Dad and out-trumped outlive just a moment longer.
Pro player, question mark? Did we just see the next FNCS winners in out-trumped and American Dad? Oh, maybe not. Veggie coming in with a vengeance.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's... I didn't say anything. I swear they are... I don't know. It's, dude.
Yeah, that was you. I'm going to blame you for that one.
Yep.
You may or may not have cursed him in that situation. But sure enough, though, Venji and Chicken still hanging out, doing some big things. American Dad still holding on, though. So he's not necessarily down and out quite yet.
Not down. Might be slightly out of it. But, hey, you're one refresh away from the best loot of your life, right? That's what they say. And We see Sev and Shiki just waiting for an opportunity to try and get one of those refreshes. As they seem to be rocking the lone bush still left in the zone, and we know pressure will start to come through as Hector and Kirby start taking those shots, clearing out those bushes, and the shots come flying right back. There is a Leo hiding in the building, silently waiting. The shot goes through. Hector gets the tag. Leo gets some shots back, and looks like the building has been won by Hector and co for the moment.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just maintaining a pretty solid position here in the corner of the building. And with so many teams lingering close by, you more or less don't want to take any shots. You don't want to cause any unnecessary attention in your direction, because sure enough, things like this begin to happen. And it's Sev and Shiki realizing that they're potentially there and looking for the shot where they can, but they continually expose themselves for just a moment. And all it takes is one big shot to start the fight. And there you go. You see the overshield starting to tick away there onto, I believe it was Kirby that ended up losing some of that overshield. So now the fight begins as Sev and Shiki look to just get involved. But of course, teams like Notch already hearing the fight take place, they said, you know what? We're not going to let you have all the fun by yourselves. We're going to get in there too.
Oh boy, this is a shotgun stare down. Hopefully that came through the mic as well as I did whistle it. Shiki goes in, takes the shot. He begins the engagement. Big shots coming through, but he's not going to end it. Grizzux will end all this, and this is going to be the end of the game. Jump after jump. It's Venji and Chicken on the outside, and your call of Fletch and Tiger may be the right play here.
Yeah, it might be the right play here for the time being. We see them still in this one. The zone, though, closing. And it looks like it is going to close in the direction of Venji and Chicken. So, Tigeru Fletch just going to have to use as much of the bamboo as possible. Panda's favorite food here, keeping them alive and protected here. And with just a few moments remaining, Chicken and Venji just trying to catch this solo off guard. It is Zaya just trying to hold on, and no, goes down to Chicken, and now the 2v2 begins.
The battle comes through. Fletch hits the shots, and Panda calls it 4 zones ago. Fletch and Tiger Aura able to take the dub here in this match. What a game from them. Panda, what did you see from these guys? Like, what's going on in that big brain?
Well, SBG, I'm going to be honest here. Listen, I may or may not be the prediction champion. Period. End of story. You can ask Kelly Link. You already know. I was the one to call the dethroning of Epic Whale, Arkram, and Rex back in the day when, of course, Reet came through and clutched it up there with Snacky Fabs. Look, there's so much to pay close attention to. And I'll be honest, right now, I feel like I'm on a roll. Both my prediction from yesterday qualified through heat number 2. Now today, we're picking a team, and they're winning a game. You know what? This might be, the Panda stocks might be up this week.
Good old stonks for Panda right there. Love to see it. Can you tell me I'm going to win the lottery, please?
Hey, you know what? You can't win if you don't try. That's what I like to say. And fortunately for Bevies and Pablo, they're going to be trying their hardest here, as there's only 1 hour remaining until Heat 3 closes here, folks. So remember, these are rolling games to the next hour. So for them, they need to make sure these next games count, because these are the final opportunities for them to do some big things here. But I'll be honest. Here, you see it playing out. Pablo, Bevies have a nice spot here in Frenzy Field, but I have a feeling they're going to have to move soon.
They will, but I think they just want to hold this for as long as they can. Lock it down on the edge of zone here, and then clean up anybody on this side. So you get a quick little scout. You see what's going on here. And then once zone forces everybody to move, you play backside. That way you keep everything in front of you. You know, it's like playing baseball. Keep everything in front of you. Makes the game easy.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be real with you here. Bevies and Pablo, while they didn't necessarily have the strongest day one, they were still within contention for a majority of the day. So I'm going to say it now. Looking at the Unite leaderboard, looking at where they sit right now, they're in 18th place. I'm going to call it. They finish in the top 12 here in Heat 3.
7th place. That's where they qualify.
Ooh, I like the specifics.
349 points. Are we going too far with that one? Probably.
I'm curious. That would be. Listen, I know we're kind of talented. You know, we might know a thing or two, but
I don't know
if you get that correct, I'm taking you to a steak dinner.
Ooh, how about barbecue? I'd prefer some barbecue.
Well, you already know that's kind of where we live, so we'll take it. But for Pablo and Bevy's 10 points or 10 eliminations here, huge. If you know 3 points per elimination, that means 30 total points in eliminations alone. That's basically half a win.
That's true. That's some good maths right there. And hopefully they're able to close this one out. We've seen them slay out in a couple of games and not necessarily be able to capitalize on that win. So they drop, let's say, 20 bomb plus a victory royale. Pretty much almost guaranteed a qual at this point.
Yeah, they're guaranteed to be close. I thought there were some guarantees yesterday, and of course things changed in the final moments. But a team that is looking to guarantee a spot, it's Trey and Statics. Definitely a duo that honestly is underrated. Let me tell you something about Trey here. He's one of the most active creators in the Fortnite scene. He plays almost every event you can imagine, and of course, to no surprise, he's here competing on the big stage in San Diego.
Nice. Yeah, Trey, pretty consistently performing within FNCS. Hope to see him up there once again, and love to see him qualify through to the finals on Sunday. We'll see if he can make it happen. First, has to win this game, or at least has to play this game about as well as he can. And now we see Floppy Swift running around trying to stay alive. They're getting pressured here. That's Mega and Knifer jumping in. They chose one opponent, and that's going to be Swift and Knifer. But Pablo is going to be the one on top of this. They're continuing to put pressure on.
Ooh.
Everybody's getting the shots. Oh my goodness. Pablo doesn't even know how to shoot at this point, and he's going to wind up just walking away with all of them.
I'm going to be real. The excitement got to Pablo there for a second, and that's why he threw 2 shield bubbles down. But look, honestly, a win's a win, and he definitely won that moment here in this game. And that's a lot of loot to choose from. Now, seeing what they can do next here, the next 45 minutes, it really kind of comes down to how well they use this time, because this is their 7th game here, SBG. The one that we're watching right now is Bevy and Pablo's 7th game, which means they still have a few more titles that they could put up in their points, but they're already 18th with 5 of their top games played.
Yeah, likely there's going to be a couple of those where they went down early, so they should easily be able to bump that low 3, 4, 5 games up. I would have to guess, regardless of where they finish this game, with all the elims they've been picking up, this is going to be one of their top 5 regardless, even though we're only top 7 teams. They've just got another elim. They're probably getting at least top 5 here, if not getting that dub. And I mean, we'll see. It's been a solid game for these guys, and all it takes is a couple of consistent ones.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of consistency here to finish off the day, and we have some major teams qualifying. Anon and Jace, though, one of those teams that were so close yesterday, looking to qualify today. They're in 8th place as of right now, which is huge for them. But that's 8th place with 7 games played, so they're top 5, leading them in the top 10 spot. Curious enough, though, this is easily one of their top 5 games. I'm looking at it right now, and if they finish this strong, this could solidify their qualifying spot.
Okay. Already 12 elims. Looks like we're on the brink of a top 5 performance as well. They will be one of the teams forced to move, but it does look like the team that was holding them for the time being also moved as well. So Jason and Anon not really going to be worried about that movement. We do see Faith making his own rotation through, as they're just trying to stay out of the sights here of what is this absolutely terror of a combo of Pablo and Bevies, and they are about to get the sauce. Bevies goes in, he goes down, Pablo's gonna clean that one up, and Bevies now, luckily enough, going to get a moment, and it doesn't look like anyone's gonna be able to jump on them just yet, because Knifer's fighting on the other side of the zone. We are in a top 5 now.
A top 5 here. This is going to be an interesting finish. I'm going to be real with you. With a lot of the fights going on there in the distance, Knifer might be able to just slip on through depending on how this plays out, because Jason and Anon here, they just picked up a few more eliminations, and with Flappy, a solo just hiding too close by, either Flaffy or the other solo, Knifer, hanging out there in the distance, could walk away with it depending on how they play it, but we'll see.
Yeah, and it looks like Bevies and Pablo go down there before they can get in that top 3. Still, 4th place going to be pretty solid for them. Jason and Anon made that nice rotate at the correct time. We do see Jace looking, trying to find those final players. Can they find Knifer behind that little wall? And no, they're looking, going to grab the best position in the game here. They've pretty much cleared out everything behind them and just going to start firing away, clearing out all of these builds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to play this out, is clear the cover and hope that you can catch one of these solo players out. But now the fights are ensuing. You see Knifer going up against Flappy. Now it's a 2v1. Will Knifer be able to hold on as Jace and Anon just hunting for the final elimination here in this game? And Knifer, unfortunately, looks to be going down as Jace cleans it up here in the final seconds.
Got to give my respect to Knifer. Getting that 2nd place there, that was really the only play he could make. He didn't necessarily have the chance to 2v1 2 players with those pulse rifles, especially when they're fully healthy. So go ahead, take the points that you can get, identify where that solo is, get yourself as many points as possible. So much respect to him.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of respect to these players that we're seeing here today, because they're showing up in strong fashion to compete. Again, like we were talking about before, these are some of the most stacked games that we've seen throughout the entire weekend thus far, and this is only heats. So I can only imagine how finals is going to be.
I would imagine finals is like this, but so much more exciting. Even though this is exciting as I've been, just like imagine all the excitement, but excitement.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of excitement here, but if you're some of these players going down early, this is your final shot here, folks. Last 40 minutes to qual. Last 40 minutes to queue here in heat number 3. And you kind of have to decide what you're going to do here first, because realistically, what's been working for some players might not be working for others.
Yeah, you just got to win the game. So, I mean, that's really all you can do at this point, right? You don't really have a choice. You got to play for the win. You got to pop off like we saw from Pablo and Bevies, like we saw from Jace and Anon. Just getting those big dubs, getting some big games, and pushing yourself up the leaderboard. You've had now a day and a half to figure it out. At this point, if you haven't figured it out, you're running out of time. So either go quickly, watch somebody, and figure out what they're doing to be so successful, or I don't know. I got nothing.
Look, I think at this point, if unfortunately you're in the bottom, I would say 70 of the leaderboard here and below, because remember, it does go lower than that, you kind of have to take a moment, sit back, and prepare for Heat 4, because it doesn't look like Heat 3 is going to be able to finish for you, but that's the best way to go. Get ready, because there is still one more Heat after this one, but we'll get to see more of Heat 3 after a quick break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
The land of heroes. I mean, honestly, we know it from experience. We got to see Gamers 8 live last year. And if you aren't trying to go, you're crazy, because the experience overall has been or was spectacular, and it's going to be even better this year. So make sure to check out gamers8.gg for your opportunity not only to compete and play over there in the event, but just join the festivities in general, because you can just make a trip out there. It is a beautiful, beautiful area, and we're so excited to see Gamers 8 continue here in 2023. But speaking of continuing, we got to continue on here with the remainder of the heat, because remember, we got about 30 minutes of rolling lobbies remaining. So only 30 minutes left for these players to qualify on to the finals.
And let's take a look and see where we are standing on our standings. Looks like currently Epic Whale and Reet still locking it down pretty much since after the first 40 minutes. They've been in first place. Thoric, Blur Antics have made their push up there. Sizz and D-Gen still remaining. Bully and Muzz able to make that play. And then Jason and Non, that big game from them, putting them right smack in 5th place.
That's an interesting spot to be. I mean, look, nobody in the top 12 is secure at this time. I'll be honest with you, especially when you're looking at the bottom 12 there. Bronos and Oliver OG, spectacular players, but 293 points has not qualified on in some of these other heats. So for them, they just got to solidify another solid game. Ideally a win to push one of those lesser important games out, because remember, the top 5 games of your performance today, no matter how many games you play, are the ones that count towards your points on the leaderboard. But realistically, the real question is, can anybody dethrone Epic Whale and Reet?
Probably. I think there's probably teams that could do it. And I think shortly we'll see them lose first place, and then the last game of the day, they'll win with a 20 bomb and then finish place.
Okay, I like it. I like it. You already know. Listen, when Reet has his mind set on just running around the lobby, boy, does that man run.
Yes, he does. He's one of, if not the scariest fighters that I've ever seen. And when Reet is in prime form, he just moves different. He's one of those controller players, and people could be like, keyboard and mouse is better than controller. And I think Reet is the prime example of that is not always the case.
Yeah, it's funny. He continues to surprise me. Even with the combination of the regions and the uncertainty of who was going to commit to the change in location as far as where to compete from, Reet showed me that he is here in this community to stay in a big way. So him and Epic Whale are definitely going to be one of those teams that I think, in my opinion, make it on to Gamers 8 after the finals tomorrow.
Reet's also pretty good at playing other games too. I mean, I've seen him put on a show playing a bunch of different games. So just a talented gamer. Luckily, we get to watch him play Fortnite, right? I think that's where he thrives most. But he's one of those kids that I think, regardless of what he puts his mind to, gonna be successful.
Yeah, I mean, success is a mindset, and that mindset is Reet's, because that man just doesn't slow down. Just like Mellow Dubs. Can we talk about this guy? If you don't know, Mellow Dubs, he's very talented. He's good at Fortnite. but he's also one of the most talented production guys behind the scenes. This man helped produce the NA West watch party last year with some incredible people like Connor. So to see him competing here and potentially walking away with one of those qualifying spots is actually pretty exciting.
Taking his talents to San Diego. I like to see it. Able to put on a show for us, and that didn't necessarily look like they were going to win that fight right off the bat, but able to turn that around, hit some big shots, and do exactly what they needed to. Now we're going to see Fusion and Leo going straight up for the island, looking to claim this spot. They won't be the only ones here, as Muzz and Bully, just to their left, have to be careful because this fight is about to ensue.
Yeah, and it's going to ensue quickly because zero build fights do not last. And sure enough, that's going to be Fusion going down as Bully ends up picking it up onto him. But with another set of players coming in, this could be a problem as it's Blur Antics and Thoric, another top 10 team here competing for the Pulse Rifles.
Yeah, both these two teams are in their top 5, top 6 right now, and this could be a big shift in the leaderboard. Bully goes ahead, gets one down, but the big shot, the max pump, as they say. Not gonna be enough though, because Muzz will come and clean it up. I got you, brother. Bully, you're getting picked up. This is our POI now.
I'm at a loss for words. This was not what I was anticipating seeing here. But unfortunately, it looks like Bully is going to have to be abandoned as Leo, unsuspecting solo player, looked to get back involved and actually ends up catching Bully's teammate off guard. And so Muzz forced to go away because he was unsure if it was a full team engaging.
Yeah, I think if Muzz could get the POV that we had, he'd be kicking himself right now, knowing that, okay, I could have easily taken a little 1v1 there, but now it looks like Leo tried to hit the reboot, and then Muzz was like, no, I'm coming up here, and I'm going to stop you from getting the res off. So are we just going to have an endless cycle of both of these guys trying to get their teammates back?
Well, I think first things first, Muzz has to go for the pulse rifle. I think that's the thing that makes the most sense. He gets that pulse rifle and then gets his teammate back in the game. But no, it's actually going to do it in a bit of a reverse here as he looks to bring Bully back and then go for the pulse rifle.
So it looks like he's trying to bait this. Not even necessarily trying to go for the reboot just yet. Is going to try and bait it. Leo misses. Oh, Muzz could have stuck that and got it off. Leo's not even going for it. What a play. The mind game's going on right now. Everyone's trying to mess with one another. Ultimately, Muzz is going to get Bully back, but that was a nice little trickery there by Leo.
Yeah, it was actually a smart play on his part. He obviously, if you didn't see, ripped it up in the air and didn't glide onto the side, but just glided close enough for that indicator on the screen to let Muzz know that, hey, there's a player here, and I might have to stop and fight for my right to get my teammate back in the game.
Mellow dubs. Mellow dubs. Mellow dubs.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's talking about Loki, and the people were talking about Fluger yesterday. I mean, let's talk a little bit about Mellow Dubs. We got to hype him up too, man.
All right, Mellow Dubs sitting right behind this wall, waiting to hit the shot. He's trying to get those shots off. Boom! There is going to be different shots by a different player. It's actually Muzz chasing down Leo, and Bully are now trying to get some revenge for all those mind games that were played earlier. They're coming back for the player and trying to get those big shots.
And Fusion seemingly found his way back into the game, and unfortunately finds himself down again at the hands of Bully and Muzz. Because remember, Fusion was, amongst his teammate, was the ones fighting for this floating POI, and sure enough, Bully and Muzz were the ones to win that fight, and unfortunately for them, that repeat fight took place and still didn't go in their favor.
I wonder if they're going back to try and hit the capture point. We can see they already have the legendary slurp juice in their inventory, so they know that they'll get more if they hit the capture point. It's just a matter of quick maths. Are they going to have enough time? Once this zone closes is when it starts to 2-tick. You guys at home, tell me if they're going to be able to have enough time to sit in zone and capture the capture point. Go.
It's going to be close. It really is. I think, yes, they'll get it off because remember, it typically does drop additional chug splashes and additional slurp juices. So if they spend the time in there and spend the resources that they have, those resources most likely are going to get replenished.
The correct answer is yes. So you would be right, Mr. Panda. They have plenty of time. It's not going to be a rush. They can sit in zone if they take one of the legendary slurp juices for over a minute. That gives you plenty of time to capture the capture point and then figure out where you want to go.
Yeah, I think for a lot of players, it's kind of interesting that they're opting not to go for the floating POI. I'm confused because, in my opinion, the pulse rifle is that valuable. And if you have an opportunity to even get remotely close and challenge a team for that spot, you do it. Like, even looking at the eyes of like Pam, Stu, and Fats, for example, they weren't too far off from where it was at based on the last position we saw them in. So that could have been another team to challenge it. And we know Pam, Stu, and Fats are incredible fighters.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of like, is the risk worth the reward? And I think for certain teams, yes, it 100% is. But if you're not a team that's going to slay out and look to get a bunch of elims, then you really don't have too much to gain from playing that. You could just like slow yourself down, play a much more passive style, and ultimately have a chance. But then, you know, if you're a team like Source and Notch, Fatch and Pam, like you mentioned, probably is going to be worth it because you're going to be able to capitalize on the supremacy of that pulse rifle.
The power wielded in the hands can essentially gift people the win. In my opinion, if you play for the pulse rifle, you 100% can win the game with that. Now, it really depends on some of the other resources. Obviously, the shield bubble going to be a big one, but if you know how to hit your shots, you go for the pulse rifle. End of story. That's the way I see it, in my opinion. I know you have a more analytical thought process behind it, but I'm like, no, Panda run for pulse. That's just the way my mind works. So, unfortunate for players that were unable to get the pulse rifle, but fortunate for Source because it doesn't matter. All he needs is the red dot. This bad boy, the red eye assault rifle, can do just as much or almost as much damage as the pulse rifle if used in the right hand. So, fortunately for Source, he is going to be able to get away from that unscathed and exchanging a few shots along the way.
Yeah, these two find themselves in a nifty little corner. Should be a great spot for them to chill, but our guy Lemon and Mellow Dubs able to get some elims here. Gonna be picking up Fatch, and Pam Stew's now the next target. Unfortunately, Pam Stew's gonna be able to take out that bush that would be some prime real estate for them to relax for a moment. But the chase continues. Pam Stew's not getting away for free, and it looks like we're just hitching a ride. The shot, the snipe, and unfortunately for Pam Stew, he's going down.
That is not what you wanted to see, folks. I'm going to be real with you. It was definitely not. It's not looking good, bruv. As Mellow Dubs also having to try and disengage. No more charges in the kinetic blade. Going to have to use the chug cannon just to stay in this one. But honestly, it's going to be a close one here, as Muzz and Bully are probably the healthiest duo in the lobby.
The healthiest and the best going on. Another elim streak. Ben Pen gets taken out right there as Muzz and Bully hop on another elim. These two I would expect to play a little bit aggressive to be continuing the rest of this game. And looks like Tiger Aura and Fletch are in this game as well. So you calling another win by them, Mr. Panda?
I mean, you know, probably not this one. I'm going to be honest with you because Muzz and Bully are just looking on fire here in this game. So we'll see how this finishes out. But Clip's just trying to hold on here. Finds a nice little edge and could potentially hold on. Yep, going to have to use that slurp juice to do it because with no charges in the kinetic blade, you don't really have too many other options.
And it looks like Tiger Aura and Fletch are going to start taking out some trees here, knocking down the doors, seeing where everybody's at, and hitting some shots there. A little dink going on. Looks like Clips does finally get taken out there by Fletch, and now it looks like Tiger Aura and Fletch need to decide where exactly they want to play. A lot of players have chosen to play in the trees previously, but in this game, we're going to decide to do something else, and it looks like Bully is getting another elim. Hector has been spotted out in his tree. He's going to choose to reposition and hang out back in this tree, but no, XC Sweaty is going to be able to take him down, and Bully and Muzz are in another fight. Muzz takes some shots, hits those shots, and that's another elimination for this duo that just continues to rack him up.
You know, I'm going to be real with you. Muzz and Bully can't be stopped here. Look at the loot that they have to work with. I think the only thing that could catch them off guard is a kinetic blade play from one of these teams, but considering that Bully and Muzz are already pushing in on the first solo player, it does not look good for others. Now, big shots coming through here for Bully, but DH going to be able to clean up some of the loot that they had left behind.
Yeah, just sitting there in the building, and if Muzz and I almost called him Mully or Buzzy. Either way, if they're not careful, they might accidentally walk right into this player. Likely they'll be able to make that change, make a quick adjustment to take the player down, but if they walk down there in the middle of a fight, this could be catastrophic.
This definitely could. So for Muzz and Bully, it just comes down to the next few moments here. Fletch and Tiger Rua are looking to challenge them. They said, you know what? We know you're close, but we don't care. We're better.
DHNK just happens to be surviving, thriving down there below, and we're trading shots back and forth. Shield Bubble's eating them all, and XC Sweaty appears to be the one that's going to win in this engagement if this fight happens right in front of him. Fletch now moving in. DHNK still just holding patiently, not exposing his position. The absolute insanity to sit there and not take a shot, but Bully is not going to hold on any longer. He gets one pump. Now Tiger Aura goes up. It's a 1v1, v1, v1 with 4 solos going around. XC Sweaty's going to take down. Oh, Muzz is going down. Tiger Aura gets them both. And now we have 3 players in the lobby.
Yeah, now it's down to the 1v1 here, folks. It's Tiger Rua who won the last game up against DH, and sure enough, he wins another. Can they be stopped?
Wow. Wow, this team. If we put them on camera, all they do is win, and it doesn't matter what.
I mean, honestly impressive, and that win may have just solidified their qualifying spot, so we'll have to wait and see how that affects the leaderboard here, because, again, this leaderboard is revolving as these games revolve, so it's going to be interesting to see how much of an impact that ends up playing there on the end of the day, but still, some Fortnite left to play. We got about 15 more minutes until these lobbies close up, and we see our final games, and curiously enough, we have potentially one more full game left.
Interesting. We'll probably watch 2, like a back half of 1, and then maybe one full one to walk us out of heat number 3. So interesting to watch as they continue to play, and we're gonna rock in straight to another one. Keep it rocking, keep it rolling, as we are jumping in here in the middle of a game, and look at that. There's 26 minutes and 11 seconds left, and we're tuning in with Alex DNA, and DNA, one of the teams that have been pretty aggressive about going after that floating POI.
And a little update for you all at home. We actually have 25 minutes left of gameplay. The reason for that, we started a little bit later today. So guess what? You might have thought that this action was coming to a close, but we got a little extra for you.
I like it. A little extra video games, always my favorite.
I agree. Especially when I get to video game with you, SPG.
Nice. Always loved a video game. Been playing quite a bit.
Yeah, every day, pretty much.
Yeah, I think we could be the next DreamHack Open champions, potentially FNCS champions, potentially global championship champions, potentially whatever you want to call it. I think we have what it takes to win it all, besides the skill and the actual ability.
I'm going to be real with you. The reason that we get put behind the desk is because we're probably in that exact position that you mentioned. And it's probably better to keep us right here, breaking down the action for all the lovely people at home.
And we do see a little fight going on over here. This is one of those spots that is a nice little arena for these two teams to be able to take a fight. And interesting, the team with the pulse rifle is the one that decides to disengage this. But I guess Mingo and Dom don't really have the opportunity to get on out of here without having one of those blades.
Yeah, I mean, look, the kinetic blade is everything here when it comes to trying to move and groove. So if you don't have one, you're at a massive disadvantage. But fortunately, the way that Chapter 4 Season 2 is played out, like, they are everywhere. You would have to essentially choose not to have one because they are just readily available across the map here for these players. So that's why you see a majority of the teams already having them in the inventory. But remember, the beginning of the day, what did I say was the team to watch closely? It was Nebs and Cease. Sure enough, that's the team now trying to take shots here at comeback day 2. And Kim.
Yeah, they've been sitting pretty. They had a great start and have continued to play pretty dang well as it's continued throughout the day. Unfortunate here for Prospering and Merrick. Does look like they go down. Loki and Ethans are able to get those elims, so they are right out in the open. And I think, yeah, that's Cease and Nebs saying, thank you very much. We will take that one. But yeah, Cease and Nebs had a pretty good start. Stayed in our top 12 and have continued to remain in qualifying position. Really good to see them there. Definitely two solid professionals that have been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, definitely some pros when it comes to the zero build scene, and so many talented people here. Not just them, but even looking at Reeks and Nalo here, and Blizzy and Jaxie there in the distance. I mean, so many. Honestly, proper teams. That's the way I'm going to say it. Proper teams. Teams that they just make so much sense together competing here in these next few moments. And curiously enough, potentially setting themselves up for a finals run here in Heat 4 is Blizzy and Jaxie. They are not quite in contention here for Heat number 3, but that could all change here going into the next set of games.
And they're sitting pretty right here on the edge of zone. Just waiting for teams to move right into them. And another team to take a look at is Fernie and Arctic. They are the last team that needs to make that rotate into, or out of, I should say, Mega City. We also see Bevies over there. He's all by himself. He's lost Pablo earlier in the game, so unfortunately for him, gonna have to clutch this up all by himself with some ice in his veins. We know he's got it.
Oh, he's got more than that. He's got the heart of a lion and the heart of a champion. And it doesn't matter if he loses his teammate. He is going to stay in. And that's what we're going to see here as Bevy's now just looking to stay alive. Another solo there just to the left. If he's in the right spot, he could potentially take it. But no, the better play, of course, just to stay out of harm's way.
And that's an interesting and smart little play by Bevies, knowing that since he's a solo, he's not going to take shots at a distance from players. So he might as well just use that extra slot for some extra heals and allow himself to tank a little storm and get optimal rotates here. But going back to Jaxie and Blizzy, this team is now in prime position to take this game. All they have to do is avoid having every player jump on them after they start an engagement, and right now they're doing a great job.
I mean, a great job is kind of an understatement. They have phenomenally held where they're at here so far, and it's going to continue depending on who challenges them. But looking down low, you see Flaffy still in this one, Vinji in this one as well. Mega, though, now we see the challenge. We talked about how teams potentially could challenge them, and sure enough, Mega, Knifer, looking to do just that.
Bevies is able to find himself an elim there, stay alive. He's tanking in Storm in that shield bubble, just waiting for the last moment to be able to get in, and I don't know that there's anyone that has a direct line on him. Bevies is going to throw down one of those shield bubbles, and it looks like Knifer and Mega want to play for this position. So while Jaxie does own the other side, this is their game to lose.
Yeah, it really comes down to how they play out these next few moments. And for Knifer and Mega, they are set up here with everything they could possibly need. The high ground, theirs. The loadout, theirs. And now all it comes down to is the final shot. Will it be theirs? to walk away with a spot. Bevies is going to go down there to Jaxie. Now Mega immediately pushing in. Despite Jaxie getting away, he is going to end up going down at the hands of Mega. And now the teams are on with 3 teams remaining. Knifer and Mega getting involved, taking shots there, potentially taking Reeks out. Reeks has gone down. Now it's a 2v1 here to finish it all off as Benji jumps in, hoping that he can make something happen, but no! Mega and Knifer finish off this game here in Lobby 2 to bring home another victory royale on the day.
That's solid from them. Not waiting for any opportunities to get thrown into their lap. They see the fight happening down below. They're like, we got to jump on this and take this game. What a dub from them. We've seen them play so much better today.
We definitely have, and the improvements are definitely showing through, and that's kind of what Heat 1 and 2 are all about, right? It gives you a little bit of extra practice to prepare for the competition that you're going head-to-head against.
And you see just a bunch of these elims rolling through. I mean, so many of these teams that we've pretty consistently been able to watch have been slaying out, putting themselves in contention to get up there on the leaderboard, and it's such a challenge now. We're in the last game, maybe 2. As we roll in for these teams, we'll watch more than that, but for these teams, you may only get one more game with about 20 minutes left in the queues. And it's all a matter of what you can do now. It's a tough time to decide, okay, how exactly am I going to play this? And Mega, Knifer, they've chosen to take it into their hands.
Yeah, I mean, the aggressive playstyle of Mega and Knifer here is uncommon for them, but exciting to watch. And seeing Mega be able to clutch it up there in that final moment of that game, it's exciting. Reminiscent of the old Mega Dubs days that we used to see in the past.
Ooh, that's a throwback. Not really, because they used to play together up until last year, so it's been a long time.
Early Mega Dubs plays.
Ooh, the early. It's still a throwback, right? A year. The game's been out 5 years. Either way, it's a decent amount of time.
That it is. But speaking of time, we got to take a quick break before we get into the last part of the action. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back. The time has come. Who will walk away with Heat 3's 10 or 12 qualification spots to the finals tomorrow? We know Epic Whale and Reet sitting high and mighty at the top of the leaderboard with 417 points. But some of these other spots still up for grabs, SVG.
They are. We're already getting up into those 320s. Looks like Knifer and Mega, Bully and Muzz. I'd say those two are pretty safe as well based on previous estimates. Thoric and Blur, I think, are right there on the edge of what I would be nervous about and not necessarily sure that I want to wait and see how things play out. And then everyone else still has work to do. I don't think 330 is going to be enough. There's a lot of teams right on their heels continuing to play games, continuing to make plays, and it's all going to come down to this last match or two.
Yeah, like you said, it comes down to the next few moments here because we only have about 15 minutes left for these competitors to try and make something of their games. As we dive into the last few games of the day, some of those competitors that need to step up, Bizzle Blake. It's one of the top teams that I mentioned initially going into Heat number 3. Sadly, find themselves in 31st.
Hey, there's still time. One solid match can make it happen. You drop a 20 bomb, and you know what? I used to think, okay, if you're asking for a 20 bomb in your last game, it's not going to happen. But I think I've now seen at least 2 separate teams drop about a 50 bomb in a duo cash cup for their last game and qualify for finals. So, Scented Cold did it yesterday, a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
Tayson Mustache, I believe, dropped a 49 bomb in their last game to win and qualify. So, I mean, I'm not saying
anything's possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's probably not going to be possible here for Moonshot, though. You see the elimination feed is already ticking away, and that's kind of what we anticipate here going into these final games. I believe it's going to get a little bit more aggressive as teams are looking desperately for their final shots, and other teams are realizing that maybe they can get into another lobby if they go down, so they're taking more risks than they typically would, and that's when the action really starts to heat up.
We do see a lot of teams now. I feel like Mega City is starting to be a little hotter than it was at the beginning of the tournament as teams begin to walk over and land here, knowing that there's likely a few teams here, and if we can get aggressive, we can get a few elims off spawn. This is going to catapult us into having that massive game that we're looking for.
Yeah, that's all it takes. Here's a massive game to finish it off. We got to watch yesterday what was 4 teams vying for the win in the final game of the day. Could we see a similar situation today here, SPG?
Oh, 100%. I think this last game, especially because we have less players, we're really only running 2, maybe a 3rd lobby at a time. So there is definitely opportunities to see one last game become the biggest game of them all and really decide who is going to qualify and who won't.
One game to rule them all. You're supposed to say one game to find them. Come on.
I was just going to let that like marinate right there because you
that's
just threw
crazy.
out a reference that I really appreciated. So
I know you did. That's why I did it for you.
Oh, and I screwed it up. All right. Try it again.
One game to rule them all.
One game to find them.
Hey, let's go.
One game to qualify for DreamHack San Diego Finals featuring Fortnite.
Hey, now we get the full effect there. As wait, Epic Whale on the back foot needs to heal up here, and it's Benji and Check-In just pushing in. But you know, Epic Whale they've already qualified on. That game didn't necessarily matter as much, so probably we're a little bit more lackadaisical with the way that they played that.
Yeah, they don't really need to do anything. Like, I saw a couple people just, decided we qualified in time, and we don't necessarily need to play out our last game. And those two are in a similar situation at this point where they could definitely just pump the brakes and play if they want to, or don't play if they don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's up to you at this point. If you got 417 points in 5 games, you're good. There's no way that 11 other teams, or 12 technically other teams, get ahead of you, to be real. So they're pretty much heading on to the finals, or guaranteed to the finals. But now some of the teams like our fan favorites in Loki and Ethan's here going for it. Again, Loki and Ethan fans rise here, as this could be a big game for them if they can get this fight against Chicken.
Definitely could be a big game. Loki and Ethan's continuously being shown love within the chat. And now they're going to show some love to Chinese Chicken here in a second if they can catch him out. But Benji says, hold up, I'm getting involved here. I'm going to make sure you're not taking out my teammate. Bam, down he goes. And now it looks like Ethan and Loki able to clean this one up. And there it is, Ethan's grabbing that one.
There it is. Loki and Ethan doing exactly what the chat has been waiting for, and that is clutching up and staying alive here in this game. Curiously enough, I want to see what they can continue to do. Remember, they are not only fan favorites, but they are still in contention for the possibility of walking away with a qualifying spot.
And now we see Mellow Dubs and Lemon getting involved. Elevated seems to be the first one that goes in. Now it's Ty and Aaron Fox going down as well. Both players meet the same fate, as well as a couple of elims there for Mellow Dubs.
Mellow Dubs, our boy. We were talking about him before, and he continues to shine here on the big stage alongside his teammate in Lemon. Lemon is not somebody that I personally have followed too much here, SBG. How about you?
I can't say I have.
That's the exciting thing about DreamHacks. You always get to learn about new players and the big things that they're doing here. And speaking of big things, they're going for the vault. They want the key card, and they're going to be able to take out the henchmen to do it. But you see, look there in the distance. It is Matt Bruh waiting right there at the spot. And sure enough, Lemon didn't get caught off guard. While he did end up taking a little bit of damage, he still was able to slip away. So hopefully Mellow Dubs will be able to do the same here, and they could just go back for the vault a little bit later.
Yeah, there's so much loot here, so it's not really a problem. Whether they spend a little bit or able to get an elim there, it shouldn't really matter. What should matter, though, is Ethan and Loki now about to get jumped on. They got the vault open. They have their Mythic Havoc pump shotgun, but they don't have the time unless somehow, miraculously, they do have time to pick up Loki. And it does look like nobody's going to put that pressure on. It's just going to be the wild cards.
And the wild cards are the ones that bring the most excitement. Knifer going to be able to get the knock there onto Leo. Mega left now as a solo. He needs a big game here, too, to solidify his spot. Fusion could potentially take it, and he does. Fusion turns around what was a few rough fights that we got to watch to take out one of our top 12 teams.
Love to see that. A little bit of underdog rise up here in one of these last few games. And Leo, Fusion, able to successfully win the off spawn at Citadel, get themselves a couple of elims here, and move on through as we continue to play out some of the most important games. Prospering's chasing down a duo as they're trying to run away, and it does look like Prospering has found this duo. He needs his teammate Marok to come through, and Marok is going to come through, but then Prospering dives out. This is a tough combination for the two as they keep going in and out, trying to figure out how exactly they want to take this fight.
Yeah, it's kind of funny here for Prospering and Merrick. You see Prospering kind of duck out because he thinks his teammate's not there, and then Merrick is already in there, now having to fight kind of as a solo for a second, but fortunately immediately able to get out yet again. So that's the beauty of the kinetic blade. In and out you go, which keeps these fights going just a little bit longer.
That's the beauty of you.
Well, thanks. You know, you're pretty handsome yourself.
Oh, shucks.
Listen, you only get this kind of top-tier commentary from Life with Panda and Somebody's Gun. So make sure that you type in chat, we love Merrick and Prospering, because honestly, we love them too.
That's right. And if you say that in chat or you talk about Loki or Ethan's, we absolutely know that is all for us. It has nothing to do with the players. Yeah, definitely going to make some people super happy with that one. Nonetheless, Iro and Matt bruh is now looking to hold it down here at Bastion. They were the team camping the vault, but Loki and Ethans are coming in saying, what's up? I ain't gonna be low-key about this one. I'm gonna hit some shots, bruh.
Ooh.
Down he goes, Matt bruh with the big shot, and down goes Iro. Now it's up to Matt bruh. Can he make it happen? No, he can't. That's Ethans.
Ethans and Loki clutch it up again to take out another duo in Brutal Bastion.
Success. Very nice.
I got to give them the hype. Listen, I know there are some big Ethans and Loki fans, so you know every time they come on the screen, I got to give them that little extra hype.
Hey, they're clutching it up. This game is seeming to be theirs. So, let's see. I expect them. I don't want to say it. Never mind. Not gonna give them the caster curse. Not happening today because I've had very little luck with those. So they don't want me to say that they were going to win the game, and I don't want to say it either.
Listen, what I will say is there's only 3 minutes left here for these games to continue to roll. The last lobby will go in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So if you're one of these players like Justin and Tarif who need a massive game, but unsure if you're going to be able to do it here in the game that you're currently in, now's the time to make a mistake, get back to the lobby, and qualify for the last one, because only one more game to go before this is all over for the day of Heat 3.
Go quick look.
There's a Heat 4 after this.
Yeah, we do. And we have the wonderful Caster Lash coming in along with Jacob MVPR.
Jacob MVPR. The man, listen, if you ever want to look at someone who has done it all in esports, that's the man. So check him out. Coming in Heat 4. Lots more DreamHack open action here featuring Fortnite. You already know the vibes. While Heat 3 is coming to a close, Heat 4 is almost getting ready to get started.
Yeah, they're revving their engines right there for Heat 4, but we still got lots of games to play. Oh, yeah. More car noises. You got this.
No, that's it. That's all you're getting. You're not getting no more.
Okay. Next time.
I promise. Next time.
Now we see Tarif, Justin making their way through. Lots of open space to travel through, and smartly holding their kinetic blade uses. That way, in case something goes wrong, they're able to quickly get out of this area. And you see they found their next target. Raikou, right over there by the gas station, is now in their sights.
Yeah, you see in the distance, Raikou just hanging out as a solo. Actually, his teammate is now coming into the fold, but for a second there, it was just him. And Tarif and Justin kind of missed the gateway to take an easier fight, but I don't think it matters because they already got his teammate down, and now they look to return it as Tarif goes down. Justin left as a solo, wants to do something, and he does, taking out Raikou to finish it off, but Raikou still has 50 seconds left to get into one last game.
That was almost an amazing clutch. If he was able to take both of them down after getting jumped on, I would have been very, very impressed.
Same. I would have too. I mean, it genuinely was one of those potential clutch moments, but when you're going up head-to-head with Tarif and Co., I mean, it's a tough fight to take.
I mean, any 2v1 is tough. Just got to respect the efforts at times. So now we get to see we're going more towards Mega City. This will be interesting to see how these play out. Very vertical end games when we're playing here at Mega City. Tough spot to be in if you're not one of the teams that can claim a building or one of these massive hills. So we'll see. Can any of these teams find themselves in prime position, or will they suffer the fates of everyone else?
I mean, that's the question here. How will this continue to play out here in the final moments? Because remember, this is it here, folks. Blizzy and Jaxie, this is their final game. No more games will continue to roll after this one for them, but you never know. This could be, it's not necessarily the last game for everybody here in the competition, but definitely the last one here for Blizzy and Jaxie as he looks to connect a beautiful snipe there onto an unsuspecting player, but not going to be able to connect it quite yet.
Yeah, that dude was just trying to deliver some pizza down below, and Blizzy's was trying to snipe him. It's a tough world out there, man. When you're just delivering pizzas, getting sniped at, can't do anything nowadays.
Yeah, but you know what you can do? You can hype up Loki and Ethan's getting another elimination onto Fletch, who honestly is one of those players that I definitely think can qualify there in heat number 4, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it here in heat number 3.
Let me try and see. Let's scout the leaderboards. So they might be able to, actually, Mr. Panda. They are currently sitting in 19th place. They are...
But that was their last game. There's no more lobbies to roll.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were talking about Loki and Ethan's. I retract my statement and refer you to my
I was
lawyer.
talking about Fletch. But Loki and Ethan's 100% can qualify with a massive game here. Because like you said, they are in 19th place, which means they are currently... Actually, they just got up to 17th place. Live update right now. 312 points is where they're at right now. If they get into the 330-point range, they could take one of those top 12 spots.
It's already looking like you're going to need more than 330. So with our final queue just starting about, let's say, 2-3 minutes ago, it's going to be very close. And hopefully we're going to watch that final game play out as well, because as we know from our last heat together in heat number 1, it's for all the marbles. Whoever wins that game could very well qualify themselves to the finals, and I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait either, because it really comes down to the final moments of Blizzy now going down here. And of course, it's Tarif, the zero build pro himself, commonly known for his performances in Twitch Rivals events here in the DreamHack stage, looking to solidify a spot. But with Jaxie still on the hunt, he is not quite safe yet.
Not yet at all, and he's gonna look to run away, but the further he runs, the more likely he's going to be running into another player. And Jaxie gonna sit down here, find a nice corner, a nice little spot to hang out in. It's not a great position to be in playing as a solo in these games, but you know what? He could do it.
Wait, is it the legend? Toastiest Waffles and Sacred going in to fight Tarif and Justin. Sacred is going to go down, which means Justin and Tarif are going to be able to solidify another set of elimination points. But with Toastiest Waffles there in the distance, it could be a potential fight they don't want to take. However, the way that Tarif is scouting, they don't want it to end quite yet.
Definitely not. They do want to take advantage, though, of all these players in the lobby. Looking to close out one more of them. Down goes Moody, but Justin also goes down as well. Who will hit the shot? Both players looking for the right-hand peek. That's going to be Tarif hitting the shots. And that's a 14 elimination game on the docket for these two. Tarif making sure he's a little healthier just in case somebody jumps on him. And that's going to be another duo in the box.
And here's a duo battling it out on there, and of course it is Ethan's going to be able to pick up both Prospering and Merrick, which means Ethan and Loki are still just dominating this final game of the day.
Ethan's.
Let's go! Don't worry, if the chat wasn't hyping them up enough, you got two casters here to do the same thing.
And they're continuing to push themselves up the leaderboards here. Each elim is going to be huge for them. Not only is it those 3 points per elimination, but it's also going to be less players getting points, and then also placement points for every spot that goes down. So these guys looking nice and pretty for what appears to be their final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, while this is a very close game for them to finish on, and they have some serious eliminations on the board, it could be enough. I'm trying to look to see where Tarif and his teammate are kind of landing here on the leaderboard, and they're in 23rd with this current game active, which means, and they only have 288 points. This would have to be the win with probably another 5 eliminations probably, and that would still be pushing it. So it's going to be close to see if they can qual, but if they don't qual in this one, they at least have some things to work on and go into the next one and potentially walk away with it in Heat 4.
Yeah, at least, hey, they're showing promise. So, like, worst case scenario, they've kind of figured out, okay, here's what the formula is for us to qualify in this heat. But I'm sure that they're looking to qualify in this heat. And, you know, all you got to do is win the game. Nice and easy. No challenge whatsoever. There's only, let's say, 11 other players left in the lobby for them. Take down all 11, win the game, and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, but the job's not done. Job's not done. This is like Game 3 NBA Finals. They're just looking to finish this up. While this might be an important game for them to finish on, this isn't the last game of the entire competition, because remember, there's still a Heat 4 for some of the competitors that don't qualify on, and then, of course, the finals tomorrow. So still lots of competition to go on. But now we see another fight taking place with Ethan and Loki. But no, this could not be going in their favor, as Ethan now completely out of this one as Ars picks up the elimination. But Loki jumps on his head. But no, it doesn't finish strong, as Loki and Ethan are going to be out of their final game.
Loki and Ethan go down. So on the one hand, if you're a fan of Loki and Ethan, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get enough points in this match. But at the same time, that means you get to watch another heat full of Loki and Ethan.
That's true. And honestly, based on the performance that we're seeing them finish here with this game, I don't see them not qualifying in heat number 4. Like, listen, I would be outraged if they don't qualify there in heat number 4, because honestly, they're probably some of the strongest zero build players that we've seen, for sure, and throughout this competition. So they had a big clutch turnaround here in the second half, but sadly, probably not qualifying here in this heat. But don't worry, Heat 4 is right around the corner, of course, with Jacob, PR, and Lash bringing you that action. And so you'll get more of Ethan and Loki to finish off the day. Don't you worry.
They were just doing it for the fans, man. That's all it was. They knew the fans needed more Loki and Ethan, and that's exactly what they deliver. Now we do see Ars and Dala in a great position to win this game. If they continue to pull these zones, they won't even have to move off of this position. But now already putting some shots down below, as they do see that duo is over there. And I assume they're hearing some shots down on the other side, trying to get some damage on those players as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to be close here as this finishes out. Just a few players remaining in this lobby. Tanka looking to get involved, though. His teammate getting involved ahead of him, and with the storm taken away as well, he does end up getting an elimination onto another player, but unfortunately, that causes his teammate to be completely out of this one.
Hey, his teammate got him in Elim, though, got the placement points, and that's about as much as you can ask for. We have 2 players up on the ultimate high ground, one solo shifting and shifting in the mid ground, and then we have another duo all the way down below. Everyone will be forced out of the buildings. It is only free open space in this next zone. Let's find out who will be able to take it.
Yeah, it's going to be close down to the wire, but of course, Dala, Ars have the best positioning possible for these next final moments, and Justin and Tarif actually baiting the shots there. Brilliant play there with the kinetic blade, trying to bait where this team is, and fortunately now scouting out where they need to go to find the next layer of coverage, and should actually be the time to force Ars and Dala off the high ground and potentially even the playing field.
And they are going to go immediately for the front side, preemptively throwing down that shield bubble. I thought the first one was a little quick, but I do like that in order to get some information. Now the zone is going to force down the players, and we see Ars and Dala preemptively, a little pre-fire of the shield bubble, making sure that they can use that as best as possible. Now we see Tarif and Justin just waiting for their opportunity. They will be forced to move here. As much as they want to stay behind that wall, it won't happen. The final player goes down to Storm, so no elims going over. And then Ars, Dala, the final 2v2.
It comes down to this, folks. The last two, Tarif and Justin, which almost had it all, unfortunately going to go down as Dala and Ars end up picking these final two eliminations up here in this game. But surprise, folks, you thought it was done? Well, guess what? We have one final game to finish off heat number 3.
Another one. Here we go. It is time for all of the marbles here in heat number 3. If you were close, if you already thought you qualified, you're now on the verge. It's no longer anyone's game. This is the only game. You must win it or you're sent home. That's not true, but it sounded cool.
But it did sound pretty good. And I'm actually getting word here. So Epic Whale and Reet were in this game, but Epic Whale out in 43rd.
That's okay. They're just giving everybody else a shot. They got first place locked in. They got the SPG guess of the day and seem to have been right for 2 out of 2 heats.
Yeah, I mean, hey, looking at the chat here, I see all the love coming in for Loki and Ethan, and we sending some love to good luck in heat number 4 to you guys, but for players like Benji and Chicken, heat number 3 is not quite over yet.
Not at all. And what we got to look for, guys, is trying to find out which team is reaching that top 12. It currently sits at 330 points. There are 6 teams in our top 12 in this game. One of them you're looking at right now, Knifer and Mega, sitting in 3rd place. Then we have Thoric and Blur sitting in 4th. Jason and Anon in 7th. Noah and Replays in 8th. Sizz and Degen in 9th. And then our 12th place team definitely need to make something happen here in this game. Nebs and Cease, because there are several teams right below them on the leaderboards looking for a small opening.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in quality finishes here to everything going on, and Kirby looking to make a really big play here. He's got one knock, looking to get the last one there, and it's Oliver OG just barely slipping away into the trees and actually is going to be able to escape this one. Wait. Oh, I thought for a second that he was down to the fall damage, and sure enough, the bubbles coming out. He said, you know what, I'm probably not going to be able to live this one, so I'm just going to use all my resources.
Oh my goodness. I swore that we were about to get a meme style of moment right there with him going down to fall damage. I'm glad we didn't, right? I'd much rather him go down under somebody else's weapons, but a little tough one there. Hector and Kirby need a pretty big game here in the final game. They're about 50, 60 points behind Qual, so not only do they need a bunch of elims, but they need the dub as well.
Yeah, the win is what's going to solidify it all for them. But I think Venji and Chicken are looking to challenge them. They said, you know what? I know the value of that floating POI. I know the value of what is up there. So they may begin to challenge them here shortly. And so Mega and Knifer need to be very, very careful how they play this out.
Definitely do. And you see them already starting to slow this down, heal up as much as you can, but getting a little bold here, just using that shield keg right in the open. We see players rifting above. Conlu going right at Knifer here. This might be an interesting play. Does hit some shots, and yeah. See ya.
See ya. That is tough. See, this is what I'm saying. Even if you have what looked like a comfortable spot there on this floating POI that Mega and Knifer had, you're not safe. Especially when you got players like Venji and Chicken looking to challenge you for it.
And they're getting after it. They must know that they need a pretty big game in order to qualify. So they're just playing super aggressive. Now they're going to have the pulse rifles as well. Luckily for Knifer and Mega, that lost fight doesn't really cost them anything. They should qualify through either way. So if anything, gives them a little more time on the rest of this day to go enjoy sweet, sunny San Diego. Now, there are plenty of other teams. One team I'm looking at in particular is going to be Clap. I just almost put together two names again. Casker and Clarity G. They are 7 points behind Nebs and Cease, both of them in this match. And actually, never mind. Casker and Clarity G have been eliminated, so ignore me.
Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. I'm looking at how close this leaderboard is in the final moments. For example, Venji and Chicken currently sitting at 302 points. So if they win this game with, let's say, 5 eliminations, they surpass 12th place, which is Cease and Nebs currently with 330 points. But Cease and Nebs are still in the game as well, so they're in this game. So it just tells you that this is going to be a close finale here to see who qualifies on to the finals in Heat 3 and who's forced to play Heat 4.
This is a tough rotate here for High is goated. Goated on the sticks or keyboard and mouse. No one will know. In a good spot, though, regardless. Would love to see his teammate, but pretty central to the zone, having the opportunity to rotate ahead. Should be in a good position here, and it looks like Mezzo's going to go down. The 0 build goat gets him. That's going to be Blur and Thoric taking down those elims, and this is a team right there in the middle of qualifying.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say Thoric and Blur should be walking away with the qualification spot despite whatever happens in the remainder of this game. But you genuinely never know because there are still quite a few players up. Like we said, Nebs and Cease are still in it. Benji Chicken are still in it. Hector and Kirby are kind of on the threshold and still in the game. So some of these players could come in and easily disrupt what we know the top 12 to be right now. But it really boils down to this final game here, as Sim and DH are still in it, surprisingly enough, after losing one of the teammates early.
Searching around, scooting around, getting themselves in a nice little position here. And we see Nebs and Cease playing this one a little more carefully. They can see the leaderboard just like we can, and are playing this patiently, waiting for their opportunity to rotate in. Trying to stay as alive as long as possible and just like soak in all those placement points as everybody now starts to slow down. We were playing quite aggressive early, but now there's probably only 2 teams in this lobby that are jumping on everybody.
2 teams, super active, but teams like P-God and Ale King just playing what they can. And curiously enough, let me look. I don't know where P-God lies on the leaderboard. This is kind of a surprising development because P-God has been pretty consistent as far as 0 build and just standard competition goes, but no, finding himself in 65th place as of right now, only with 216 points. So a bit of a cautious play here for Ale King and P-God. They kind of need to put their pedal to the metal here because unfortunately, otherwise, they just won't have any chance of qualifying.
Yeah, but it looks like they're driving a minivan this game, so doesn't really matter how much you put the pedal down. It ain't really going to go that much faster at the end of the day.
Hey, listen, I was trying to give them some extra gas, not give them a vehicle that uses extra gas, okay? Look, honestly, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but Cease and Nebs probably the big contenders here to walk away with a qualification spot at the end of this game.
And I think they've pretty much all but done everything they need to. Unfortunately for them, it's been a while since they've had anyone actually get eliminated, so as long as they've been sitting in the storm, they're really not gaining much from everyone else fighting because there really isn't anyone else fighting. We've had 17 players now for several minutes, and the only 2 that seem to be playing any somewhat aggressive are these 2, but just as I say there's no aggression happening, it's the 2 teams that are being aggressive. Venji going at it. Hector needs to hit the big shots. Down goes Kirby. Can Hector do something crazy? No, he can't. Chicken and Venji continue to slay through this lobby.
Wow. I'm going to be real with you. Based on that right there, that puts them into the top 20. And Venji and Chicken still could potentially walk away with a qualification spot. I mean, this is really going to be a tight game here to the final moments. All depends on how these next 8 teams play the remainder of the game.
And they really need to get as many elims as possible because, oh, jeez, more are coming. That's Gloomy jumping on P-God and Ale King. Down he goes. P-God diving in the storm, trying to play as much placement as possible here. And he should find a nice little corner to be able to hide. But right now, what needs to happen for Chicken and Venchi, they need to find Cease and Nebs, because otherwise Cease and Nebs are just going to keep getting placement points, and that gap is not going to close.
Yeah, the gap's going to be a tough one to fill here. But for Blur and Thoric, they're looking to do it. They're looking to eliminate the remainder of these players and solidify not only their spot here in the top 12 because they've pretty much qualified, but they're hunting. Not only are they hunting for 4th or 3rd, they're hunting for 1st. And if they have a massive game here to finish off the day, they could easily take it.
Definitely can. We'll see who can take this game, though, as we're running out of players to fight in these. This lobby has thinned itself out quite quickly. Sorry, I just sneezed. Pika and Gloomy right in that building, getting pressured, though, by Blur in the distance.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be everything here as the last bits of cover surrounding the area are beginning to dwindle down, with this zone primarily being a water zone. You see a lot of open areas for these players to try and rotate through, but unfortunately, if you're not using the kinetic blade in partnership with some of the existing cover, you could easily get eliminated, especially with players like Blur Antics and Thoric, who just know how to hit their shots.
They've been hitting pretty much everything that they can find in this lobby at the moment, putting pressure on, and Blur, Thoric find themselves right here on the edge of zone. Not a ton to be able to hide behind, but look at Cease and Nebs just in a perfect position to continue soaking up these points and have pretty much all but secured this qualification.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically theirs for the taking, and the longer they survive, the more they just solidify the position that they're in. But now, though, we see Blur, Thoric just continuing to eliminate any cover, any protection for these other players so that they can just finish this up quickly and easily. But no way did we see a nice little flick there from Blur with the sniper rifle. I mean, honestly, if I'm the remainder of this lobby and I'm hearing these shots connect, I'm getting a little worried.
Yeah, or I'm jumping on that team that's starting to hit them. It looks like Chicken and Venji have found the next team in their sights, initially wanting to avoid that, but now as soon as the shield bubble goes down, we actually see Benji get beamed up really quickly. So not going to be able to take as much advantage of this as they wanted to. Now going to have to look for something else. Venji has plenty of time, but time is not on their side. Elims are what they need. They're waiting to get healthy here and just going to choose to play and rotate in the zone. They found the solo. That's high ground is goated. He gets bopped by both players, and that is going to be what they need. Nebs and Cease go down. Now it's up to Venji and Chicken to make something happen. Blur Antics gets tagged up big. Chicken goes down. Can Venji hit the shots? This is the final elims of the game.
And it is all down to this. Venji could win it, but no, falls in second place as Flaws cleans up the last one with a flawless victory here to finish off heat number 3. Wow. The teams that needed to win, none of them walked away with it.
Do you think they did enough? Did Chicken and Venji do enough to qualify?
Here's a little hint. From what I can tell, it may have been enough. It's very close. Venji and Chicken could potentially walk away with this one by a mere 2 points, but it's going to be close here. Nothing is solidified as of right now. I'm curious how this is going to finalize as Heat 3 has now come to a close.
Hey, if this happens once again, where a team that doesn't win but did enough in that last game to qualify in the very last moments, it's going to be a crazy streak that we're on. Multiple times in heats, it comes down to the last few shots, who they go to, whose face they're in, and exactly what the placement looks like. Man, it's been such a crazy day here in heat number 3, and we still have a whole nother heat to come with Caster Lash and Jacob about to break it down. Oh, look at these leaderboards. Those are the fan favorites. Ethan and Loki, unfortunately, going down, but the replays from an incredible day, Panda.
An incredible day indeed, and no better dance partner than you, my friend, to finish this off here. To watch Epic Well and retake this top spot. The boys holding it down, and unfortunately, they were being a little bit too aggressive maybe there in the final games, but it didn't matter because they solidified easily the top spot. But it's the other spots that I'm curious about how it finishes out. Could Ars and Dala be one of those teams that were able to dislodge another team from the top 12 with this win, or will there be other teams that could easily and quite quickly take the final spots. Chicken and Benji, another contender, potentially taking it by just a few points.
I'm not even looking. I'm just gonna wait until this leaderboard's ready, so that way, just genuine reactions here. I want to see who is able to take Heat 1, and if any of these teams that fought for these final moments were able to do enough. 18 elims in a second place, that is an absolutely massive game. That is like not just a small, okay, we somewhat got us there. We like maybe did it. That is a huge game by Venji and Chicken, and props to them for knowing they needed to do something special and then just trying, regardless of if they qualified or not. Just putting that attempt out there is all you can ask for.
It is all you can ask for. But now, all that you all at home have been asking for. Who walked away with the 12 spots of the day? Epic Whale and Reet, as we knew, taking top spot. Bully, Muzz there in second. Knifer and Mega in third. But there it is. One of the first teams that we saw in that final game, Thoric and Blur Antics, walking away in fourth place.
Yeah, we see a couple of duos that we expected to qualify. Kanata, Agers, nice to see them. Jason, Anon, Vortex, and Axe Force. And look at 10th place. Veggie and Chicken.
They did it.
They qualified in the last game.
No way.
Actually, a good bit, too. That wasn't even as close as we thought.
No, I thought it was when I checked last, they were in 12th place, holding it just barely above Nebs and Cease. And sure enough, Nebs and Cease also doing enough to claim the top spot. Sad, though, to see Thatch and Pamsu right there in 13th place, down by just 4 points.
Yeah, and we do see the fan favorites, Ethan and Loki, falling 11 points short of qualifying. But if we saw anything from them here in heat number 3, we know they're coming back even stronger in heat number 4, because there's now more spots to qualify. In heat number 4, you're going to get 14 instead of 12 teams qualifying to the finals. So it's your last shot. The boys, Jacob and Lash, are about to break it down. And Panda, it's been a great day to cast with you.
It's been a great day to cast with you as well. Again, while Heat 3 comes to a close, this is not the end of the Fortnite action for you all today, as Heat 4 is right around the corner, as mentioned, with Jacob and Caster Lash. So make sure to stay tuned for that. But again, make sure to go follow SPG. The man has been incredible on the mic here and an incredible dance partner to be with. And for all of you at home, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And we can't wait to see how the DreamHack Opens featuring Fortnite continue to play out. But until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus in Heat 4. Peace, everyone.
to go through highs and lows. Hold on, you know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. Night and
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite taking place in beautiful San Diego, California. We've just witnessed 3 total heats of qualifying action to go through, and now there's one more last hope opportunity for these duos to punch their ticket into the finals. Caster last year joined alongside the wonderful Jacob_MVPR. Jacob, my guy, are you ready?
I'm born ready, happy to be here. I'm playing a game of musical chairs myself, reflections yesterday. I'm joined with you today. You talk about how am I feeling? How are you feeling gracing not only the DreamHack stage, but one of the biggest stages of them all? This is the road to Gamers 8, a $2 million in-person event later this year.
Exactly. Big time hype arising for all of the action. Hey, it's a pleasure to have the debut here with not only yourself, who had your debut yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, all firm handshakes around.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a doozy and a wild ride for us to go through. You talked about the 3 different heats. We've seen 36 duo teams qualify up until this point. And unlike the 3 heats prior, there's going to be 14 teams getting a chance, the last chance, to punch their ticket into that $250,000 final going down tomorrow. And honestly, you got to think, for a lot of these teams, that mental game is going to play a huge role in their role, because they had those 3 chances and they failed up until this point. So the ones that I feel like are mentally tough are going to have the best chances.
That's right. And we've seen a extra close fine wire throughout the past 3 heats of competition, where we saw in the final moments, hey, that leaderboard is so tight where, unfortunately, they go dropping down in the final moments of those games where they just needed that little bit of extra boost to jump up to the top.
Yeah, and honestly, I think in every single one of our heats as well, we've seen that very last game that we do show on stream says so much. There's so much important going down into it, because the format is a little bit different than some other qualifications that we've seen before. It's as many games as you could play in those 3 hours, but it's your best 5 games that count. So it's kind of like really interesting to see. It's not necessarily always how you start. You have a couple bad games in the beginning, you can still make up for it because it's those 5 games, those best 5 points. And honestly, you got to see those photo finishes that we've seen with players, Blake and Bizzle being one of them, even though they didn't qualify yesterday in the final game. If they would have won out, they would have qualified, just like Fluger and YouTube, and a couple of our other teams did get the chance to see.
That's right, and you discussed format, so why don't we take a look and get a little bit of a refresher of what exactly the format is looking like for this event, as we see a lot of that placement scale based off the eliminations. I mean, plus 3 points for an elimination is absolutely massive when it comes down to these points here for the heats.
Yeah, to me, it's almost like a good balance. If you're brave enough to go for those eliminations, and honestly, if you look at a lot of the teams that did place in the top 12 for each and every one of those heats, they kind of had that similar thing of they got aggressive when it mattered. They got the important eliminations, but there were a few of those teams, a couple of them I could probably count on one hand throughout all 3 heats combined. It was those placement points. First place gets you 60 points overall, so finding that right balance of eliminations and overall placement is absolutely huge, because we're fighting for $250,000 prize pool.
That's right, that massive $250,000 prize pool, not only for this DreamHack Open, but also for Dallas as well as DreamHack Summer, all leading up to the Gamers 8 finals. And right here, as we take a look, $45,000 up for that first place spot, all the way cascading down towards that 50th marker, all the way jumping in between a few hundred to a few $1,000s each top 5, top 10 placement.
Yeah, you can kind of see it. 50th place gets $1,000. So I think anything inside of the top 6, maybe even the top 7, get about $4,000 each for your efforts. And then anybody inside of the top 10, that's honestly, you got to be looking at the big picture of things. Money is fine and dandy. You can go ahead and line your pockets with even more bread, but a chance at that $2 million event for Gamers 8 later this year, to where you can line your pockets with even more money. And it's about those accolades, the bragging rights, to say that you're one of the best players in the world when it comes to Fortnite.
That's right, and Speaking of all of the heats that we've gone through, let's take a little bit of a journey back here as we go straight over to heat number 1. Now, this is where we saw Queasy and Vino take away that top spot as they just show, hey, we're the best no matter what the game mode. You know you're going to see them at the top of the leaderboard, and they showed it. But you see players like Cammy and Seti that made it on through as well, as you may have seen the FNCS Invitational. Hey, maybe we see a little bit of repeat based off of those heat number 1 qualifiers. As we jump on over, though, Jacob, heat 2.
Yeah, I got to cast this one myself, and this is where I would say you got a lot of nail-biter finishes, a lot of people kind of playing well in their last 2 games to kind of qualify, Tripper and Scram being one of them. In 9th place, 10th place, Fluger and YouTube OPT. Great, valiant efforts. You have Alex all the way from OCE sneaking as well in that 12th place, but I'm even looking at the top of the leaderboard. Duke and Edgy, Crackly and Ocus kind of dominated throughout the entirety of the heat to kind of get to that point.
But, folks, you may have just seen it just in the last few hours where we saw Epic Whale and Reed, the kings, or former kings of NA West, taking away that first place spot, qualifying them to the finals. But we also saw some other NA West hometowners up there at 4th in Thork and Blur. Thork being an FNCS champion just this past season, making their way through. But we also see some EU homies coming through for Vortexers and Axe Force.
Yeah, we even kind of have that combination of regions. You talked about some West players, you talked about some EU, that C-Snebs combination from NA and EU combining to kind of barely make it in that 12th spot. And they got scared 2 times in a row. Yesterday in heat number 3, in their final game, they went down early inside of the top 12, but slowly but surely they fell outside of it, having to go today again in that heat number 3. Luckily for them this time, again, they went down early inside of the top 12, but for them, they got themselves just enough points in those top 5 games that they played to kind of inch themselves that 12th place spot and not have to go again in 12th number 4. You got to imagine what that's going to do to a lot of the team's nerves going into these final games.
The mentality will have to be extremely tough. But Jacob, I want to ask you, is the mentality going to be tough for your possible prediction? I mean, we've seen 3 heats of action already. Now's the last chance. Does your prediction, do they have the fire underneath them to do it?
I do believe so. I think a lot of the teams that kind of place in the top 20, so to say, and not counting those top 12, so we'll talk about the top 30 to kind of extend it even further because the top 12 already earned their spot into the finals. I think they have the best chances, but they need to realize the situation that they're in. 36 of the top teams are not playing in this final heat, so you go ahead and think about it that you can go ahead and get aggressive. You can take advantage of a lot of different scenarios, but at the end of the day, you got to play exactly how you practice to get up into this point, and you got to think in theory, if you placed outside of that top 36 in each one of those heats, or I should say the top 12, then you have the best chances to kind of do what you did to get into this point. And you got to see the switch up from some of these teams as landing spots kind of open up and kind of different strategies and routes begin to kind of prevent themselves after watching those 3 different heats play out. So I think this is going to be the best chance for a team like Blake and Bizzle even to kind of squeak in and finally grab themselves a spot. Even Oliver OG and Bronos, who even squeaked in, got themselves a final game in that last moment, just really didn't take advantage of it.
That's very true. It's all about taking advantage of the right opportunities, especially when life gives you those lemons. You better start squeezing and start making that lemonade. But now we finally get to find out who's going to be cooking up that lemonade here as we jump in to lobby number 1 of our game number 1 of the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite here in San Diego, California. Heat number 4, let's get right into the hot and fiery heat.
Yeah, and I like this Blake and Bizzle drop right out of the gates, already kind of staying true to what they know. And a lot of these teams coming into zero builds last, you know they like to go for those POIs. They switch up their drop spots because it's not exactly the same as builds. But Bizzle and Blake, they're going to their same split drop they go into all season long. They know those rotations. But what is some of the biggest things you're going to be looking at that switches up from the normal build mode into the zero builds?
That's a good question. And ultimately, it comes down to the core mechanics, right? Everything that drops in when you go into those movement kind of style. I know movement has changed quite a bit just of recently when you go from mantling to sliding to tactical spring like we see here on our screen from Lame. It all comes down to being able to utilize those core mechanics and put them to use.
That's me right now. What Lame is doing, that's exactly me. He's being annoying. You don't see those Fireflies used very often. And even hits a beam with a Hail Mary pass. He at least got the first down on that one. Just enough damage to kind of scare his opponents off. Now they're going to be able to claim that POI. They already have the swords. And just because it feels like they're running, Lame thinks this might be weak competition. Something they can easily take advantage of. He goes in by himself. Suki is there to follow up rather quickly. But they got to reposition. They don't like where they're at. And they lost so much damage very, very early on. Wow, they're just dishing out more.
Not a good spot at all here for Lame to get up on top of the hill, but for the unfortunate downside of Sean, they're going to end up going down here. Kajitsu Crossing is just a little bit less uncontested over here as shot will go down, but there's another team on the other side. This is the interesting part about Kenjutsu Crossing. One of the newer, if not the newest POIs actually with this newest update of the chapter for Season 2 with the whole Mega City biome. As it's interesting how the POI gets split.
Yeah, no, especially since you have those kinetic blades that they spawn there every single time, every single game you do load in on the top, all the way through that massive structure that kind of spawns there, which is why you see so many teams. What looks like a 50-50, but in reality, for them, as long as they get the kinetic blade, they watch out where all these other teams are dropping at, that's at least something they can kind of work off of and begin to kind of build up their game plan, kind of going from there. Sonic and Clay trying to do the same thing, taking that early rift. For them, it's just about gathering that information. They're at the edge of zone. They know a team is nearby, but now taking that rift, they're going to get their exact location.
It's all about the precise movement here, especially with the shield bubbles that, honestly, Jacob, we've been seeing all competition long over the past 2 days. The duck and weave kind of movements between these shield bubbles and trying to see and force out anybody that tries to get close here, as Clay and Sonic are playing with the food a little bit here with the opposing player of Fly, but he gets knocked. And now that's going to be a pretty solid finish here for them to be able to get a quick elim. That's going to be plus 3 points. Now, reminder here, folks, like we had just mentioned, plus 3 points for an elimination. This is massive when you get these huge upscale off-spawn battles.
Yeah, and honestly, for Eros and Drani there, he's so close to zone. It is going to be a one-tick. Clay and his team are going to have to disengage, so he could probably get the reboot back on up. Pablo, Wingu, and Bevy's toe, they're going to completely wipe the team out. No knock means no chance at life. And they're one of those teams, honestly, I expected a lot more from them coming in. I expect them to qualify maybe in heat number 2, possibly in heat number 3 when worst came to worst, especially with how well they performed in last FNCS. But then it kind of hits me in the back of my mind. That's builds. That's the regular mode. You could be a pro in that regular build mode, but not necessarily have the experience here in zero builds, and Bolts gets caught off guard. Chimp is just going to have to abandon him and now work his way around as a solo.
This, unfortunately, is the consistent story we're seeing develop so far throughout this DreamHack, is where a lot of our top-tier players of the likes of the FNCS, where we see them get top 10s, get all of the mix here in the top 5s, and yet they're still not performing up to the par of which we'd maybe expect them to be. So for players like Chimp here in this moment, when you have those zero-build veterans of Uproads and JG9, that is a rough battle to be going against.
Yeah, especially when he doesn't have a kinetic blade. It's going to be hard for him to kind of get in, get the reboot onto Bolts, and get right back on out. And it's honestly interesting to see because Bolts and Thoric, FNCS champions of the last West region that just went on, and they kind of split up, go their separate ways for the zero build mode. Thoric locked in his spot for heat number 3. Even though these guys are friends, they play, and I expect them to do big things in this next FNCS Major 2. But at the same time, man, bragging rights among friends, that's something that I think Thoric will not let Bolts live down if he doesn't qualify here in this final moment.
And we mentioned it earlier, or at least it may have been SPG and Panda that mentioned it, but it's just about that little bit of bragging rights that gets you like, I got top 10 and you got 25th, so now I'm gonna be heading in. I'm just flexing my bicep a little bit. That's all.
Yep, the bragging rights, and honestly, Thorts and Bolts, they know to kind of troll each other just a little bit. Tomu and Echo just kind of claiming what's left of Brutal Bastion. And honestly, this is going to be a big claim, not only for the loot that they're about to get, but they're going to kind of get the location of everybody that is nearby in Brutal Bastion, including Chimp, who is by himself. Luckily for him, he at least at the very minimum finds a shield keg to get his shields right back on up before he does actually get marked on out. And you can see he's not leaving Brutal Bastion here because Bolts' card is on that other side, and he needs to be able to grab that before he kind of disengages or finds another way to kind of rotate on out and get Bolts back into the game.
The power of positioning here in zero build, we talk about it so many times throughout the history, almost every single zero build tournament, it seems almost nauseating sometimes where you think about, oh, they got to get this positioning to this positioning so that way they have this to be able to get a nice peak shot to get some damage, especially like in this situation where we see Beblos and Pablo Wingu now going up for the significant damage against a top-tier team of Threats & Co. As this is a dangerous battle here for the shield bubble back and forth here. Quanti and Threats, though, are now on the back foot as the knock goes through on to Quanti.
Looked like Pablo Wingu hit him with a little slide kick as well, bouncing him back. Probably making him miss a crucial shot there, but that was a 2v1 like he called out nonetheless. And that's where they're just kind of hunting, trying to look around, hop up and down, figure out where Threats is at. He found himself a little bit of a nook and cranny, kind of hide. And honestly, I don't think Pablo Wingu or Bevy's going to be able to kind of look in that direction, but Zone is pulling in. They're staggering themselves towards the outside. Threats knows this is still very, very early on in the game. It's going to be about a one-tick zone. He has more than enough time to get his teammate's reboots card. It's about surviving what Bevy's and his teammate is looking for, which is that information.
He looks to be going back for those heals just out in the abyss. Maybe find some slapberries to possibly heal back up. Get away from the distance. Get away from the battle. Surround yourself around a different kind of environment because we know Threats, a player that has done significantly well throughout the past heats, throughout the day, throughout the last 2 days, as a 21st in heat number 1 and a 13th, barely missing out in heat number 2, and then doing well in 14th again, just barely missing out. However, Jacob, like we had talked about early, this time around, 14th place will be able to get you that qualifying spot into the finals.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge change up and honestly a huge opportunity for somebody to sneak themselves in. And you got to realize how many times that I've seen a player kind of sneak in the 50th spot to qualify, the 49th spot to qualify, heck, even the 45th spot to qualify, and they end up with a top 5 placing in the finals. Top 5 will kind of net you $5,000 or more each for you and your team, and obviously the higher you place, the more money you're going to line your pockets with, and that's something you got to really realize because you got to get into the top 10 as well to get your spot in towards Gamers 8. There's so much to fight for here, and it starts in the heats, and with those 3 heats down, this final heat, these are the final chances that you have to really make up for lost time.
Jacob, what do you think the aroma is like in the room of the competition? All the competitors that are still left playing. Meanwhile, you have players that have qualified, just kind of hanging around. They're grabbing some pizza, and they're just chilling, hanging with the boys. But then you're just still there chilling, just hoping to play out your best 5 games to just get into that top 14. That's all you need to do.
It's sweaty. It's sweaty in there. Let me tell you, there's so much focus. There's so much perspiration going down. Hopefully somebody got some spray deodorant or something right now because honestly, the nerves are going to get to a lot of these players. But even though the air conditioner is flowing, sometimes when you're playing, I don't know if you do, but when I'm playing, my adrenaline's pumping. It just gets hot, and I got to pump up the air conditioner, turn on the fan in my room. These guys don't have that same luxury, and that's something that I'm glad you're kind of asking, and I can kind of point out here for a moment, is they're not playing from home. This is an in-person event. Every single one of our competitors are playing on what would some say the biggest stage of their career so far, some more, some less, but that does something that you don't typically have that comfortability. You got to find it somewhere, and Trey might be one of those players as well. I expected massive things coming out from Trey. He plays every single different game mode. He plays squads, trios, solos, duos, zero builds. I would think he had some of the most practice, but right now in this live environment, I think the pressure has gotten the best of him in the last 3 heats, but I can almost guarantee you, I can almost promise that Trey is going to kind of lock it in here for the final heat.
I agree. You know, knowing Trey, I think he's just taking the first 3 heats to warm up. You know, going into tomorrow's finals, once he qualifies, you know, it's all going to be easy peasy. I mean, we know Trey, a Collegiate Cup champion, zero build in his own rights. This man is ready for all of the pressure and the biggest stages here on LAN. I mean, hey, anybody can do what Trey can do. It's going to be himself.
Yeah, especially with his teammate Statics. They have played together for quite a while, but Supkey, lame 4 eliminations. We saw them at the start of the game. Better check of them in the mid. They caught somebody alone in no man's land, and zero build. It's so hard, especially if you don't have that shield bubble. Volk's got to go ahead and try to reunite with them, and that's where they're going to try to use their powers as a duo. But the distraction from the outside of zone, that might have maybe saved them, or at least give them more time to work with, as it looks like Lame and Supkey are going to be focused on elsewhere.
Looking for the peaks. Supkey goes up for a little bit of an early movement. The card gets saved as well as the shield bowl, kind of backing it up a bit. And Lame and Suki are just going to dip out. They say, you know what? We don't want the smoke. We're going to hold off just for a little bit. And then, in fact, they get a little bit of a bear truck to be able to hold down their defense. Meanwhile, the FNCS champion in his own right back in OCE coming up here under NA and is looking to show up. Volks definitely has a lot of pressure alongside Vortex on his back right now.
Yeah, and you see them taking the rotation with the car and the bubble, the shield bubble to be exact, to try to get a little bit of a free rotator, as free as it is going to get, bypassing that weapons cache. Doesn't like that anything that they see there. They're not going to waste any time stopping for it. No, they got some more to go. Zero build, Goat, and Faith are there, kind of eyeing their prey, waiting for that shield bubble to go away, as the shots are going to go ahead and fire off. They get around the corner just the nick of time, but they're going to go ahead and try to chase him down. Volks is able to get the shots onto one thanks to the combat. The teammate for Zero build, Goat, is going to try to play this one out as a solo, and I got to agree with the attempt. The missed time and the misstep right there has costed them everything.
That was some beautiful shots there. Utilization of that combat shotgun. We haven't quite seen it too well utilized throughout the last 2 days of competition, though, Jacob.
No, not too much so far. I just think due to the weapon cache and the vaults and just the easy ability to get that legendary or even a purple Havoc or higher is just too strong. You kind of max that up with a Red R, some sort of SMG, which you've seen some of these teams do. It's just going to pack a punch and really deal a ton of damage to some of these players in the blink of an eye. And then you got to kind of add in the fact that a lot of them are holding that shield bubbles as well. So kind of flirting in and outside of those bubbles, trying to maximize the amount of damage while minimizing the amount that they're taking is huge.
That's exactly what Bevies
Wow.
and Pablo Wingy are now trying to do. But a huge knock, a massive finish goes out there. And now Pablo Wingy is out of this game. A reboot card will be selected up there by Bevies. However, this is not at all the position you want to be here if you're Bevies, especially with that Mythic Havoc Pump shotgun in the inventory. You know you can deal a lot of damage, but having to go back for this reboot is so crucially unimportant to the fact of the matter of this game. The well enough to do well is massive on your shoulders if you're Bevies.
Yeah, he almost doesn't have a choice here in this situation. He didn't have any heals as a solo, didn't have any shields, but he goes back knowing that these new zone changes, it's not going to deal a ton of damage, especially finding two different medkits. Him and his teammate are going to both be able to make it back in his zone, but their loot, their loadout, that's going to be the biggest thing I question once we tune into them later on in the game, how they are faring. As Toastius, Sacred. Toastius actually got to play with this guy about 2-3 weeks ago. He's actually one of those zero build grinders. He's kind of has a high positive spirit. He's always kind of cheering on his teammates, supporting everybody. So now it's my turn. Let me cheer him on. Kind of hoping for a great showing here. It does look like with 0 eliminations so far, they're playing for placement, knowing that whether if it's build or zero build, as the later this game goes, those eliminations will naturally present themselves.
Bizzle up on top of the high ground alongside Blake. Talking to Bizzle and Blake earlier in the day, just saying, hey, how are you guys feeling going into Heat 3? And they said very confident, but now having to drop down all the way down here to Heat number 4, they are showing up with all guns out, utilizing the Mythic Pulse Rifle alongside the Heisted Accelerate Shotgun, an exotic and a Mythic in the inventory here for Bizzle. I can only imagine the powerful loadouts, especially if they put themselves in the right position for this game. You know what? I'm predicting it right now, Jacob. They're winning this game. Blake and Bizzle, they're winning this first game.
Ooh, that's actually going to be a big call. But honestly, I can definitely see it happening. I know Blake yesterday, with Bizzle going down, made a huge heroic play in a 1v2 situation to try to keep the game going. But this is where I know there's a lot of fans out there from American prospering to try to have a great showing. They're trying to cement themselves, kind of play a little bit more towards placement very, very early on as the zone kind of converges everybody closer and closer together. That's where you can see those opportunities arise for people to try to really catch somebody off guard. And with the zone continuing to pull north, but continue to pull towards the west, you see everybody sacrificing that damage in zone, going towards the eastern side of Slappy Shores, trying to go ahead and go where they think is the least contested part of the zone. But with so many teams having that be a similar strategy, that's not going to be as little contested as they think.
Exactly. We're seeing it right here at Slappy Shores, where we see 3 teams all just kind of waiting there, seeing how the zones develop as well as the player format. And this is what we see from some of the best teams, is how they develop that little bit of backside of zone knowledge, especially through the highest tier of competition, where you don't exactly need to be in zone right away. And this is also part of the adaptation to the new zones we have through the 12-zone system, where the early game sections through zone number 1 through 3 and then leading up to that 4 through 5 is a little bit longer.
That's where a lot of players can kind of sneak in, not having the best loot. Pablo, Wingu, and Bevies kind of switch things up. That Chug Cannon is actually going to play a huge role if they choose to keep it. I've seen some huge clutch plays already in heat number 3. People staying alive, kind of maximizing their heals. You can see the legendary Slurp Juice being grabbed by Pablo. They don't want to take the big pots because the HP is what's going to be so important here. Being able to stagger yourself in and out of the zone. Zuki and Lame taking control of this kind of prefab. There is no launch pad there, but it's definitely one of the highest building that is still left in the zone as they continue to chase down a few of these teams. That's Jack is Godly, Rotten Twinkies teammate. He's by himself. Rotten Twinkies, got to imagine that he's been taken out. These are 3 points that they're chasing down that they want to snatch up. Oh, he's going to be able to get out. For now, at least.
Jackie's unfortunate fall could happen here if he can't protect himself against Lame and Co. As this is a risky fight, and unfortunately the knock will go through, a chat favorite throughout the competition so far. But it's only a knock, no worries. Rotten Twinkies is there somewhere off in the distance, and I believe, like that solo clutch power that Panda and SBG were talking about, I believe it's up in the air. It's up in the air.
It definitely is. I thought Rotten Twinkies was down. That's why he was playing it out as a solo, but they got separated somewhere. But I like how he didn't try to backtrack to Rotten Twinkies because that could have possibly got them both taken out. Now he's trying to go 2 for 2. Lame is hot on the heels of 1. Shield bubble after shield bubble just being wasted. But I don't know if Sazi's going to be able to survive this either way. They hit the dunk and find another elimination. Lame is picking them all up. And now they brought their total to 7. You got to imagine, with just elimination points alone, that is 21 points. And you kind of double that up due to placement and how long they've been staying alive in the game so far.
Lame is showing up here in heat number 4, game number 1. They're making sure they put all the chips on the table and making sure that everything is on the line for this very breakaway opportunity at the moment for every single one of these players. Now, granted, this is just the beginning. Q's only just opened 30 minutes ago, and we still have 2.5 hours left of competition for these players to continue their games on. But remember, folks, top 5 games are all that matter. You can infinitely queue into as many games as possible, but it's all about how well you can do in your best 5 chances.
And that's why I think, a format like this, a tournament like this, especially with 4 different heats, it really does test the mental strength of a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, going through the couple of heats already talked about. It's easy to kind of get down on yourself, but you got to realize as a Fortnite player with 4 different chances, one moment does not define you and your career. As you look at the feed, Blake just kind of going off, taking out a full duo, Flaws, and no build bear. American Prospering they actually got themselves a good spot on the side, kind of can get taken out if that rock does get destroyed, but nobody's really making that a focal point. Everybody has their eyes looking forward towards the next zone to where they're going to have to travel to. And if you see the different terrains, the different elevations, that could be what they're looking to kind of take advantage of. A team is high on a mountain. They try to streak together in the forest of these trees to try to stay alive.
And Prospering and Merrick are 2 of the most zero-build veterans out there. Absolute grinders in the scene. Have multitudes of those top 10, top 5, first place zero-build event placements. And now they're coming up here in heat number 4, ready to show the world what they've been waiting for this entire time. But a beam comes through on top of the mountain. This is not looking good for their positioning unless they can find some kind of crevice.
Yeah, Prospering has no choice here. He took too much damage early on in the fight. He's just trying to get out. Marek trying to be hot on his heels. Teamwork making the dream work, but he's going to get downed out on the tail end. Great shots by Volks to go ahead and get the knock. And this is where you see him taking his time. He's not getting greedy, just going to beeline, trying to get that refresh or little of it as you can. It's not as important as it would be in builds, especially knowing they were hot on the heels. There's got to be no shield bubbles left, and that's exactly why they're going back down the side of this mountain. Playing this terrain here towards this end game with so many different elevations is going to be absolutely insane to see how these teams play it out.
Pablo Wingu goes down for the 2nd time in the elimination feed. A massive shot will go through. Azuki, Lame now continue to push their way through 11 eliminations so far throughout the game. They're showing the world right now what they're about, and some huge shots, some huge beams. Volks and Co are now in trouble.
And you can see him just kind of take the truck, the semi, Now back to the kinetic blade. Shield bubbles down. Vortex knows he has to try to abandon this one, and out he goes with a kinetic blade of his own. Volks is going to get cleaned up, but you realize as this zone is so small, so much late in this game, they're not chasing. They're not getting greedy for a lot of these eliminations, especially since they already have the position in the middle of the zone. They cleaned it out. They know not too many teams there, so that's a returning to try to get that extra bit of cover in that truck.
It could be so easy to lose your guard, lose your mind, especially with those mythics in the inventory.
Who's taking damage?
But when you have those ultimate positions of Quanti in the backside, as well as threats, you know those are some top-tier names you don't want to mess with. Hajj and Sescript on the back foot, essentially, here on the moment. It's a waiting game. It's a stalemate in this 8 zone pulling through.
Yeah, I see that exotic red eye getting picked up. Normally with these long distances, I don't like it too much due to the time to travel, but at close range, you definitely try to beam somebody out. Well-placed headshots and the blink of an eye do a lot of damage. Quinn and Vert stacked up on top of Quanti and threats. That battle's going to start out, and Quinn's going to try to get out alive, but the distraction is there. Vert and Quinn, they're trying to go ahead and take advantage of Suspect and Haji while they can. They have the time on their side. 3 more points and 1 more elimination for them, but that second player is going to be able to escape into the hands of Faith as Haji goes down as well.
They continue to lurk, waiting for anybody to take a wrong peek, a wrong shot.
Oh.
Kinetic bleeds off into the shield, bubbles out into the sky. Fate goes into the wrong position, right into the hands of Quinn and Vert up on high ground. But now they have a little bit of attraction coming towards their side of the zone. One shield bubble drops through, and now it's the waiting game. The dip and dive weeds we've seen all throughout the last 2 days. And now Quanti and Threats, they've played this moment before. They've gotten victory royales in this exact situation. Now can they do it again?
Yep, but right now the Kings of the Hill is going to be Quinn and Vert. They got that meat in the middle, the spot in the center of the zone. They're going back down to that loot. They definitely still have 2 different shield bubbles on the back of Vert. Lame and Soupkey with all the eliminations they have. You got to imagine they have something, a trick up their sleeve, but Threats and Quanti, they don't know they're there towards the back, and that's going to be something they regret. Threats just gets beamed down, taken down, leaving Quanti by himself. Lame and Soupkey once again not getting greedy. They're not kinetic blading in the sky because they know if they do, that's going to be a third-party opportunity for Quinn and Vert. But that third party comes nonetheless. Quinn and Vert, they bite off a little bit more than they could chew, but Quinn comes out on top. Down goes Vert. 1v2 situation, and Quanti takes advantage, taking that VR.
What an incredible way to pull off the distraction there for Quanti and Threats. All the way from a 14th in heat number 3, now showing up here right off hot here in heat number 4.
Yeah, and even in heat number 2 yesterday, you saw them in a 13th place. You saw them in a final 3 position. They went out in 3rd, and that's what really costed them. They're making up for lost time, and you got to give them a huge round of applause. After that first game, Quanti and Threats have definitely built themselves enough confidence to continue on in this tournament. The one thing I always say, though, you got to watch out for, Lash. It's not always how you start, it's how you finish.
That's exactly right, and now we get to see Lobby 2, the second layer of teams that queued up here into this next game of their game number 1 on their side. We get to see the 13th place here from Heat 3. Pamstu and Fat showing up here, although they're playing with fire as they get 2 eliminations real quick at the cost of the knock of Fatch. However, now here comes the third party. Disturbish and Rick Brar, we have not seen them too much throughout the day, and now they're ready to take out the French-Canadian duo, and that's exactly what they do. That's a massive elim and a massive fall as well.
Yeah, and I know he didn't mean to do it on purpose, but using both of those shield bubbles before Disturbish and where Brawrock can go ahead and get that elimination, which means 2 less shield bubbles that they can use in towards this endgame. That would have been massive if they were able to clean those ones up, and that's where Clarity and Caskers towards the outskirts, they're going to try to be one of the first teams in towards the zone. We know off the back of Clarity, they at least have 1 shield bubble to their name, a little bit of heals with the slap juice, so it's at least something to work with going against Kirby and Hector on the other side, and gets Disturbish and Raw to kind of round out our top 3 teams here in the game.
Hector and Kirby didn't perform that well over the last 2 hours of competition over there for Heat 3. However, this is now their time to show up just like they did in Heat number 1. And they're bringing the power here. Disturbish back down to low HP. However, when you jump in a bubble with Casker and Clarity, the veteranship, the power that duo brings, that's a scary sight, Jacob.
Yeah, it's almost a lose-lose situation. You stay up, you get taken down by the Red Eyes, you go down into the hands of Clarity and Caskers. Neither one of those things is not a situation. They know Rip Rah Rah's by herself. Kirby and Hector, they want to try to clean up 3 more points, add that with the placement, and they're going to be able to find at least one. Caskers and Clarity steals away the other, gets that knock on to Hector, and you see them closing the distance in the blink of an eye, trying to use their nubbles. Shield Bubble's all he has. Kirby lands a huge shot, but Clarity and Caskers yet again make the big plays to take the game.
The power of consistent performance here is showing up, folks. We see 15th from heat number 3 show up with a VR right away, picking up right where they left off, as well as Threats and Quanti doing the same exact thing in their game number 1.
Yeah, it's very, very important for some of these teams that barely missed out multiple times at that. If you're Quanti and Threats, you know, no joke on them, but it shows how tough this competition actually is for zero builds. And that's why, like, a huge shout out one more time for DreamHack in San Diego, Dallas, and later on in the summer. And it kind of leads up into Gamers 8, that $2 million in-person event, giving these players that grind zero build something really worth playing for.
And I'm really interested to see how the zero build meta continues to develop. Like right now, we're seeing kinetic blades, shield bubbles, all about utilizing those legendary slurp juices. And this is where the high-flying players and actions, we're seeing who really defines and develops. So it'll be really interesting to see throughout the rest of the path to Gamers 8 how it all ends up.
Yeah, and honestly, you could think in builds, like that's going to be the skill gap, you know, building around, lasting the end game and kind of playing that way. But honestly, the timing in zero builds has to be absolutely perfect. You think you're making a game-saving play or a big play at that, but you put yourself in such a bad spot. You can see it there again. Hector, Kirby, they kind of put themselves in a spot to get kind of extra tagged up, over tagged up by Clarity and Casters there at that tail end of the game, and it kind of cost them everything. So the timing of when you act has to be absolutely perfect in these zero builds, especially towards the end game. Otherwise, it's going to cost you everything that you fought for to get up into that point.
And we see it in those shield bubble dodge and weaves, right? Where they're like, oh, I got the shot. No, you got the shot. I got the shot. You got the shot. And ultimately, it's coming to how well you can dodge and weave your angles. But folks, we got to take a quick little break as we prepare up those battle buses for the next few games up ahead. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, for the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite. Cash Lash joined alongside the wonderful Jacob_MVPR. We're here to bring you all the action. Once again, we're back from a quick break after an incredible game number one, Mr. Jacob.
Yeah, incredible game number one for a lot of these teams. 2 different lobbies, and we've seen some players, even ones that didn't necessarily win the game, trying to take control by scoring a high number of eliminations, or even the ones that did somehow end up victorious. Clarity and Casker starting their day off right. They're one of the teams, even somebody in the chat agreed with me, thinking they did not expect them to kind of be in this 4th and final heat, but that goes to show 2 different things. You have to play well no matter what the competition expects, but it goes to show that everybody has been up in their game tenfold to really stop them from even being able to qualify. 36 teams made it in throughout the first 3 heats, and with this final heat, we got 14 more to go.
That's right, and I think with a duo, to touch on like Clarity and Casker, these are teammates that we've seen work together in many events, all the way back chapter 1, chapter 2. Like, this is a veteran duo, and to see them, a little bit of surprise, like you had mentioned, being here in Heat 4. However, I think that's where the chemistry is really going to come as a firm foundation, to see how really strong that foundation is.
Yeah, you can see them kind of consistently improving each and every game, each and every heat that they're playing. You gotta think that they're barely missing out in some of these moments to qualify into that top 12. And we have like a little bit of living leaderboard going down. We talk about 10 games, 3 hours. It's constantly moving and jumbling. But as of right now, this is our top 8. Is there any players or teams that stand out to you the most?
Listen, I'm looking at Subki and Lame up there at that 2nd place. Most eliminations that we see on the leaderboard so far of 13, an 88-point game. And to think about it as an overall wide scope, it's 60 points for Victory Royale. However, if you get 20 eliminations, you're already up there at that 60-point mark. So these elims, the teams like Ale King and P God, up there at that 10th place spot where we see just on the brink of that qual, up there at a massive 12 elims. It is going to be huge based off of those players that play that play style.
Yeah, but you can see Clarity and Caskers outside of the top 10, even with that Victory Royale. It just goes to show they might be playing a little bit more towards consistency, play more towards what they practice up to this point. And in that last hour, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you see them and probably a lot of our other teams begin to get a little bit more proactive, try to WP, pick up some more eliminations. We've seen it throughout the last 3 heats so far up into this point. And joining in on this game, it looks like Flaws is already down. No Build the Boy is immediately trying to create some distance between him and his opponents. And honestly, I see 3 arrows on the mini-map and it has me smiling ear to ear. Do we have an NPC hired in the game? Or somebody just hiding?
It may be one or the other, honestly. I think it may just be someone hiring out in the little bits, maybe. I mean, we saw some pretty incredible NPC plays throughout the past 2 days.
Yeah, I seen Real Godzilla yesterday really terrorize the lobby, at least in the final moments. This time around, he goes down pretty early. Petra meets that same demise. 6-7 takes him down. That Mythic Havoc is one of the few weapons in the game, you know as well as I do. You test them out left, right, and center that can really one-shot these players. But in zero builds with the Overshield, you have to have at least some damage done to you so far, and 6-7 already took advantage of that.
Hey, max damage of 250, the most damage we've ever seen with a Havoc Pump shotgun here in this season, which makes for some massive power plays like we just saw there. Just sending, hey, back to the lobby, my friend. Unfortunately, you got a GG's go next, and we're going to play out this game right here.
Lizzie and Jaxie, seen them kind of perform a little bit of glimpses yesterday throughout the day. Just weren't able to make it into that top 12, and this is where I'm hoping, even if you didn't play well in those first 3 heats, as long as you're learning, as long as you're progressing, adapting your game plan as the day does progress. Seven and Junior Shiki saw them a little bit throughout that last heat, trying to up their game plan here as they see somebody spotted out as what they think could be a solo. That's Exy. That's Vubsky there on the side. It's a little bit of a snipe battle going down. Just trying to get that one-shot headshot, get the knock, and probably close the distance with the kinetic blade. If they have one, he actually doesn't.
Look at that sniper in the inventory, though, Jacob. The exotic flame sniper, or Dragon's Breath sniper, excuse me, out in the inventory. And then you see that up against the heavy sniper. It's all in the midst of a long-range battle, and you would love to see it, especially in this meta, where you're able to get those special weapons through the hollow chests and just being able to take those sneaky little shots. Now, a reminder, folks, this sniper allows you to light on fire anything that has the ability to. So if there's a tree next to the player that they're using as coverage, they're going to be like, you know what? Your coverage is gone.
And that's something that you think a lot of these players may not necessarily deal with very, very often. You see the heisted accelerant exotic shotgun that gives a little bit of a speed boost that allows you to get some siphon along with it. And then the DPS gets more and more ramped up as it does kind of land those shots. So it's gonna be very, very important. So if you don't have some familiarity with those, that you try to learn them very, very quickly. Trey is going to take down Sean, shields and HP. You hear them trying to close the distance. First shield bubble's going down. Splashes. Moon's trying to create some distance. But look at the bob and weave in and out. Trey playing the distance and the shield bubble situation. Absolutely perfect to get 6 more points to their total.
Not a team you want to mess with. That's going to be Trey 509 as well as Statics. However, when an FNCS champion rolls up on your shield bubble, better get out of town, and better get out of town quickly. Evacuate, my friend, because Volks and Vortex are smelling shield in the water, and they want some of that hot and heavy action here.
This is all that's what needed. This is it. Vortex and Volks, they have them separated. Trade it and stick close to Statics. Now they're in 2 different 2v1 situations. Statics running out of the charge of the kinetic blade. Takes so much damage the last one ramps up, forcing out the shield bubble as well. That's a little moment, but you see, they just did so much damage. They don't want to let it go to waste, but Trey's doing his darndest to try to play defensive to allow some time for Statics to stabilize himself.
Both teams are getting desperate here, and this is a situation where you have to play off against your guard here. And unfortunately, Statics and Trey get pushed onto their final back foot and go over the top of the ropes as Volks and Vortex are going to win that fight. They take down that massive team here as they're going to be able to hold on to some 4 massive elims. That's plus 12 points, where Volks and Vortex are going to be coming into this game very hot.
Yep. They're one of the teams that you talked about FNCS championship on their side in the hands of Volks. So they have all the experience in the world. Here in that third party, Volks wasted absolutely no time. He got to the top of that hill before Vortex was even on his way. He knew exactly what the play was, but you got to give Vortex credit as well. Following up almost perfectly, not wasting any time to make sure they solidified not one, but you talked about 3 different eliminations in that altercation, stealing one away from their opponents as well. Vovsky and Exy, you saw them kind of moments ago with that exotic sniper trying to put some shots off into the distance. And with 0 builds, that fire exotic sniper rifle kind of burning down any bit of cover, whether it's natural or not, is going to be huge to try to take these players out of position, whether they're in close or long range.
And I'm interested to see how this continues to develop throughout the day. And you see the loadout as well. They have another long-range weapon in the inventory of that red-eye assault rifle, which really begs the question, what exactly is the true meta of 0 build so far this season? Because to be quite honest, Jacob, I haven't necessarily seen a true constant of pure loadouts.
No, I've seen Mavens, I've seen Havocs. Today alone, we've seen some combats as well. Yesterday, I peeped. I saw some Red Eyes and some exotic SMGs, the 2 different variants. So we're seeing a lot of different combinations. And honestly, I think we're just like kind of in the infancy of what 0 build and the potential of this game mode. And that's why I'm just ecstatic, you know, to kind of see things kind of continue to progress in the world of Fortnite, giving kind of players that may not necessarily like the regular mode a chance to shine in a different light. And you're kind of really seeing it. Some players that don't necessarily get to the top of leaderboards are doing more than just that here in 0 builds. And then even some players are kind of mix and matching on these teams. Acorn and Mr. Savage, one of the ones I'm most excited to see play on Sunday. They qualified in our first heat.
It's going to be very interesting. And you know what, Jacob? We get to live in this moment. We get to see it all just unfold right before our eyes and develop the stories of the players. Like, who knows? We may have some kind of 0 build championship champion, you know, being crowned, and we're talking about him right here today.
Yeah, and these are opportunities because this is the first of 3 different DreamHacks to qualify for that Gamers 8 in-person event later this year, and this could be an eye-opening for some of these teams. You could have Epicwell spotting somebody out. Reap may want to change his teammates. Who knows what may happen after this event and the next DreamHack rolls around. We could go through a roster mania and a huge shuffle of teammates going down, because honestly, I talked about it. Bolton Thorix, their teammate during FNCS, they split up for this event thinking they had better chances with different teammates. Honestly, you can't necessarily blame them. 0 builds, it's a whole different environment and a whole different beast.
That's right. And we saw one of them even qualify through the past heat number 3, that being Thoric and Blur. Yep. We saw them take away that 4th place spot. However, one of the duo that you mentioned did not find themselves qualifying through, and that was going to be Chimp and Bolts. Now, granted, one of the part of the duo that was an FNCS champion, the last one on NA West. Now, the question becomes, can we see one of those duos show up here now?
Wow. Great shots going off in the distance, and this is one of those teams. A reboot went down for this team to get back up as a full-on team. I think it was Flaws that was kind of taken down early on. No Build-A-Bear disengaged from a fight, and you can see that they're have scraps, 19, or I should say 18 different bandages, 1 med kit. I like this from Flaws, though. Instead of just carrying an empty slot, he's at least working with something that's going to allow him to kind of stagger himself out of the zone, live and survive much longer if a team begins to focus them out towards the backside. But you got to be careful. No Build-A-Bear does have that kinetic blade. Too much distance between the two could be their demise. But Z-Link and Krizix are trying to cause demise of another team. They take down both Blizz and Jaxi to add 6 more points to their total.
Z-Linky and Krizux are now just showing exactly what this duo can do here in this lobby. Like you'd mentioned, 7 eliminations so far on the board, and they keep on going, utilizing those kinetic blades to push the fight forward. However, they're going to use a little bit more of a still combat as they utilize this complete big bush to now back themselves with that full truck next to them. And now they're just going to be able to hold down this positioning across anybody else because they know, hey, we've got cover, we've got mobility, and as well, we have the elims to back ourselves up, so we know we got that confidence right behind us.
Yep, confidence is key here in this scenario, and you kind of see behind him somebody else is kind of hiding as a solo. That's Lavish, Lily, and Benz taking out Dubboog, trying to get the shots on the Ben Pen. Doesn't really want to let him escape, but with over 1,000 HP really on this card, they really have no choice but to let him disengage. And Ben Pen just traveling far enough just to get into a bush. I'm not sure the possibility of a reboot, but I got to imagine he's at least contemplating that being a possibility.
And just a reminder here, folks, as you can see on your screen on the just middle of the top left there, Heat 4 closing here in 2 hours and 12 minutes in counting, as this will continue to pop up on your screen throughout the competition here in Heat number 4. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that to see when the queues are going to be closing and when you need to start paying attention even more to see who the final 14 players will be going to the finals.
That's gonna be huge, because honestly, 14 just kind of leaves it open. We've seen so many nail-biting finishes throughout our last 3 heats, and that was for only 12 different spots, with 2 more spots opening up, which means we're gonna get even more close finishes when it does come down to the wire. But Lavish, Lily, and Benz, at one point in time, they were definitely in our top 10, trying to play this one out and kind of reclaim that top spot. Kind of look at the feed just a little bit. We knew Dubboog did get taken down. Prospering is going to take down Krizix. A lot of action going down around the map as Alpha Bear and Renegade, they're just trying to get themselves a comfortable spot in towards zone. And Krizix, that was a player I'd called getting knocked down early on. That's American Prospering trying to take advantage, but they're just a third party. Somebody else closed the distance. Shield bubbles being wasted. Luckily for him, he does at least have one more to try to keep himself on the run, but they're closing the distance from all other angles. That's Ace Sky and Cupsy able to finish off one more duo team, 6 more points to their total, bringing their elimination point total to 9.
And that's what happens when, unfortunately, your cover gets blown and you gotta try and go off the script, off the rails. But Ace and Kupski were there, ready to show up, and were prepared for the battle up ahead. They made sure they utilized those shield bubbles absolutely to perfection. And folks, if you're taking notes, you're writing down anything that you could take away from these best players, it's from players like we're seeing on the screen of Volks, of Vortex, that are showing up right now.
When you have 2 FNCS champions from different regions, and I think Volk's kind of coming over, competing a little bit on East for a little bit. It just goes to show they have so much experience between the two, and I think that's why I'm kind of looking out in the distance, trying to get some engaging from yesterday's heats into today's. A lot of people were surprised he as well, and that's where a stacked event like this, as the DreamHacks will continue to stay stacked throughout the year, it's almost every single heat you will have surprises that won't make it in to that finals. And that's why this going down to heat number 4 for some of these teams, it's their last chance to qualify for that $250,000 opportunity tomorrow.
The last ditch effort, it all comes into this very moment where we see these lobbies, these are just the beginning points. Like you had mentioned, it's not exactly how you start, it's how you finish. But these are the ultimate foundation, right? You want to build your foundation with some logs. You don't want to build it with sticks at the moment. Like, you got to make sure you're building everything in the correct ways, in the correct firm foundations. Where we see Flaws and Bear, they're doing exactly that, except, you know, the foundation's that bush, you know?
Sometimes you just kind of take what you can get in a lot of these situations, even if it's barely living on a prayer. Shots continue to get tagged off in the distance, and they're doing just anything that they can. If you look, about 4 teams directly in towards zone, a 5th one if you count the solo. And that solo has been there for quite a while, not really wanting to move, not really want to give up his position, as XE comeback is just getting taken out by Prospering America, trying to have a fantastic game. They already got 3 eliminations and kind of bypassing all the chaos to try to bounce that and combine it, I should say, with placement points.
We've seen them in their game number 1 end game. An unfortunate fall. They caught themselves out in a bad position, unfortunately, here. But now we get to truly find out whether or not something can be there. Something can be possible for this duo to just shine bright.
The bubble going away. Nice job by Prospering, honestly, using that heavy snipe to try to take down a little bit of cover that was being used on the other side. Now his position is being given up. And this is where you see he has some of the farthest distance to cover before they can make themselves a safe spot in towards zone. A few other teams don't have that comfortability just yet as it continues to converge. So everybody on the western side that isn't in zone just yet better have some shield bubbles, because this one is going to get rough.
Gonna get rough indeed, as we see Volks utilizing those beautiful mythic pulse rifles ready to show up. We see Sweaty here waiting to take the peak shot, but it does not work. The cover gets blown out. However, Six, the teammate, gets a huge knockdown on the Bear and a massive shot with that Havoc pump shotgun.
And honestly, instantly you see him trying to throw down that shield bubble. I don't think anybody heard it exactly where that fight was going off, and they're inches from the zone as well. This could be an opportunity to kind of come back from the grave and make up for lost time, as Volks finds another elimination onto Professor Shakes, bringing the team's total all the way up to 9. But the shots are coming in from Merrick and Prospering from bush to bush. Everybody's position for now, at least for the most part, is going to be unknown. They do have themselves a position inside of the zone, using that natural terrain towards the right side, seeing Chimp trying to travel in towards the left. And this is where you got to ask, is it worth to try to go after Chimp, add that elimination total to give up that good positioning?
Vortex and Volks move in, and they want this fight, and they want these elims bad. They get a huge knock and a huge elim, taking down Cupsy and Co. as they now get pushed back to the lobby. That's elim number 11 here on the total for Volks and Vortex. And now they continue to look for more. The massive beams come out of the sky. Count it, another one. That's number 12.
And bringing us into our final 3 teams here in towards the end. And you got to imagine the amount of heals on the other side for Volks and Vortex. They can kind of bounce in and out of the zone. They don't have very much to worry about. They can even wait to the last possible moment to the 2 other teams begin to engage, or they can kind of start it off themselves. 160 damage from Volks with that overclocked pulse rifle. Scaring everybody, giving them something to kind of watch out for, forcing out these shield bubbles, and honestly, being the last team to harness any of those shield bubbles is huge. It's going to give you so many options to work with, but the positioning right now from Vortex and Volks has to be some of the best in the game left over.
The waiting game, it now commences here. Choke Splash being popped, and now they're just going to hold off their fire, but Sweaty and Six want to push this one fast. Huge tags come through, waiting for that chance just to them get out of this zone. They're waiting for that 9th zone now to close through, waiting for the reveal. 39 seconds will now start moving, and this is where Prospering, Marok, Six, Sweaty, someone has to make a big step here, and Marok and Prospering will now become the focus of the lobby.
One gets down right there. America trade for trade. Everybody's actually going down. Volks and Vortex, the only duo standing. They're trying to clean this one up. 8 eliminations and 6 respectively. Our final 2 teams. Sweaty's trying to go out for a heal off towards the outside of zone. Does he have enough heals? Med Miss is being ticked away right now. Zone still has to fully close. They're going ahead and kinetic blading high in the sky, trying to gather the information of where he's at. Spots him at the tail end. Volks is going to go hunting, and he hunts for the VR. They get 15 eliminations, Slash, and the victory royale to finish that game off.
Consistent. That's what I'm talking about. Volks and Vortex showing up, 15 elims like you had mentioned, and now they just continue that placement. They were in the top 10 heading into that game, and now that placement continues to rise.
I was at a 105-point game for Volts and Vortex. You talked about the 15 eliminations. That is 45 points alone, and then the 60 points for the VR. That is going to be a big game for anybody to try and beat. If they can mimic that, you got to imagine 5 games at 100 points. If they can somehow make it happen, that's basically be a guaranteed qualification, setting themselves up right for this one. Talk about the living leaderboard right now. I'm going to go right down to 12. 117 points after the first couple of games is going to be the threshold.
Let's see if a fan favorite of Loki and Ethan's can make something happen. I know the chat has just been absolutely blowing up over the last 2 days over that duo, but they're stuck. They're lost in zone, but I wouldn't call them completely lost cause yet, as they still have that legendary slurp juice in the inventory, make moves. The reboot will happen. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry. They'll be back in this game, and I can almost guarantee you. I see it. I see it. You know, like Panda and SBG were talking about the script. You know, I got it. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
The chat has the chance to really write the script for them. Keep your support going. Give them that energy that they need in order to keep propelling themselves. Rotten
That's
Twinkies
right.
and Jack, another huge favorite, and another great loadout right on our hands. You see the 3 different shield bubbles, legendary slurp juice. He has the mythic havoc and that gold red eye. He could pack a punch at a moment's notice. For them, honestly, lads, their only worry is going to be positioning from here on out and not getting cut behind enemy lines and in the focus of the zone.
And right now, they're set up for it. Like, look at those hills. Look at those valleys. Look at those mountains. They're all maneuvering around, ensuring that, hey, we can take this position. We know our bush spawns. Now let's see if we know our environment spawns, essentially, to where we can take those little height plays, take those little peaks, so that way we can utilize the best of the ability when it comes to that legendary red-eye assault rifle, being like, hey, you want to go up into the sky utilizing that rift, you get beamed. You want to peek your head over the top of the hill, you get beamed.
Gotta watch out. Don't peek your head at all. As Lash said, you are going to get beamed. As we jump on board Quanti and Threats. And what happened here? Suspect and Haji were looking so good and so clean moments ago, but as we jump back on board, Haji was taken out. I was talking about how good their loadout actually looked, but Suspect, you got to imagine, with the legendary slurp juices, some splashes, he could be going for that reboot card, especially now that he's picking up even more. Definitely has a lot to work with. I was about to say, he could pop one of the slurp juices, drop a couple splashes, and try to go for the reboot to keep himself in the game. His tank gets taken down, trying to close the distance to Tostius, Waffle, and Sacred, who have themselves a prefab. I would call it, you know, a safety net for them, but they got so much distance to cover before they're actually in zone. They're going to have to leave the safety of that house sooner or later.
Hey, you see that zone right up at the top right, or just on the bottom right, if you will, as well. But that zone pushes up towards the top right, and you see a bit of that Citadel water, which means we're going to get a little bit of that taste of which we saw, except this time around, this is zero build. This is full water zone, essentially, of something like we may have saw in the beginning of Chapter 2. But this time around, the script is a little bit flipped here.
Yeah, hopefully they can get some sort of car. Somebody has it on their back. They can use that car with the bubble. We've seen the combination of the different vehicles with that bubble to try to create some sort of safety. I think that's one tool if they can. Obviously, shield bubbles are going to play a huge role along with those kinetic blades. But Loki and Ethan traveling close by Tostius and Sacred. But Sacred and Tostius choosing to use those kinetic blades very, very early on, while Loki and Ethan are probably choosing those to when they end up in a tight spot.
Let's see if the crowd can erupt after or once this duo can get a couple elims, but no, they're playing with a bit of fire here, but the choke splashes go through. Shield bubble protects them just for a little meanwhile here, but they're gonna have to dip all the way towards the left side of zone just to find a little bit of a safe position. However, they're on a side in no man's land where you do not want to see them at all.
And you see the tree trunk kind of getting chopped down and pushed around them, trying to displace them all together, kind of pop them out. They still got a little bit more distance to cover right into the water. And that's why I talked about saving those kinetic blade charges very, very early on when you saw them rotating. Were so huge for them to get into this point, because if they didn't have those charges, they probably would have been caught on the edge of that island trying to escape and probably getting taken down.
Lurking, waiting for anything. Quanti up above. We saw them take home a victory royale already so far. Suscript, we saw in a very good position earlier, just 2 minutes back in this game, and now, unfortunately, we'll end up going down there. A team we saw end up coming so close throughout the past heats will unfortunately go back to the lobby. However, Zik and his teammate are now going to wake and move, but when you have this amount of top players, Blake, Bizzle, Jackies, and Rotten Twinkies in this lobby, it's going to be a rough battle, tooth and nail, for these final moments.
Yeah, Tamaki goes down, leaving Zikti by himself, and you can see immediately trying to get out with that kinetic blade, something you see all too often. Even though there's a slurp barrel right next to him, he does not want to give up his position here in the game into the top 10. There's so many points still up for grabs, about 18 more points that he could still gather in this position if he just gets second place. That's going to be the biggest thing. 19 if he's able to get that first place spot. Blake and Bizzle, they're going to be after that as well, but for them, they got 6 eliminations, and they're a full duo still left in the game. But you can see Pablo Wingu and Bevies, Quanti and Threat, you see Quinn and Vert, so many of our top teams still left in the game.
Get ready, folks. We have Blake and Bizzle here up at that 4th place spot at the moment, just on the bottom left here of your screen. Now remember, this is only the just beginning of these players' placement. We're only about 3 to 4 games in for majority of these players up here at the top of the leaderboards. Therefore, for these players to set the good foundation down for the beginning of this tournament right now, we're only just above an hour in, and this ultimately is what matters the most.
Yeah, I like the positioning right now from Pablo Wingu and Bevies. They have the high ground. Even though they have to rotate out of zone, they're going to be able to spot every team that is going to be one of the first ones there. They have those roofs. They can look like the superhero of sorts in New York, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. A little bit of a mistake there coming out from Blake, not once but twice, and it's going to cost him everything, Lash. He goes down, unable to use that third charge. That's Toastius Waffle and Sacred. They're going to really take advantage, and he had a good amount of loot from shield bubbles to actual heals to try to keep Sacred and Toastius Waffle not only alive, but replenish them all together. Keep them in the game, but one fight to the next. Bizzle peeks around the corner. That's Kanu. They're on the other side. Bizzle even popping shots in through the window. Doesn't want to let this elimination escape. That's a good amount of loot that Bizzle can possibly pick up.
And now he's going to be able to hold down this ground as well here. Waits for another player. Says, you know what? I'm picking up Elim after Elim after Elim. And I just do not stop. Bizzle, now 5 eliminations, is ready to take over this endgame.
Somehow Bevies does go down. That's Quanti and Threats that really make him pay. They're out for revenge here in this final heat. They don't even think they should be here in this game at this point, but Vert and Quinn, we've seen them kind of outlast some teams before. A couple of top placements on the game. And now can they finish this one off? They're trying to use that rooftop, combine that with a shield bubble. Threat's kind of saving his for the last moment as well into the top 5. Quanti being able to kind of use his. Bizzle trying to out-heal towards the backside of zone, and this is where it is going to get interesting because he has a kinetic blade. People can forget he's here, and then he can strike when they don't expect him.
He's waiting, searching for anything. The heals are massive here for Bizzle, but only has a Chug Splash left to his right, so he's going to have to get into zone now or never. 5 left remaining. Waits for the beam up into the sky, but just unfortunately cannot connect. Waits for Threats and Quanti there on the edge of the roof. They're playing the heal game as well, while Bizzle now has some competition out here towards the back.
Yep, out of heals. Threat's going to have to go. At least he has that one shield bubble from the top. Tries to hit a dunk, but a good shot. Not going to be enough, though. Into the fray. In and out. Down goes Quinn. It's going to be up to Vert if he can save it, but Bizzle from the sky. He's trying to make it last over towards the very end. 7 HP, but it's not enough. It's Vert and Quinn who take the game.
What an incredible third party to end that one out. Bizzle, my man, what a high-flying sky action. Just takes up and says, big shot. Let me take up into that top 2. That reminded me a little bit of the past of his World Cup qualifiers, playing a bit of that heel strat, and then coming in the final moments. What an incredible play.
No, it definitely was. And you got to imagine how much better it could have been if Blake. 2 different mishaps going down when he's trying to kinetic blade along with Bizzle to safety. Unfortunately, he gets caught out. He gets taken down, but Bizzle doing a good job. We talk about him kind of being an OG. He's been almost every situation up until this point, and it's kind of showing. As Petra goes down, these are some of the replays that we've seen very, very early on in the game. That was huge for some of these teams. This early game to get some of this loot very, very early on. 2 legendary slurp juices going over, and this is Volks and Vortex on their run to their VR.
And this is the ultimate kind of intricacy of what we see, the development of these games, where we see Six and Sweaty in the final moments of their lobby, cleaning up elims, making sure that they push out and take a little bit of a risk for the best positionings in those moments, because ultimately you got to be able to take a risk to be able to get that big reward.
No, you definitely do. And you know, 2 FNCS champions over here, 15 eliminations, putting up massive numbers. And you see Bizzle in this situation, honestly, you know, some players won't even take those shots shooting through the window. Bizzle realized you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He just was firing away, able to get 1 elimination. You see him just not giving up. That's 6 points there towards the tail end without Blake there. So you got to give him a huge round of applause. You got to imagine what those points are going to do to kind of get themselves into the top 14 at the end of Heat 4.
And talk about an incredible final moments. You see there, Bizzle dropping down from the high-flying sky, just picking up every elim possible. However, even in the midst, it wasn't Quanti, it wasn't Threats there in the final moments to pick up another VR. Nope, Vert just says, you know what? You guys forgot about me. I was chilling out here in the waters. Boo, I scared you. I took him the VR.
Yeah, just trying to do quick math. Second place for Bizzle, combined with, I do believe, 9 eliminations for the team. That was about an 8-point game for Blake and Bizzle. We talk about the living leaderboard. That kind of, for now at least, that bumps them up into second place. Looking comfortable, but we've seen kind of a lot of teams kind of lose their footing through the second half of the day. But as we get our second half ready of the day, don't go anywhere as we take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
The land of heroes indeed, and the stage is set where it all starts right here, as this is just the first qualifier to be able to head up all the way up towards that Gamers 8 final scale with an amazing prize pool. But if you want to check out more information, make sure you check out that link, gamers8.gg, to check out all the information. If you want to go check out ticket information, everything, it's all right there.
I might have to go and check it out because I might have to go and see what the noise is all about. $2 million up for grabs and a chance to crown yourself the world's best zero-build Fortnite player. That's a huge amount of bragging rights, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before we can get there, we got to finish here with DreamHack San Diego featuring Fortnite, to where we got our leaderboard on screen. It's no surprise after that huge performance early on. Volks and Vortex, they have first place for now.
They're showing up and they're saying, OCE on top here, but it's a completely diverted leaderboard. I mean, you see NA East representation, or former NA East representation, Abyssal and Blake there in second. Then you see EU representation there in third, of Pablo, Winyu, and Bevies. And then you see NA West as well as NA East combined into North America representation of fourth place. But then, Jacob, you see all of our teams that are just on the brink of that top 14 qual.
Yep, unlike yesterday, to where it was top 12 making it in, including Heat number 3. It's top 14 this time around, and that's going to be Statics and Trey at 157 points. They have 16 eliminations, and they're just 1 point ahead of 15th place. It goes to show that we're going to continue that trend of DreamHack here from our first 3 heats, to where we are going to have a photo finish going down to that last and final game more than likely.
I'm ready for it. And folks, if you've already seen heats number 1, 2, and 3, let me tell you, folks, you do not want to miss when it continues to fold on through to the photo finish, like you had mentioned there, Jacob, of what heat number 4 is going to bring. I can only imagine.
Yeah, and you already saw the leaderboards as we get into the next game. So those are going to be some of the teams that I am keeping my eyes on, the ones that are on that bubble. We talked about Statics and Trey and a couple teams that are nearby as well. We've seen Faith doing it. Suki and Lame's going to be one of those teams on the inside, but they get taken down by a team on the outside to start this one off. A trade, a 1-for-1. Lame versus Krizix. Winner of this keeps their game alive, but the high ground's going to go to Lame, continuing to put shots from above while they're inside of Storm with no heals in sight.
Let me tell you, this is not where you want to be. We see this time and time again through many different tournaments where you see those top echelon teams up in the business, and unfortunately somebody comes along and wants to snag that positioning away, and it gets real dangerous. But fortunately for Lame, he does have high ground against Krizix. However, Krizix has got that med miss, the shield bubbles to back himself up, and now the key card as well, which is ultimately what you're fighting for here at Shattered Slabs.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for both of these players, with Krizix and Lame, because not only are you able to get the reboot up, you're able to kind of get that vault. You're going to get a lot of heals, a lot of different legendary slurp juices, and that's where Lame's not only is going to get that reboot, he's going to get that vault card as well. And if he has a chance for survival, which it looks it does based off of that mini-map, he's going to get rewarded tenfold for this effort.
And folks, you may have just seen that little bit of a reminder there on the top left. As we saw, we have 1 hour and 45 minutes left of queue going on throughout the rest of the tournament. And now, as we speak on that leaderboard, Krizix goes down in the midst of a big beam. However, that seems to be affecting another one of those top players that wants to stay up at the top, and Lane is back in trouble.
Yeah, but he only has a few seconds to kind of make a play like this happen. He doesn't have any HP heals. He finds a big pot, but even that's not going to be enough. Time is ticking. It is of the essence, and he's going to go fishing. Anything's better than nothing here in a situation like this. I say that, and I just thought to myself, if he gets a shield fish, oh, did he get Jelly Angler?
I think so.
Wow, what a save. An augment to save the day. Who would have thought?
That is what you call just ultimate preparation that saves you for those kind of situations. As we see Fletch, a team that got a Victor Royale in their last heat, is unfortunately going to be taken out by Flaws and Bear, as they've now wiped on through and say, you know what, this is our positioning, we're going to take this over. However, they have Chimp and Co dancing out, and they want a tango here, taking off the shots, but Bolts and Chimp are going to continue to push this fight. Flaw, low HP, and now will drop down to fall damage off at the top of the cliff. That truck went from a very big help to now, unfortunately, being the downfall of that team.
Yeah, Bolts and Chimp, they absolutely need to begin to ramp things up. First two games on the day, a 26th and a 25th place, really kind of dragging them down in terms of points. Since then, they have progressively better games up until this point, and that's why you see them beginning to get aggressive. And we've seen it throughout the past couple of heats leading up into this point, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, because we're just 2 minutes, 2 minutes away from the official halfway mark in this. Depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you have no choice but to start getting eliminations.
High flying action. We've seen it so far all the way through the competition, utilizing these kinetic blades. And let's see if High Sky and Cam can be one of those teams that start to make some big pressure arise, as we see Lily and Benz lurking on the bend of this mountain essentially at the moment. And it's all about the angle of peaks that these teams go through, waiting for one to spot out the other. High Sky gets really close. Who's going to make the first move here?
Right there, they have the floppers, so that they can kind of stagger themselves out. Force the other team in which you're talking about to try to make that first move. Cam Nuts and High Sky trying to get themselves in a much better spot, as Cam Nuts is going to go down. High Sky realized that, and honestly probably got the call from Cam as well. Go ahead on without me. And a lot of time in this game of Fortnite, no matter what mode you're playing, there comes a point where if your teammates do go down, you're gonna have to abandon ship and play it out as a solo. They're in the top 13 here, hiding in the tree at the top of it like a Christmas ornament. We've seen it so many times yesterday, and I've even seen a player pick up a VR by hiding in the tree for so long.
Listen, maybe Laser Beam was right back in the day. Maybe camping in a tree is the right way, you know? Maybe, you know, Jacob, you think we could win a tournament camping in a tree?
I think so. I think so. It might take 4 heats, though. Let me warn you. It's going to be very, very stressful. You heard me in the Creed clip playing solos. We're going to have some stress. But fun times. Let me tell you, we're going to have all the laughs in the world. As Cliffs and Sabotorium with their last chance, trying to take out Lame. Saw him lose his teammate early on. For now, it's just going to be over shield getting scraped away. Not too much going to be lost, but from the side, Cupsy and Ace just put out a huge amount of damage on the Sabotorian. Shields and HP getting dropped, and they're hot on the heels trying to finish off this elimination. That's a good amount of damage to let go to waste, and there goes the knock. Clips now, just like so many other players we've seen throughout this weekend, is going to have to do it as a solo.
Clips is a player that we've seen do so well throughout the scrims up into this event, but unfortunately just hasn't exactly found the footing. And hopefully, as a solo, like we saw from Bizzle in the final moments of that last game that they played out, hey, maybe he finds a bit of that solo magic.
And let me take a moment to shout out the chat right now. The amount of support you've seen. So some of these players, absolutely insane. Lash, you can't imagine some of the times that I've seen. Some players are just simply afraid to be fans. Let me tell you, I'm one of them that's the exact opposite. I let my fandom show, from the casters, from the analysts, to the production team, to even getting a chance to cast with someone like yourself, one of the most passionate people I've seen in the Fortnite community. This is a blessing for me, being able to see who are the last 14 teams to qualify with none other than yourself.
Hey, likewise blessing as well, brother. This is going to be one worldly of a show to close out here of the heats. As here in heat number 4, Vortex and Volts have been showing up, and they've been getting that fandom support here in the chat all throughout the day. Let's see if they can make another one happen. We've seen them take a Victor Royale home on their own so far throughout the day, but now it's going to come up against the pressure of players like Ace, like Cup, like Fatch, like Chimp. Players that will not back down no matter who's on their up-and-coming shield bubble.
Yep, see a lot of heals for Lavish Lily. No kinetic blade, though, is the only thing that's going to worry me. But only a little bit, because they're already in zone. They got themselves a nice pile of leaves. They probably raked it up for safety early on in the game. Got to be careful, though, when you're using that chug gun, because that's going to be a dead giveaway when it comes to your position. Clips hiding on the other side. We've seen his teammate go down. Spot out the distance. Flaws went down as well. No build to bear. He's getting sprayed at. Nothing's really going to hit. Possibly just enough on the overshield. That's going to force him really to get out of position. Fatch lost Pamso. Chimp lost Bolt. So many teams losing their teammates. So many players losing their teammates. But Volks and Vortex, one thing to point out, in Heat 3, when they failed to qualify, getting 21st place, in their best 5 games, they had 38 eliminations. So far, they've only played 3 games, and this is their 3rd one. They have 27 eliminations. They've been progressively getting better and realizing with their backs up against the wall, now or never.
Big steps is all that matters in the eyes of Volks and Vortex. As Jackson J, though, this is a new duo showing up. Reminder, you can switch your duos between the heats if you had not qualified. So Jackson J decided, you know what? It's time to swap things up. And now they're ready to show up here in the final moments of this game as P-God now on the back foot. Ale King is dropped down, and P-God brings a great shot there. And now he's got all the loot in the world, as well as a teammate. A possible revive could come through. But nope, up on the top of the ropes, Ace and Cup show up, say, this is our ground to stand on.
Yep, standing tall at that as well. And honestly, we've seen them so many times this game alone, third party, and clean up those important eliminations. Now they have 8 to their name, make it 9 as they continue to stack them up. Jackson gets one as well in the distance, so it's going to be a trade as our final 3 teams present itself. Ace goes down. Cup is going to be a solo left by himself. Jackson and Jetson, the only duo standing, as this one is going to go down. Can anybody step up to the plate and take down the duo?
Fatch looking up into the sky of a solo clutch possibility, and he's getting some big shots. That's a knock. Can he get Neelan? That's 2. He takes down the full duo, but it will not be enough to take down Cupsy as he says, you know what? The same strat you brought, I'm bringing it straight to your dome.
I did not mean to curse him, but Cubsy staying true to the strategy I said almost every single altercation he had throughout that game, or at least the ones that we did see on stream. They were smart and using their brains to third party a lot of these teams, and he does it yet again to take the game.
Absolute incredible gameplay. And Jacob, we're seeing these defining moments where we see those up into the sky kinetic blade gameplay and then bring it on home with a smart third party to then just change the entire pace of the fight that was once brought up.
Yeah, and that we talk about the living leaderboard. It's going to move Jackson J and Jatson into second place for now, though. This is just for now. The leaderboard is constantly moving up and down as these players kind of break those 5-game threshold, because it's 3 hours. It's the best 5 games that do count towards the leaderboard. So if you don't have the best game, if you get eliminated off spawn, you got to be able to hold your head held high, because you have so many chances to kind of pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and have another go around.
That's right. But in the meanwhile, we swap on into a different lobby of gameplay here. And unfortunately, we see a little bit of a tide of the fandom in the chat going down. We see Quinn taking down Ethan in the elimination feed. And chat, I don't know how y'all feeling about that one. That's a kind of a ways between the two. It's like, it's great for one team, and then it's like, for another.
Yep. It's kind of the roller coaster of emotions you go through, kind of being a fan for some of these players, myself included. You know what I mean? I'm a huge fan of Quinn. He kind of welcomed me into the community, open arms, when I kind of made my first appearance on the FNCS broadcast, making sure I kind of knew a lot of the players, the names, the intricacies, the ins and outs of how things go. So that's somebody I'm looking at. Hopefully he can qualify here in his last chance, just like Kika and Jivy. They got themselves a nice spot at the edge of zone. Not too many teams are going to be positioned behind them. So as long as they can continue to pull zone at least close by with not too much distance to cover, I think they're going to be in a great spot.
Absolutely. As we take a look just on the lower third, on the bottom of your screen, folks, you'll see that cascading leaderboard so far. We have Volks and Vortex up at that first place spot, around that 230-point mark. So for a lot of these teams so far, in the heats of what we've seen, the qualifying point ranges from heat number 1, we saw 362 points to qualify. In heat number 2, we saw 354. But in heat number 3, we saw 333. So the point total has consistently backtracked a little bit more as the best of the best now make their way through into the finals. So the point standard could be a little bit lower, which means a lot of more of your favorite teams that qualify, not only with the extended placement of that top 14, but also the little bit of downscale of how these players are in the aggressive of this lobby.
Yeah, beautiful breakdown. It goes to show that these games and a lot of these players cannot give up on themselves. They need to have the mentality of a champion if you're going to go ahead and try to qualify even for the finals alone. I always kind of said it myself, in order to be the best, you're really going to have to beat the best. And that means kind of going through different heats, going through the different competition and figuring out a way to come out on top. Vert and Quinn have figured out a way to come out on top in 4 different exchanges. They have 4 different eliminations. A great start for them in terms of elimination points, giving 12 to their total and trying to find themselves the best spot into zone. But immediately their bush gets destroyed and they're scrambling around. They hear some shots coming from the backside of zone. This could be an opportunity for them to try to third party. Ooh.
Vert and Quinn looking to make the same thing happen that they made in that Victory Royale game of theirs. Now looking to make it a possible back-to-back. And they're starting off heavy with a possible mid-game frag out here. They're looking to get these elims. They have 4 already on the board, so that means they have plus 12 points here in this game for them. And they're looking to make it, might as well. Let's tack on a plus 2 here.
And while Raikou and Zayux are now the focus of the lobby, you see Quinn and Vert, instead of going on the chase, they kinetic blade to the backside and kind of refresh their position, so to say, before they kind of move right back in towards zone. But you see, because of what they did, they're no longer the focus of the lobby. Bronos and Oliver OG are treading lightly themselves because they realize they can't get too ahead. They know somebody is nearby in these trees. They know exactly which one because of the kinetic blade. That's going to be Sacred, just trying to bide his time. Bronos and Oliver OG, another team I'm kind of fans from, but I think this is going to be the chance. They're going to find Sacred. He's going to drop down low, take some HP damage as well, and could be an opportunity for them to clean up 3 more points.
Bronos and Oliver OG, a team that we saw get 17th place back in Heat 3 earlier today, looking to make a move. However, they're going to have to stand in the way of teams like Vert and Quinn, a team that has already gotten a Victory Royale so far throughout the day, feeling hot and ready to go, but so are Clarity and Casker at 10 elims so far. That is a grand total of 30 points so far in this game, and they're set up in a great position.
Yeah, getting a great position as well as 18 different splashes, 2 different legendary slurp juices. They have more than enough HP, but they need to be able to survive shot for shot, forcing them to go to the outside of zone, but catches Fusion on the tail end. That's Leo as well, a full-on wipe, 6 more points, but am I seeing this right? Let me shake off the dust here for a second. 12 elims for Clarity alone, 13 total for this team. If they don't qualify here on the day, Lash, I will be shocked.
The shock would be heard around the world if they don't, but one big difference, one big movement I think they're trying to make is shock the rest of this game right now, because they have everyone in their sights. They're in a good position so far on the ridge of this hill, just kind to scope out the rest of the area. They know Vert, Quinn, they know that team is on the other side of this bridge, and ultimately that's going to be the chasm that bridges between the rest of this lobby. The rest of this game is how well each of these individual players, as well as the full duo, can kind of play the realm of positioning.
You see them on the outside when it comes to Quinn and Vert. They're positioning. They're just not trying to give away too much audio of their movement. You see them just trying to go towards the outskirts. First shield bubble is going to go down. They know somebody is kind of waiting right at the top of that mountain for a moment for them to get caught off guard, but shots are coming in. That's Clarity Caster as we talk about their aggressive nature up until this point. 13 eliminations. But you see, because of that position underneath the bridge, they're going to be one of the first teams to rotate, but they're actually trying to go back, and this is where when push comes to shove, they might have to go up against Quinn and Vert. I don't know if they have the verticality to go up, but I was proven wrong there for that short moment. That goes to show that they have options to work with here, Lash.
They do indeed have the options as they continue to wait, seek out. Bakika, Jivy have now noticed they're there. The audio cue goes out, and now they've caught a bit of the attention towards opposing players like Zay on the other side of that bridge, and now they have to play the ridge to see exactly what they can do. On this side of zone, Vert, Quinn, they're lurking. This is a dangerous spot for any of these teams to be in.
Yep, one wrong peek, wrong move. Both of these players are going to get dud up, but when it comes to the position, if you look at your mini-map, Quinn and Vert do have the advantageous side. Caskers and Claire are going to have to move. They're getting chunked out for the zone for now. Everybody trying to think outside of the box, even rotating with that car, throwing the shield bubble at top and immediately trying to bob and weave inside it out. I called Caskers and Carity. They're going to be forced to move, and they found themselves a crevice to work with between a fence and a bush, but Jack spots one out. Nobody's really going for the elimination just yet as Caskers gets dropped by Rotten Twinkies. A huge chance for them to move up onto the leaderboard as he's bobbing and weaving in and out of the zones. He's able to get the knock on the one, leaving Jax by himself.
A close call there for a fan favorite. However, Jack goes down, and now that's going to be a massive shot there for Kika and Jivy to hold down this ground. It's down to the final top two of this game, and it's going to be Quinn and Vert looking for a total of 2 VRs, and Vert has to solo clutch again. That's another huge shot, but it will not be the back-to-back as Jivy and Kika shut it down for the VR.
Quinn just took so much damage very early on in that fight. It was dropped in the blink of an eye. We got to give Vert so much credit there. He was able to drop that first player down in a well-played shot. He would have been able to go back-to-back, but unfortunately, zero builds, especially in zero builds, that numbers game is just too much for some people to overcome. But a second-place finish, Lash, that has to do wonders in terms of their positioning on the leaderboard.
It's so tough to be able to hold on to that consistency that is drawn. It's like nectar of the honey, just moving on through of these kind of situations where sometimes it's a little bit slow and a little bit of a elongated pacing in those moments. But then once you get it flowing, it just keeps on going.
Exactly what you have to get into, a state of flow, where you can go through each and every one of these games with very little mistakes. And this was that play again. Cupsy going outside of the zone, displaces himself, forces a fight between two other players, and eventually wins that game. And this is kind of the same thing. They took down Jack. Quinn was the one who kind of started that fight. And look at this. Twin just takes a huge tag from Kika to start this one off, that even though Vert did a good job of battling back, it just wasn't enough. And you got to imagine how much siphon he was able to get with that exotic Celerant Maven shotgun there to kind of keep himself alive.
Listen, I'm not going to lie. In those final moments, I thought Vert was winning that. The movement, the spin around, the 200 pump power coming through, I was on my edge. I was thinking, oh no, this might be it here for Quinn and Vert to go for the back-to-back. But fortunately, it worked out well in the end.
Yeah, and this is the moment I really say, depending on when your leaderboard, it matters so much how you formulate your game plan. But luckily for you guys at home and our competitors, we're going to take a quick break, give you guys time to get a snack, formulate some plans, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite, as this competition is getting that much more closer. I mean, Jacob, you had mentioned a lot of our teams that are getting hot right now are only just in the beginning of their games, and it is just getting started.
Yeah, Volks and Vortex being one of them. Just shy of 40 eliminations in Heat 3, failing to qualify in a fraction of their games already. They're at 30 eliminations. Only the top 5 are going to count. And honestly, looking at the overall leaderboard coming up to this place, it honestly goes to show that we have ourselves a close competition for our 4th consecutive Heat.
It is looking ultra spicy. And Jacob, I got to be honest, so far, this is the best Heat for me.
It definitely is one of the best heats that we're going to show. Kind of looking at the 30 eliminations, 264 points for Volks, Caskies, and Clarity. 5th place, getting at least 1 VR, 224. But when you're looking at this leaderboard, what names kind of surprise you? What names maybe don't surprise you? Business as usual?
You know, I say business as usual for Bizzle and Blake, right? Like I mentioned, I talked to them beforehand. They felt confident. And hey, they're up there in that top 10, but we take a little bit more towards that brink of the leaderboard scale where we see top 14, folks, is the qualification for these players, for these duos, to be able to make it to the finals on Sunday, which you all make sure need to tune into. But this is ultimately what cascades up to that, because this is the final opportunity, the last chance for these duos to be able to make something happen. And for a team like Jivy and Kika that we saw take home that Victor Royale there, hey, I mean, they're getting hot, Jacob.
No, they definitely are. With about an hour and 20 minutes left, so to say. That's just an estimate here that these players have to kind of queue into these lobbies. You see the threshold at 14th place, 206 points. Obviously, that threshold continue to increase as our players get phenomenal performances to kind of round out their games, but this one is going to look like a continued North Pole. So for Volks and Vortex, as long as they stay towards the outskirts, they continue to pick up eliminations just like that as they find Rip Rah outside of the zone, separated a little bit too far from her duo.
They're just too good. They're showing up, flexing on that first place podium right now, as Volks and Vortex are just manhandling this lobby. Like, it's too easy for them, and they're holding down everything of Slappy Shores right now. Let's take it up a quick elim there. However, now they've got some danger around them. Hajj, Suscript, we saw them compete just in this past FNCS. Suscript in particular did pretty well alongside of V, but now here in Duo Zero build, it's a different kind of atmosphere where we see OCE on top of Volks and Vortex.
Yep, you see Disturbish kind of staggering himself. There's a lot of slap barrels here towards Slappy Shores. So honestly, if you really realize where a lot of those static barrels are at, where a lot of the heals are at, you can spend a little bit longer in towards the zone at Slappy Shores. Wait for everybody to kind of bypass you before you figure out your own escape plan. As you talked about Sescript and Haji reuniting here for this in-person opportunity. DreamHack San Diego, $250,000 up for grabs. And Reflection was saying it yesterday, $250,000 for a qualifier that leads into a $2 million in-person event for Zero Builds to kind of round us out at Gamers 8. So there's just so much up for grabs here that even if you did fail and kind of go down in the 3 previous heats, there's so much to look forward to kind of lock in now.
You know, Pin and SPG kind of brought up this question during heat number 3, and I'm going to bring up the same to you. Do you think if a team qualifies to finals and then qualifies to Gamers 8 in the top 10, do you think they're going to make that trip to Dallas, make that trip to Summer as well?
Yes, it's valuable practice. It can only go up from here, especially if you're talking about winning or getting into the top 10. You can kind of reinvest that prize money to go to Dallas. Like, these tournaments don't necessarily play out exactly the same as you see those Squad Zero Build Cups or the Zero Build Trio Field Cups. Those are not the same level, just like in the past where we talk about Elite Cups, rounds 1 and 2 are not the same as a set finals lobby. So if anybody's looking to take this serious and they already kind of punched their ticket to Gamers 8 later this year, I would suggest getting as much practice underneath your belt in these real-life scenarios, these actual tournaments that do play out.
You know what? If there was a retweet button on our words right now, boom, I'm hitting it. I agree exactly what you just said there, because ultimately, like you mentioned, it is the best practice. This is where you're going to get your reps in. So that way you can be one of those pink Anases who won in zero build. Or you could be like that epic whale Malibuca lifting up that trophy.
Yep. At the end of the day, that's what really matters most. And obviously the bonus is going to be prize money. But depends on what motivates you at the end of the day. Is High Sky, Cam, they're going for those mythic overclock post rifles at the top of the Rift Island. But there might be a team either nearby in the building or right below waiting to rift, and that's one of those things to where you see a lot of players try to zip line their way up. I think the best strategy is kind of rifting at the same time, trying to take control of the top of the building, and then working your way down from there.
I see Loki in the elimination here, folks. Loki getting active. That's what we love to see. The hype is building, folks. The hype is building. It's going to be real interesting to see whether or not they make those moves. Hey, maybe we see them in the final moments of this endgame. We're just going to have to see the rest of this game unfold.
Yep, as the living leaderboard does stand, they're just 11 points shy of that threshold, but as it does update, moves up to 12 as Bronos and Oliver OG squeak into that 14th spot. Try to keep you guys updated as much as possible. This is 10, or I should say 3 hours to get as many games as possible with the top 5 counting. So as a player kind of beats their personal best in the last, they're going to move up on the leaderboard as Quanti and Threats find somebody floating around as a solo on the outside of zone. They take him out. That was Tamaki. So 3 more points to their total. 6 eliminations for them, which means they got to be sitting in a comfortable position in terms of in this lobby.
In this lobby, they're definitely feeling good, right? I'd be feeling the power positioning as well if I had that mythic pump shotgun. Jacob, I mean, I gotta ask, when you hold the wield of that power of that pump shotgun, what are you feeling, right? Are you feeling as powerful as Threats and Quanti in this lobby right now?
No, it does. It makes me feel like a professional player. Quanti, Threats, even the way Lame has been playing it until I actually shoot it and end up in a battle. Then I feel like my plain old self. I maybe hit a body shot or hit a toe. I don't do the 200 damage. In fact, it's I get 200 to get put down rather quickly. Cupsy, his teammate goes down to Jackson J. Yet again, honestly, Cupsy was able to clutch it out to get the victory around the last altercation they had. But this time around, Jackson and Jackson do get the best of them.
Hey, it's an all-around battle for each of these teams, right? You're gonna see one of the other once again, and ultimately, sometimes one is gonna push towards the other way of the other, and it's all about how well you can hold down your consistency. As for Jackson J and Justin, they're gonna continue to play a little bit of this edge zone now, utilizing these new 5th zone kind of rotations to be able to make the best out of your rotations.
Getting the best out of every inch of your game, it's just so important, because honestly at a top level you got to think mechanics. That's part of your skill is going to kind of reach a ceiling at a certain point. So then it goes to show your rotations, your positions, the decisions that you're making really does mean the difference. And hopefully these players are kind of progressing and learning through each and every decision that they're making. Loki and Ethan's doing just that, making the rotation with the shield bubble and their car safe as possibly can be. They're one of the teams that talked about just outside up until this point. They're about at 210 points, 19th place. They still have a little bit more work to do, but at least goes to show that they're at least on the right track.
I'm hoping the metaphor of them driving that bear truck on the ice, I hope it's just as nice as their gameplay. That's what I'm hoping for the rest of this game.
I'm hoping as well. Kind of slide their way in to a top position on the leaderboard as Clips and Sabotorian do go down overall, wiped out, sent back to the lobby. Luckily, there's still more time left to queue up. They can get another game in before it's too late. Volts and Vortexers just kind of hunting towards the outskirts. They bypassed the player they were looking for, but at least they're trying nonetheless. Lame and Suki do find a down onto one. Quanti gets the cleanup onto Jatson. Him and Threats so close each and every one of these heats to punch their ticket directly into the finals, but honestly better late than never. It might have taken them 4 different heats, but this is the opportunity for them to really at least get their shot at 250,000.
Subki and Lame looking to get their feet back on the right pattern here in this game. Meanwhile, Bear, Flaws, in the midst of the building, now getting in a bit of trouble here as Blizzy and Jaxie on the other side of that wall. The shield bubble battle will now break through, but they've got that chug cannon utilizing from the chug gunner augment as they're able to come through. And now it's a stalemate of the battle. Who's going to be able to take the right angle, the right peak? But now you got to be careful here because you can see, folks, those markers on the bottom left, they're starting to move. They're starting to move into that third party. However, the action continues to go out faster. They realize it quicker and quicker as the knock goes through the full finish onto Blizzy. And now it's a 50-50 battle of who's going to be able to take the shots. And P-God comes in now for the third party.
Eye flying out of nowhere. King and P-God wipe up one, but it almost cost him in the end. King almost goes down, but quickly reacting with Kinetic Blade. Shield Bubble going down. All of the splashes being expended to get themselves up to 200 overall shield and HP. And you see Iroh and Matt kind of deciding, is this something worth going after? They're going to kind of get halted dead in their tracks as they pop a shield bubble and really having to rethink, is this that they want to do? Is it not? Benz and Fledge working together, two different teams to take down Moody, who gets sent back to the lobby.
Let's see what Iroh can do here. We know this is a top-tier collegiate player that has performed very well in past zero-build events. Now teamed up here with Matbra. We saw them come very close into a qualification back in heat number 3 earlier today. Now they're ready to show up in some hot fire, but now they're starting to get burned a little bit here towards the top side. P-God and Hail King now starting to get in, and the shots align. Iroh now on the back foot, and the big beam will come through. Matbra now becomes a solo. Meanwhile, there's teams everywhere. It's a surrounding force.
Yeah, you saw just 1 second of hesitation coming out of Iroh. Cost him everything. He really wanted to try to keep Matt alive, but it was something that I feel like Matt was going to get out regardless. You got to think they're going to learn from that mistake as King and P-God here. They got a little bit of distance to cover before they found their safety inside of zone. Teams going to be on the eastern side of them. A few teams towards the west, towards the north side. That could be somewhere they're looking to go, but this is the sacrifice. This is the decision they're going to have to make. Towards the right side, there's a bunch of teams, but there's also high ground on that side. On the left, less teams, even least amount in the entirety of the lobby, but you go down, giving up that high ground.
Folks, we see Mama Benji Fishy in this lobby. Honestly, Jacob, I want to hear the Mama Benji Fishy fans up in the chat, right? This could be ultimately one of their best games of the tournament so far. They're chilling up there in the clock tower. Hey, I'm just saying.
Yep, to go. Mama Benji Fishy currently sitting inside of the top 50. Rather impressive, I say so myself, especially since, you know, traveling from Europe, you got to imagine the jet lag really playing a role, but stepping up when it matters most. No build gets taken down. Lavish Lily and Ben starting off the day rather well, cemented themselves a spot in the 10, but since then they're progressively just falling down. But all it takes is 2 pop-off games here in our last hour and 10 minutes for anybody to really achieve that top 10 on the leaderboard.
That's right. Anybody has that last hope, the final opportunity to go in for those ultimatum shots. And now Mama Benji Fishy unfortunately gonna get knocked here, but Tago now has a little bit to backtrack off of, has the ice, the entire berg, if you will, to continue to make moves. However, when you have players staring at you like Lame, now on the other side, just kind of waiting for you to make a move when they've shown aggression all throughout the day, I don't know if that's a team you want to mess with.
No, I don't know either, as High Sky is in a position where he's by himself. He's trying to go towards the outskirts, probably getting some communication coming out from Cam. You can see he's actually choosing to kind of keep both the red eye and the pulse rifle, probably looking to go back for the shield bubbles. That's going to be one of my biggest questions that I'm trying to figure out. What is he going to go for? Exactly just that. 2 more. It's almost a must-have here in zero builds, especially if you're a solo.
What is High Sky cooking in the back of zone? That's the question that will have to be answered. But we're going to have to find out that answer as this 8 zone now starts to close on through. 30 seconds remain as everybody out of the sky throws down the shield bubbles. Meanwhile, High Sky, he starts cooking more. And he's looking to prepare a full chef's course meal here as he finds another elim out in the feed. But now shots continue to rain down. Tago on top of the hill.
Yeah, if Quanti and Threads could somehow end up on top in this game with a VR, I could see them bumping up because as it stands, they're in 43rd place, but this game has not ended just yet. 11 eliminations total, 33 points just off elims alone. They spawn Lavish, Lily, and Benz trying to close the distance. They're just trying to get in the car, hide out, maybe think they can kind of go unnoticed, but they get spotted out. Quanti begins to put out the damage. Lavish is going to go ahead and put himself in the driver's seat and try to escape, but Benz gets caught out. taken down by the combination of two different teams. This is where Lavish Lily probably switched on over to the passenger seat and trying to just hide. Maybe they forgot about it.
Hey, maybe. You just gotta hope and pray. But when Quanti and Threats are just on an absolute tear of the rest of this lobby right now, they take down Sweaty, a player we saw in the final moments of one of the few first games, now showing up once again based off of the top 50-50, trying to see if they can come out on top once again. And Threats and Quanti look primed for a victory here in this game.
Yep, finding 2 more eliminations, bringing their total to 13. Fame gets caught out on the outside. The only other team, they end up in an aim duel. Lavish Lily just bypassing everybody else. The zone begins to kind of move them in. She has her comfortable spot inside of the car, probably listening to some tunes on repeat. Uh-oh.
Listen to the tunes. Let's see.
Oh, hey,
what
how you
kind
doing?
of tune could be written. And unfortunately, that tune gets cut off. And unfortunately, they're just going to have to rotate towards the backside. Threats and Quanti now back in trouble. They want to go up towards height. Quanti gets knocked. Let's see if Threats can 1v2. But it will not be enough against Fletch and Tiger to bring away their victory. That's now 2 on the day overall. But this is their first one here in heat number 4. They're looking to show up.
He gets absolutely demolished on the tail end, spawning out Lavish Lily. At least they got something. At least they got 3 more points plus those placements before going down. Moving up on the leaderboards. I told you they were like in 45th place before that game. Interested to see how many points they actually garnered off of that game because they only have 3 in their total so far. So you gotta imagine they're moving well up the leaderboards after that one.
Absolutely. And with Threats and Quanti being one of the best, if not the best, performing duo that has not qualified yet, you'd expect them to be up in that top 14 right now, but unfortunately it just not has been clicking up until this point where they get that second place, which will be massive. But Jacob, we got another crown favorite on our screens right now of Jack and Rotten Twinkies.
Yep, I need everybody be positive first off, but if you're a fan of Rotten Twinkies and Jack is godly, show some support in chat. They're out the edge of zone. They got themselves a little bit of a bush to work with. You got to imagine that team on the right using their kinetic blades to try to close in on the distance. And I got to ask you, compared to the regular build mode, do you see a lot more teams kind of playing towards the outskirts, the edge of zone, rather than going directly towards the center?
You know, it's interesting that you bring up that question because I do indeed. As we've seen a lot throughout the Zero Build tournaments, not only so far this season, but also last season back in Chapter 4 Season 1, where we see teams that ultimately want to make a big difference and a little bit of a shift in momentum. They decide to take something like a boat, go edge of zone, and then get up towards the top, especially in these kind of new zone format with the 12 zones rather than the original 9, and a little bit more of a elongated early game, especially combined with those heals. It allows for those kind of brief buffer situations to where you can, all right, let's stay back in zone here. Let's take this pass so that way we're not running in to somebody like a Prospering and Co. We're not running into someone like Threats and Quanti, because ultimately, if you know they're on your rotates, then it's like, yeah, I'll pass. I'm good.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I learned kind of like seasons ago, to where even Quinn just kind of always goes back to Quinn in one of these fan favorites that he always talked about. It's not enough to know your drop spot. You have to know the teams that are around. You got to know their loot path, where they're going to rotate. Obviously, one of the more random things is the zone. That's something you can't necessarily predict. But if you know the tendencies of the teams around you, you can kind of formulate a game plan straight off of that. As we jump on board, Bronos and Oliver OG deep into the zone, they were at least find a knock onto Ben Penn's teammate. They're not only going to be able to clean that one up, but they're trying to look for the second elimination. World Cup and Electrics get taken down right before our very eyes. That's Jack is godly and Rotten Twinkies striking again.
Whoop, whoop. Big time elims up in the building here, as that'll be plus 6 points for this duo right now, for them to continue to work their way up in those leaderboards, as they are sitting and resting up in that top 14 right now. And every single game up to this point is just working to best them, as we continue to just emphasize the point that, hey, these players, these duos, can compete at as many lobbies as they want to, and only matters and comes down to the points that they attribute in their top 5 games when it comes to leaderboards. So ultimately, for a team like Jack and Rotten Twinkies, this is their game where they're just trying to best the rest.
Yep, and as we enter into our last hour of competition, Our 14th spot is being taken over by Bizzle and Blank. 241 points. They played 6 games so far, with their least point total being 30 points with a 27th place finish. So if you guys don't know how it works, since they played more than 5 games, they have to get more than 30 points in order for their point total to go up. And honestly, that isn't too bad for them. They realized 241. They got plenty of room to work with. This game's going to be huge and monumental for them to solidify their spot in the top 10, not just at the 14th threshold.
Dangerous fight could unfold here, but it appears Bizzle and Blake don't exactly want too much part of that, or they just may have not noticed the two duos of Jack and Rotten Twinkies and Bizzle and Blake, 2 top-tier competitors, both within that top 14 right now, are just going to go their own separate ways, as Bizzle, Blake claimed the best positioning, I'd say, so far in the 7th zone, Jacob.
Yep, the team sitting in 10th place currently. This is going to be their 5th game, so they're only going to move up from here without 4 games. They got 254 points so far. And you kind of look at the game time when it comes to the pizza. I think that might have been the only heals. Didn't see too much that Quinn had on him. But Chimp and Bolt, something I'm still expecting more from, because all they have to do is outmatch their lowest point gains. But he has the Mythic Havoc, 2 different Slurp Juices on the other side, 1 Slurp Juice and Mythic Havoc, so they can definitely pack a punch as long as they play their cards right. And I think for a lot of these teams, it's not necessarily the loot, it's not even necessarily the path, it's the decisions that you're making that might be holding you back.
And I like this decision right now from Leo and Fusion. You know, if this was me right now, Jacob, I'd be truck camping as well. I'd be mud flap camping with you, you know. Take alongside passenger driver's seat, you know, we're hopping right in a truck.
Easy rotations, easy bit of cover. You just got to make sure you don't take too much damage. It explodes and it kind of costs you right there. That's kind of what happened to Threats and Quanti in that last game that we saw. Oh my God. They just got melted by that pulse rifle. 0 to 1,000 real quick, let me tell you.
That is facts. The most powerful weapon we have seen maybe in Fortnite history, as the Mythic Pulse Rifle is absolutely dealing insane damage throughout these games right now. As we see Oliver OG up in this lobby, now starting to make a difference here alongside Burnos, a team that has just made their way near the top 14, looking to make that big stamp on this lobby.
We got to do in a lot of these situations is Bright gets caught out. That's Leo and Fusion who find that elimination. Their first elimination of the game, but getting into the top 11 is going to be like around 30 to 40 points on placement alone. 3 more points being added to their total. Slow and Steady does win the race, but sooner or later, you got to put some fire underneath that behind and begin to get things going. We're about an hour left before those queues begin to close and the opportunities for some of these players begin to shut away.
Let's see which of these duos will now start to sense the immersiveness of this environment, of this game right now here for them, because this could be the difference maker. Rotten Twinkies looking out in the distance. Leo and Fusion now starting to get caught up in the mix, but Pamstu gets a massive shot brought back, and Thatch and Pamstu are now starting to regret that decision. They go back to the lobby, and Leo and Fusion are now feeling powerful in this lobby right now as they hold down not only the zone, but also the loot.
Bro, he got haymaker to the face. We started the 10 count. Leo and Fusion, like you said, making them regret going on to the hunt. But they know somebody's there towards the backside of zone. That is going to be Rotten Twinkies. Do they wait for him? That's going to be the question that I'm asking. But they have themselves a spot already on the edge of zone. They don't want to move too far. Rotten Twinkies trying to close in on the distance, forcing out a shield bubble for him, but all the position in the world is going to be given away. Raikou loses his teammate. He's trying to splash and keep the HP up so that way he can get that revive on sooner rather than later. Oliver OG and Bronos going to have to move up here rather quickly to get themselves into zone as it does begin to close. But they have around 25 seconds to work with to make a decision about where they want to go.
Let me tell you here, though, these are the bullets being shot and heard around the world right now from Oliver OG and Bronos with that Mythic Pulse Rifle, but now their pressure has now caused some other pressure, and it's now ricocheting. Blake will now drop down, so does Bizzle. So now we see Vert and Quinn drop down. Blake and Bizzle now drop down, and this leaves open an open opportunity right now for any of these duos to now show up and show out here in this lobby number 2 of games.
Look at that. Z-Link A miracle has just been given. They go up and over, trying to go for that loot, giving them a second chance at survival. The team terrorizing the lobby. 9 eliminations so far. Probably in the best position to take it overall, especially with a knock like that. They find a second player in Raikou going down. One player was already weak. He got res back up into this 2v1 situation. Z-Link is going to be the last player remaining as a solo, and Bronos immediately takes him out. 13 eliminations and a huge big game victory to try to boost him at the top of the leaderboard. This is heat number 4 for Bronos and Oliver OG. It's all or nothing.
All or nothing indeed, and I feel it right now that they just rose themselves up into qualification range right now for Oliver OG and Bronos. This is looking incredible. 13 elimination victory royale. They just showed up. I mean, we called it just in that little bit of rotating into endgame drone shot. I was like, you know what? This team's looking prime. They got that mythic pulse rifle. They got that mythic havoc pump shotgun. And lo and behold, they took home the W.
Yep, and kind of talk about some of these teams. Blake and Bizzle, they needed anything over 30 points as we tuned on placement alone. They had 38, so they too moved up the leaderboards. This format is actually a really, really interesting one, Lash. You got to know when to abandon some games, when to abandon your teammate, and try to get into that next queue as fast as possible, especially if you already have 5 games adding to your total. And I think the majority of the lobby at this time does have those 5 games. Maybe 1 or 2 teams slipping by, have some ground to cover. But then that goes to show that at this point in time, it's just about outlasting everybody else, outmatching some of your lowest point totals so far, and really having that big pop-off game.
Exactly, and it makes you kind of think, like, are any of these teams going to decide to switch up the strategies to go for a higher game? Well, we're going to have to find here shortly, but in the meanwhile, we got to ready up those battle buses because the last hour of competition is right on deck. But first, we got to go to a quick break. So folks, do not go too far because the action is just accelerating even more. We'll be right back.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the very beginning of the Fast Track to Gamers 8 Finals. As like we had mentioned earlier, this is just qualifier number 1, and we are just getting started. But Jacob, the folks at home, they got to know where to go to find all of the inclusive action for Gamers 8.
Yeah, if you guys want to know where to go, you guys see that little link on below. I'm going to try to point at it right there towards last, right underneath gamers8.gg. If you guys want to get yourself up to date with all the information, how to qualify, how to get your tickets. There are 3 different ways to qualify, though, is through the DreamHacks. First one that you're watching right before our very eyes is in lovely San Diego. It's right near my hometown. Hopefully, you know, I can go ahead and check it out. I know the beaches are going to be crazy for some of these people that might have, you know, the day off. If they don't qualify tomorrow, there's still so much to look forward to.
That's right. A lot to look forward to indeed. And what I'm looking forward to is these standings right now, because we see Volks and Vortex 303 just barely scraping and holding on to that first place spot. Meanwhile, Notch Source 300 points qualified into that second place spot. We're not quite qualified yet, but like we mentioned earlier, each individual heat, Jacob, has dropped down in point scale. So a lot of these teams right now are just on the brink of that qual spot.
Yeah, I expect chat to go absolutely crazy. You got Rotten Twinkies inside of the top 10. You have Quinn and Vert inside of the top 14. A lot of our fan favorite teams getting the support. And it's thanks to you guys. Honestly, you guys really supporting these guys is going to be the difference maker from them possibly qualifying or not. But you see everybody outside of the top 14, 17 to 24. They still have a decent shot if they could start ramping things up, because this is the point in time. If you're not inside of that bubble, you got to start changing your gameplay. I'm not saying drastically by any means, but you might have to start ramping up the aggression if you're not having the placements you expected.
Absolutely. And I mentioned it to you earlier how we have these kind of situations where you can't have a quote-unquote WG game. You just have to play out your best. And let's see if these players can play out their very best. As you see right there on the reminder on the just left of your screen, 47 minutes and counting for these players to queue up into their final games to have their best performances yet to qualify into the top 14 placement spots for the finals tomorrow.
Yep. Almost in Heat 3. You almost got Oliver OG and Bronos qualifying through their last game. About 30 seconds left to get into that lobby. They found a way to make it work. Didn't kind of come out on top, so they go again here in Heat number 4, but they have just as good a chance as any. We saw them inside of the top 10 already, trying to secure themselves a spot. And unlike the other heats, instead of top 12 advancing, it is going to be top 14 to kind of round out our top 50 duos going into tomorrow to fight for over $250,000 prize pool.
And that's what makes it ultra spicy for a team like Cup and Ace, a team that's just barely inside that top 14 as they pick up 2 quick eliminations. A little bit of a bush camping action. They spotted out real quick, and Cup and Ace are now going to be able to rise up that leaderboard just a little bit more. Every single point matters, even if you get those 2 quick eliminations here in this kind of situation where you're in that mid-game buffer where not too many people are around and you can get your little bit of secluded refreshes, if you will. You can really start to make that accumulative big difference when it comes to that endgame.
Yep, especially since you got to realize they're on that bubble for some of these teams. just outside, just inside. There's no feeling when we talk about that bubble that gives you a sense of comfortability, something that has you confident kind of going into our last hour. This High Sky and Camp just checking every single one of these bushes, and with some of the plays that I've seen throughout the weekend so far, that's not a bad idea to make sure to check each and every one of these corners, from bushes to houses. A lot of these roofs are going to contain some of these players trying to sneak by as well.
Hey, listen, when everything is on the line, when it is the last hope, hey, you got to do everything. Like, you're checking every angle, every building, every bush. It doesn't matter what it is. You're checking it because you don't want to get caught off guard. Because in the one moment, you know, when you don't check something, that's when somebody's camping in the bush. That's when somebody's camping in the building. And they're just ready saying, ooh, you fell for the trap. I'm ready to beam you.
Yeah, you check the bush 9 times. You don't find anything. It's that 10th time that always gets you. And always has you feeling like, man, I regret it. I should have just checked the bush. I should have just shot. I knew he was there. And that's one of the more common responses. I knew he was there. As Vortex and Volts continuing their aggressive nature into our last and final hour, trying to claim Rift Island, trying to go ahead and claim those mythic pulse rifles. You've seen how much damage they do, and kind of rounding out their loadout. Even though they don't have that mythic Havoc, they definitely have enough to pack a punch, and then the 2 shield bubbles kind of rounding out both Volts and Vortex to kind of have that little bit of safety. But an interesting loadout coming out from American Dad, one of my favorite players going into this, one of my favorite content creators myself. I kind of have high hopes. I think they can still finish it out.
I believe. I'm a believer, you know. This loadout is definitely interesting, though. You hinted towards it, the double twin mag SMG in the inventory for American Dad. Hey, maybe they know something I don't. Who knows? Maybe.
All about that DPS, getting out that damage as quick as possible. And honestly, instead of waiting for the 2-second reload on the second mag, switch your weapons. Making sure that he can get that DPS out, especially if he's the type of player that he does like to spray his weapons instead of shooting one Havoc shot or a couple quick ones with the Maven or the Combat. Lame, though, and Soupkey, they've been doing a good job almost all day long, game after game, trying to cement themselves a spot here into the finals. But they've slowly, surely, kind of slipping it out of their grasp, but honestly, no time like the present to kind of make up for it. They got themselves a nice loadout as well, spotting a team in the distance as Casker and Clarity trying to use the shield bubble vehicle rotate to get to a safer spot.
Roll and tumble there from Casker and Clarity with the Nitro Drifter just introduced into this new season of Chapter 4 Season 2. And I'm going to be honest, Jacob, we haven't necessarily seen the cards that much in this meta so far. It's not anywhere near like it was back when we saw Gamers 8 last year in 2022 of summer. It's not exactly quite to that level of how many cars we see in the meta, and I'm interested to see, is it because of the amount and the expertise that we see from the Kinetic Blades?
Yeah, I think the Kinetic Blade kind of replaces it versus the lack of mobility in the previous seasons. But you see it kind of being utilized for some of these players that even if they have the Kinetic Blade, they're just trying to think outside of the box. And I think we're going to see it more and more, if not today, here in the rest of Heat number 4, but at least make some appearances throughout our games in the finals. Cup C and Ace trying to reposition themselves. And honestly, that Breach Heavy Shotgun, that's something that's very, very interesting to see. We saw it yesterday where they were just kind of tearing down those prefab buildings to try to spot out some players that are hiding nearby. It definitely does pack a punch, but just like its regular version of the Heavy Shotgun, you have to be as accurate as can be to deal the most damage.
And it's very interesting, too, when you bring in a little bit of a different atmosphere with those exotics that you can gain, not only with the exotic grab by element, but also when within those hollow chests. So when they're put to use, they deal some big damage. As P-God, though, in the midst of Mega City, looking for a big win here in the midst of the mid-game. Unfortunately, it's going to come down to connecting on the most crucial shots, and the Maven shotgun was just not powerful enough to go against those combat shotguns.
Yeah, Emma, Meow, and Tanka there. In that moment, P-God looking like he was able to take advantage onto one, hitches a ride, puts his thumb up, a little bit of hitchhiker action, but as soon as he leaves the car, you gotta give it to Tank to immediately abandon the car himself and turn and burn and take down both of their opponents. But Hector and Kirby see something everybody don't, landing some shots into the distance, but they're so far into zone, it is going to be a 2-tick. Slurp Juice is going to have to be popped, but in that same second, they just put the bubble shield on the car and immediately get out of dodge.
The ultimate getaway. They said, you know what? were gone. We'll see you later. However, Quanti and Threats were lurking out in the distance, but now, folks, we get to see American Dad at work. They've dropped the 2 SMGs, Loadout, and now they've got the shotgun back in the inventory. They said, you know what? We were just playing around. It's okay. We're back in the mix. We're ready to go. We're ready to put some fear into opponents' hearts. Those opposing players, they dipped out with the Connect Blades faster than ever.
You have to be careful, though. Now they're kind of staggering themselves. Luckily for them, it does look like American Dad kind of popped game time. You see the splash. You see the pizza that kind of gets spawned out. But towards literally right behind him is going to be Moody. He's a solo, so kind of forget about players trying to traveling inside of the zone just like you. That's going to be a decision that you might regret here as American Dad. Just trying to pop those chug splashes, get that little bit of HP and shield before he makes his rotation in. And we talked about Volts and Vortex and their possession of these mythic overclock pulse rifles and immediately putting them to use, whether you're spraying or hitting that single tap. It just does so much damage so quick.
Massive shots come through, but in the meanwhile, we see Kerbty pick up the elimination on top of Casker, who is just inside the top 10 here. But Clarity lurking down below. Kerbty did not see him at all. And now it's just going to be a little bit of a clear distance of whether or not they just said, you know what, he's gone. Gone, we'll forget about him. But Kerbty just keeps on dipping back. I can imagine the anxiety right now for Clarity G is high up right now.
Yep, so about 23 points for Clarity to try to garner if he could survive, but he gets taken down. Ace, they get 3 points plus the placement as well, which is about 1 point, so 4 total just for that fight. Trying to inch themselves closer into the leaderboard. Everybody wants that same chance to fight for $250,000 and that top 10 spot in the Gamers 8. The first of the invitations to be earned for some of these competitors this weekend.
That's right. They're fighting for it all, tooth and nail. And now, in these kind of last moments situations, this is where all the marbles are on the line, where your best game could very well possibly be a massive one. Threats and Quanti, who we saw come away with a second place on the day in one of the games so far, are now back in trouble. And Threats is going to have to live out without Quanti. Meanwhile, Lemon and Mellow Dubs continue to make their force felt along the lobby as 6 now gets off into the distance, and Lemon back in trouble. Mellow Dubs gets knocked, and now this is a tough situation.
Yeah, you saw them for a moment, too, trying to think outside of the box. They had an extra shield bubble. They threw it as far ahead of the zone as possible and tried to get in, thinking that was their oasis. That was their little bit of safety, or at least that they thought. But just like an oasis in a desert, it was just a mirage. It disappeared very quickly along with that shield bubble. And one of the players did get taken down along with Threats, losing Quanti moments ago. He's going to have to do it as a solo, but a couple of these players are already inside of the top 10 last, so they're just trying to beat those previous scores to try to hold on to their position.
That's right. Anyone within this top 10 currently is just making sure that they can pad around, that they can truly make their ambiance felt around the entire lobby. As Lame, Subki find another elim in the feed. Meanwhile, 6 and Sweaty now off into the distance. This is a team, a duo we saw very active in one of their games earlier in the day, now getting mixed up between Lame and Subki. This is a toe-to-toe battle we've seen throughout the day, and now it's now starting to get interrupted. Shield bubbles go out, and now the protection will battle back and forth once again. It becomes a bit of a stalemate here in this moment.
Yep, shield bubbles at the perfect time as well. You can see they're not getting too greedy. They know another team is on the right side of Sweaty. If they go a little bit too soon, try to clean up that elimination, they'll just end up getting third party. They might just have to, honestly, abandon the opportunity to even go for that elimination. As you see the car making its appearance yet again. Volts and Vortex towards the bottom half, having to rotate. But High Sky and Cam probably having to make the least movement out of everybody. They still have some way to go, though. They're just outside of the zone as Volts and Vortex just ripping through the prefab building to try to figure out where these opponents are actually positioned at and actually take the advantageous position overall, but they're just kind of letting them slip to the side. If this shield bubble goes away, that could be it for Volts and Vortex.
They're not stopping, though. They get a big beam out of the distance, but High Sky, Cam, waiting for the opportunity to do anything to now jump into the mix, but Volts does not stop. The beam, the pressure coming through with that mythic pulse assault rifle just absolutely shreds the builds, the cars, and everything in it of its sights. It does not matter where Volks and Vortex in that first place spot. They're looking for another victory royale here on the day.
And they're looking good indeed. Chasing around lane towards the outside, drops his shields relatively low, trying to use the chug cannon to pop himself right back up, but he gets spotted out nonetheless. 10 eliminations, but down goes Vortex, leaving it all up to Volks. He spots out High Sky and Cam on the other side of the rock, and you see the patience coming through. He's waiting for these two duo teams to fight, and that's when he's going to try to strike as a third party.
High Sky moves up into the sky, now waiting to take a moment to breathe. Cam goes alongside him, up into the tree. This is a battle we've seen where the tree hoppers now go back and forth, but the shots will not come through. This is where that pulse rifle is going to become that much more effective. The drop down comes through. Hector gets a big shot. That's going to be the duo cleanup. That's number 7 on the elimination board. And now it all comes down to the solo of Volks. Now dips back into the bottom of the tree. He gets a huge shot. Now leaves one more left remaining, but Kerbty finishes it out with the beautiful slide shot for the VR.
But man, folks made that look so entertaining in a 2v1. I'm thinking, nah, he can't do it. As he popped and got the first down onto his opponent, I became a believer. I thought it was actually going to go down just like that last, but another big game from Bolts and Vortex. I don't think anybody's convincingly solidified their spot in the top 14 just yet, but if I had to put my finger on anybody, it would be that team.
I think that was the game that did it. I think they just said, you know what? All the chips on the table. Let's bring it all together. And I think that was their game that solidified them in qualification standpoint. But we're going to have to find out after these continual lobbies keep on going. We have about 20 minutes or so, just a little bit more left on that queue. Therefore, a lot of teams like Oliver OG and Bronos are looking to just solidify their qualification spot in the top 14.
Yep, that top 14 threshold right now, and it's a living leaderboard, constantly going to change. It's 286 points, and that's going to be housed by King and P-God. They've already had 6 games played so far, but as I even finished that sentence, I called it a living leaderboard. It was snatched away. They're now in 15th place, and Pamso and Fatch have taken it away, got their spot in 14th place at 287 points. So it goes to show from the top 10 all the way down, honestly, is everybody outside of 300 points. Everybody's going to be jumping up and down those leaderboards as we continue on in our last 30 minutes.
That's right. Everybody's got a chance, and it's all about the drive that you bring, the passion that you bring, and that's what we've been seeing all day in chat throughout these games, where we see Quinn on our screen right now alongside Vert, who we've seen put up dominant performances up in the top 14, as well alongside another community favorite we've seen of Rotten Twinkies. Unfortunately, a solo right now, but each individual teams have been showing up today.
Yep. The solo points matter so much in a lot of these situations, especially for players that are on the cusp or on the bubble. They need to kind of replace one of their bad games with something, anything they can kind of grasp on at a time like this. And for Quinn and Vert, they already have 3 eliminations so far. They're already sitting comfortably inside of the top 10, currently positioned at 8 with 370 points. So in order for them to get more points, Lash, they kind of have to beat, I think, around that 43-point threshold here in this game.
1,000% agree with that. 1,000%. It's going to be within those point thresholds where you can really start to make that difference, as Relay, Ecstatic, who we have not seen quite as much throughout the day, are now putting up a fight. They're putting up the beam. They have everything in their loadouts to win this fight, and that's exactly what they're going to put forth. They're putting their best foot forth right now.
Yep. That split second of pause between putting that kinetic blade to use is all that's needed really to land a big blow, but Ecstatic gets separated from Relay for just a little bit too long, and you see him trying to go back into the fight, but has no choice but to disengage and try to play his game out with so many other players here in this lobby as a solo. That's Alex and DNA. Gonna go ahead and take down his teammates, but you can kind of see they didn't really get much in terms of shields, in terms of heals to work with. Just a little bit of slap juices, which isn't going to get them up to 100 shields.
You know what? I'm a big fan of Slap Juice, you know? Jacob, I'm interested in your thoughts, because going into this tournament throughout the weekend of DreamHack San Diego, I was really thinking that we were gonna see Slap Juice, go through into the meta a lot more because it gives you that 30-second kind of infinite tactical sprint. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think people have been prioritizing it just because of how powerful those legendary slurp juices are.
Yeah, not only how powerful they are, but how many different ways you can actually get them, from the vaults to the Rift Island to the weapon cache. There's just so many legendary slurp juices. But I gotta agree with you. If you take out the legendary slurp juice, I think in both different variations of Fortnite builds and zero builds, you're gonna see slap juice utilized just a little bit more, because not only does it allow you to get the 15 HP or shields, it allows you to move or use it while moving, but then you could stack 6 of them as well. So there's so many different benefits of that slap juice. Then you combine with the augment to where you can get a chance to get them out of any chest. But the slurp juices, like you said, they're just too powerful right now. They're too much in the meta.
It's very well the same exact conversation like we had mentioned with the cars and the Connect Blade. It's just one is just significantly better than the other, and you can't exactly replace it.
Especially with, you know, a chance at $2 million later this year if you get top 10 in this tournament, and then a chance at that 250,000 prize pool in this tournament alone as we enter into our top 8. Tomu and Ekomar do have a nice position, stealing away a little bit of that height from Quinn and Vert, who are seemingly there for a few zones. So interesting to see how that one was stolen away. But for Quinn and Vert, I don't think they would sacrifice a position like that if they didn't have some sort of trick underneath their sleeve.
Hey, if we know Quinn and Vert, they're always sliding a trick up their sleeve. Meanwhile, Pamstu and Fatch, the French-Canadian duo, is now looking to make big steps here in this lobby 2 of their game. Let's see if they can make it one of their top 5 games, because, folks, as you see on the left side of your screen right now, we have 30 minutes and counting left of queue of games for these competitors here today. So every single one of them know that these games right now, leading over to the next 3 or so, are going to be the games that matter the most if they want to be able to top their best right now and make their way in to that qualifying stage for the finals of the top 14.
Yep, and for a team like Pamsu and Fatch, they're not necessarily known as the most aggressive team in the lobby, but if they want to secure their spot into the top 14, they might have to turn on the aggression, or at least turn it up a few notches. See Quinn and Vert still on that low ground. Echo and Tomar, they have the high ground. They were the ones who stole it away moments ago. And then in the distance, Bronos and Oliver OG with a couple solos here in the game as well, trying to bypass everybody to kind of round out our top 7 teams. So it's actually two duo teams that are playing it out as solos.
Vert and Quinn just lurking, waiting for the lobby to essentially come to them. You can see there the zone on the bottom right half of your screen. It's about to start closing in here in 5 seconds and counting, as everyone's just lurking around, waiting for the next player to make the move. Rotten Twinkies just waiting for Exactic to now jump into the box. The pre-fire shots come through, and that's going to be massive damage there, and the full elimination. A quick cleanup there for Rotten Twinkies. Folks, get loud for Rotten Twinkies right now. The solo clutch, it's happening right now.
Yeah, notice the decision right now, leaving that Mythic Havoc shotgun on the ground, because he's hoping that the Maven, with how quick he can fire shot after shot, is going to do enough damage. So it's going to really be up to headshots for Rotten Twinkies. Toastiest Waffles doesn't have any variation of the shotgun at all, so it's going to be up to basically hitting consecutive shots with the Twin Mag SMG. But at least for him, it does have the gold variation, trying to throw some grenades to try to displace a couple of those enemies that he does have in front of him. But look at Oliver and Bronos just trying to skate by everybody else and squeak themselves into the final.
We'll see if they come in squeaking or if they come up roaring like a lion, especially against players like Vert and Quinn. Just creep it up on top of the building. Toastiest Waffles, though, in a very vulnerable position on the edge zone, especially when Oliver OG and Bronos are lurking, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. That's going to be a dangerous spot here, especially moving in. Here comes 9th zone.
Just on the edge of it at that. It's Vert and Quinn. You see slowly but surely, high ground. He's going to go over to Pamso and Fatch. They're immediately trying to run down, but into the hands of Rotten Twinkies. He did actually switch up that Maven to pick up the Mythic. He lands a nice one tap onto either Quinn or Vert. That'll put him in a great position here as he try to close out the game. Battle's going to be inevitable. Misses that first shot and quickly repositions with the kinetic blade. While all that goes down, it's Fatch who not only picks up one on a Toastiest Waffle, takes down Bronos as well.
Talk about a quick cleanup, but Vert and Quinn continue to hold down the position to the bottom side of the zone. Meanwhile, Fatch and Pamstu, we know up on height, waiting to make any situation. Rotten Twinkies lurking onto the right side. Oliver OG as well as a solo down below. Vert and Quinn looking in for a possible push, and there they go. They know they have the opportunity for a quick refresh, and that's exactly what they get. They get what they needed, and we're down to the top 2.
The top 2, you have it right, and both of these teams have already been terrorizing the lobby, but Quinn gets chunked out in the blink of an eye. It's all up to Vert. A great shot on the Papso, but the 2v1 is just too much. They both get taken down, and our French-Canadian duo rise to the occasion. Honestly, those are big games for them because consistently throughout our heats, they've been failing to get into the top 12.
I believe that was just their game of Quinn and Vert to make the difference and finally solidify their qualification, because we've seen them get into those top 2 situations. It feels like almost every single game that we watch, but honestly, a massive performance, like you had mentioned there, from Pamsuit and Fatch to clutch that one up.
See Fletch picking up a big game. Fletch was actually picking up some big games in Heat 3 as well. Got Chris getting taken down here in some of our replays. That's Tarif. Into the top 20 though. This is where it matters so much. In that top 20, this is where you got such few placement points, probably didn't get a ton of elimination. So going down at that position in the game, you wasted so much time for very, very little.
It's all about the realm of how well you time manage yourself, especially in these kind of situations where you run up into a team that just unfortunately is going to be above you, like we see on our screens throughout these replays, as we get a little bit of a glimpse, folks, of what the day has looked like so far to end off here in Heat number 4. And folks, this is just getting started as well, because we have just about 20 minutes left of queue for these players to continue on about. We have players like Vert and Quinn solidifying their qualification just about, but we have around that top 10, that top 14, they're scratching and clawing still.
Yeah, honestly, you mentioned the timer, about like 20 or so minutes for the last queue for some of these teams in this next lobby. It will be their last game for the ones that get into the top 5, into the top 3. It's going to be their last chance. So if you find yourself in a position where you lose your duo very, very early on in that game, you might have to make that conscientious decision just to try to get into that last game, get into a queue, leave it up to your teamwork to try to make that dream qualification work.
Now, this is where the strategy just continues to bubble up in your mind, and the environment must be interesting in there. We've talked about it so many times, like, what is it like when your duo is right next to you and you're trying to decide, hey, do we just have to back out? Like, what's our play here?
Now, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how everybody kind of adapts here on the fly, but as you see, the battle bus needs to get gassed up. Our final break of the show. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side, we're going to have our final games and our final 4 teams to make the finals.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
The land of heroes awaits to see if any of these duos will be able to have the chance and fight for the opportunity to qualify for the Gamers 8 finals. But folks, you gotta make sure you're following along the entire path as just the beginning here. Make sure you're checking out gamers8.gg right there on the link below all the way across, because you'll be able to see the entire wavelength, because like we mentioned, this is just the start.
Yep, it's just the start of something great. And you talk about the land of the heroes. This is heat number 4 at Lash. We've seen 36 competitors already punch their ticket in tomorrow's $250,000 finals. And somebody here at the tail end of that bubble is going to have to make some heroic plays, really step up to the plate and knock it out of the park if they want to call themselves one of the best. Otherwise, they may be forced to go again. DreamHack Dallas right around the corner, and another chance to get to Gamers 8.
That's right, but we got to talk about of the leaderboards right now, currently as it stands here for the standings. Vortex, they've already pretty much solidified their spot up at that first place, guaranteeing their qual up in that top 14, but you continue to follow your way down there. Fatch and Pamstu up in that 4th place spot around that 333. We just saw them get a Victory Royale, so that put them up massively. Same thing goes for 6th place of Quanti and Threats, but Jacob, as we continue to look down, this is where things start to get a little bit shaky from 9th to 16th.
Yep, you see it's just a few points, almost less than 20 in some of these occasions, a little bit more if you go all the way down to 16th, but that 14th place, 299 points. That is going to be the bubble for a lot of these teams and the point threshold that they're going to be fighting for. And for every one of these teams, they have over 5 games played. So it's not as simple as getting 26 points in your next game. You have to get 26 points over your least amount of points scored so far in this game. And for some of these competitors, that means at least getting the Victory Royale. It means getting a ton of eliminations just to get their spot in the final tomorrow.
Absolutely, and as we jump right into another game of this lobby number 1 of Q, these are the final moments, folks. The defining statement chance for a lot of these duos right now to start to make some big steps. Because ultimately, we were talking about it, how they're not going to need just a 30-point game to bump their score up. No, they're going to need to get a 60-point game, 30 points above their traditional 30-point game that's currently in their top 5 best games. So it comes down to them needing a all-or-nothing performance.
Yeah, and I think this game that they're playing out is going to replace one of their previous games, so it's all these points that matter so much. And we kind of called it before going into that last one with about like 15 minutes or so left to get into these last queues. Some of these players, maybe even some in this lobby that we're watching here, will not have another chance to queue up depending on how long it takes. So depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you have to play into the situation.
And I'm interested to see whether or not Lame and Soupkey, a team that we've been seeing a lot throughout the day, perform pretty well when they make it to the end game, and they have these kind of situations where they're rocking with that blessed pulse assault rifle there in the mythic variety up towards the POI rifting, and they're making big steps in these kind of situations. But when you're fend up against players like Threats, like Quanti, who are in that top 14 right now, that's where things get a little bit more risky.
Yep, you see for a moment there, looking like they were at least going to try to take on Quanti and Threat, scare them away. A couple of shots going to be landed. Not much, though. And so as soon as those third-party shots did begin to come in, you see them start to kind of disengage. Second guess if that was the play that they did want to make, as Suscript and Haji are kind of getting the scraps. What is left over of the vault here in Mega City. And you can see there's going to be no variation of the Mythic Havocs, no leftover Legendary Sloop. So when it comes down to scraps, this is the pure definition of what's left over.
I see an elimination up there in the feed. That's going to be Bevy's, an EU hometown up in the elimination feed as they are chilling currently up in that top 20 up positioning just outside of the top 14 right now. And I'm interested to see whether or not this all the way across the sea duo can start to make their steps, their names known. And as we're literally speaking right now, as we've discussed throughout the day, a living leaderboard, they jump right up into that 12th place position. And that, honestly, comes to the matter of fact, 9 elims so far throughout this game. There's only 14 total teams left alive. I believe that a massive game is up on the horizon here for Pablo Winyu and Bevis.
Yep. They continue to rise up on the leaderboard, you said, jumping into 12th place. But how close the leaderboard is, kind of put it in perspective, 14th is still at 303. So going down early in this stage of the game is not going to be something that you want, but you still have some time left to get into the next queues, and this is why those mind games that we were talking about before that last commercial break come in. You got to make sure that you're kind of confident in what you're going to do here in a lot of these situations. If that means backing out, trying to get into a game, trying to get into another lobby, especially if you got to realize if you need those eliminations like some of these other teams do and there's not enough players left in the lobby, that might be a choice you're forced to make.
The patience game awaits for a lot of these duos right now. You don't want to risk too much to try and get the biscuit because it could end up coming to you if you just have that little bit of waiting game in you, especially like we're seeing right now when we just saw Bevis, Pablo Winyu chilling in the bush, Fletch and Tiger chilling in the bush. Now, notice how they have the car. The only car, mind you, in the lobby, the Nitro Drifter, with those off-road tires automatically equipped to that car. So, in those moments, hey, when you need to make a quick getaway, that'll be your little bit of a buffer move, essentially.
Yeah, being confident to think outside of the box. You see game time augment being activated. Box of pizza and at least one chug splash. And honestly, Z-Link's already carrying them, so Krizik's probably trying to trade off more shots. And before they make their next rotation, which is inevitable, probably not right now because they're already in the zone, you can probably try and see them try to pop the splash. You don't want to leave any heals left over for your opponents because they're just kind of surveying, scouting out. They're going to go ahead and drop the pizza as well, just in case. Can't use it, though. It's 150. You can get up to 50 shields with that, right, Lash?
That's right. That's right. And it's interesting, too, when you drop it down in that moment, you can't pick it up. Like, you can only pick up the pizza that is actually there automatically on the ground. You can only pick up 3 as well. So, in that moment, I don't know if that was quite worth it.
Yeah, I probably would have waited just a little bit longer, but being in the zone for that long, probably expecting to take some shots here sooner rather than later, as we saw Benz and Lavish Lily a few short moments ago, probably trying to get a much better performance than some of their other games so far. Move up the leaderboards as quick as possible. This is going to be the last chance for anybody to do so as the lobbies are closing right around the corner. They're open for a little bit longer, so if you find yourself eliminated here in the next couple seconds, try to get right back in. Try to get the last chance. Here's Jivy and Kika. They got themselves a nice sweet spot, very, very close to the center of zone on the factory near Slappy Shores. A lot of prefabs, a lot of already man-made covers there that I think can bob and weave in and out. And there's a lot of different floors, different elevations, different windows they can peek through. So this is a great position, if I may say so myself.
A great position indeed, but folks, this game matters so much more for a lot of these players competing right now. About 8 minutes there, as you see on the clock on the left of your screen. And for a team like Jivy and Kika, up there at the 17th place spot, they need this game as much as anybody else, including Clasker and Clarity, who we see has played absolutely spectacular throughout the day, has gotten a Victory Royale, and now they're along with the same lines of around those teams of placement to be able to hold on to their qualifying spot.
Yep. Leaderboard just updated rather quickly. The point threshold going from 303 to 305. 2 points. Doesn't seem like much, but in this format, it is going to be a big difference maker for some of these teams. Casker and Clarity inside of the top 10, but not by much. They go down early on, and a couple of the teams right below have a phenomenal end game here. They can possibly get bounced right back on out. And honestly, in all the heats so far, Caskers and Clarity surprising me not already having punched their ticket into finals, but Zero Builds being a much different game mode than a lot of these superstars are used to playing. That's where you kind of get a wrench thrown at you. It's not what you expect to play, so there's a little bit of unfamiliarity going around the lobby.
And for Casker and Clarity, I mean, this is a duo that kind of, quote-unquote, underperformed during the FNCS, and now this is their time to show up and say, hey, you know what? It's time for us to overperform. Let's qualify now. Let's set ourselves up for a great finals performance.
You can see Jivy choosing to kind of grab that Maven instead of the Havoc that is towards the top. Trying to go in to show that once these battles start and begin, getting that DPS as quick as possible is going to be so important. As Lame and Soupkey over towards the outskirts, using the car just enough to try to rotate in before quickly going right back with the kinetic blade. And honestly, that could have been something to try to distract them, make them think they left off of that position while they really actually haven't. You've seen a survey of the land. So many of our teams kind of stacked up over towards that Slappy Shores factory where the zone is actually headed.
We see Iroh camping on the bottom side of the Slappy Shores. Meanwhile, Bevies and Pablo Wingu, they hold down their fort at the moment. But the zone pushes opposite side of the way. This one's going towards factory side, and the rotations are going to have to be clean, especially when you have players like Casker and Clarity and other players just lurking, waiting for you to make the bad decision out in the open.
Yeah, the scary thing is, like you're saying, a lot of those players are already positioned inside of the zone, inside of a lot of those different buildings, hiding in roofs, around corners, using anything they can to kind of cover up their position. So being careful is going to be the name of the game if you're choosing to go inside of the slap factory. As Bevies and Pablo are going to choose to actually go towards the outskirts, but they still got to be careful. That's where Lame and Soupkey are actually positioned just a little bit right above them.
And this seems to be a little bit more claustrophobic than we've seen so far throughout the games today, where teams are now stacking themselves up. And this is what happens when you get those environmental situations here in Zero Build between these top-tier competitor lobbies, when we see Bevies and Pablo Wingu just lurking around, trying to find anything. Meanwhile, Casker and Clarity G getting active in the elimination feed. They drop down another duo as they pick up 2 quick eliminations. Folks, that's +6 points. And here in these moments where the final lobbies ensue, every point counts.
Oh, Clarity goes for the thirst on the knocked player, expending his shot, and it really costed him in the 1v1 against Z-Link, taking him down. They're going to end their run in 9th place. But Z-Link now has to continue his road show as a solo. Trying to figure out what is going to be the next item he does pick up. With all that loot around, he does have his pick of the litter. 2 players running around as solos for Tigera and Fletch. It's not going to be something they have to worry about. They spotted Kika at the top of the smokestack, chopping them both down, but instantly kinetic blades to safety. Not wanting to take down the fall damage, but I use safety rather loosely. Kinetic blades into the hands of Pablo Wingu and Bevies, who immediately take advantage, sending that full duo back to the lobby and make it a 3rd player. 6 gets taken down as well.
Pablo Wingu and Bevies say, hold up, wait a minute. This seems like our game, this is our high round, and this seems like this is our moment to solidify our qualifying spot in that top 14. Bevies and Pablo Wingu, 12 eliminations. Now they have the rest of the lobby to continue to go through. This is where those placement points matter so much more.
Yeah, this is big for them, because with this game alone, I already said it early on through the mid game, this is already replacing one of their lower point games, so they got to maximize this opportunity, get as many of these eliminations as possible, and win the game, because they're not in the most comfortable position now on the leaderboard, just on the top 10, in 10th place exactly. Fletch and Tigera, they need a big game to try to move into that top 14. They're currently in 18th place, trying to get themselves as many points as possible. If they could win out and gather some eliminations here, I think they earn themselves a spot into the top 14, but that's just a mathematical guess.
Anything is possible for these duos currently in this lobby, fighting for those spots, scratching for anything to see. Tiger and Fletch now move up. They try and challenge the Kings up on height. Pablo Wingu and Bevies, but they don't flinch. They don't let anything to go off across. The zone's now pulling and twisting every which way. Iroh goes up for height. He tries to test it, but now dips towards the backside. Bevies and Pablo Wingu are just waiting to anything to pull in their way. Choke Splash is being dropped, but a challenger arises, and Matt Brugg gets taken down as Bevies and Pablo Wingu stay on top. But now it's all about the free pick'ems on low.
Showing the brains and the brawn, staggering themselves with those splashes, making sure everybody runs out in front of them. It's like taking candy from a baby here, but they're both weak, going in and out of the zone, taking more damage. Pablo Wingu and Bevies find another elimination onto Suki, getting themselves into the top 3. They spot out Iroh as well. 2v1 situation here for the end game, and they seal that deal with 17 eliminations and the VR to try to burst themselves into the top 5 even.
If that's a definition of how you do it, it is put on a masterclass by Bevies and Pablo Wingu. I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling that hype. Chat, I hope you're feeling this one as well, because I believe they have just punched their ticket into a top 14 spot with that Victory Royale there. That is incredible, stylish, going up with it there from Bevies and Pablo Wingu.
Yep, that's going to be a huge boast of confidence, because I put out a tweet talking about what teams, what players do you think are to shine here at DreamHack San Diego, and it was Bevies and Pablo that kind of counted themselves into the competition. I expected them to kind of qualify a little bit sooner, but better late than never for them. All you need is a chance at that $250,000 prize pool to really make something out of nothing. First place getting $45,000 alone, the lion's share of it all.
That's right. It is incredible. Just seeing all you need is a glimpse of light, and therefore you can just sprint towards the end of the tunnel. But ultimately, that is the difficult situations for a lot of these teams right now. They're starting to see that light dwindle that much more. But for a lot of these teams in the top 8 right now, they're feeling a bit comfortable.
And we're in our final minute. You see the timer there. Shout out to DreamHack for letting us know when our last lobby is going to come to a close. And we're seeing the leaderboard. You see the threshold. It's prospering, and Merrick having that 14th spot threshold at 308 points. But you see 13th through 16th separated by less points than I have fingers.
And folks, that's the number you got to keep an eye out right now. Prospering and Murrock, 308 points there at the 14th place spot as we continue to look back there for Iroh and Co. They just brought home a great top 3 there, but they're going to have to do it again in the final moments of their game. But Jacob, as we continue to rev up those battle buses here for the final lobbies, do you have a prediction of anybody outside of the top 14 that could make their way through?
Just looking out, you're talking about people outside of the top 14. Seen some big games right now, just kind of looking at that threshold to see the leaderboard, 308 points. It has to be somebody at least within reach in my book, so I'm kind of looking at top 20 inward. I would think maybe, I think maybe Fletch and Tigura can have a big game. Kind of looking at their games so far, their lowest point total is 37th. So honestly, if I had to be a betting man, which I'm not, I don't like to do it. I don't like to put my money in somebody else's hands. It probably would be then Fletch and Tigura. We've seen some big victory royales with Panda and SPG casting over Heat number 3. If they could somehow mimic that gameplay here, get into that final lobby, they could maybe squeak their way in for a chance at the money.
Listen, I hear you, but I'm going with the up-and-comers that we've seen make those end games. Now just need to wrap up the bow on the present, and that's going to be Cup and Ace. Ooh. We've seen them in those final moments like we had mentioned. Now it's all about, hey, can they finish the job? And ultimately, that's the storyline for all of these duos right now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be, I think, a little bit harder for them as we kind of look at the score. They just got to beat 43 points. They have 2 different games on the day with 43 points. They got 14th place in both of those. So honestly, Lash, I like that pick. They could definitely do it. They solidified themselves a top 10 finish, maybe mix in some elimination points as well. They just need about, I think, 20 points over. So they need about like 65 points in that last game. Obviously, give or take where our players in that top 14 threshold actually place as well. So honestly, it's very, very possible for a lot of these teams in that top 20 still to solidify their spot.
Hey, listen, if we've learned anything from Fortnite Competitive, it is how well anything can happen. And now, folks, we finally get to see, will your favorite duo be able to qualify for the DreamHack San Diego Open featuring Fortnite. We find out right now the wait is over.
Yep, you talked about this team here. Early on, you see uncontested, very, very little to worry about when it comes to that. But we talked about this scenario, and 43 points. Placement and eliminations are going to be the name of the game. If they can find the perfect mixture of both, we see them playing in another day. $250,000 up for grabs tomorrow, and a spot if you place in the top 10 for a $2 million in-person event at Gamers 8. So there's literally so much to fight for. You got to make sure that you don't give up, because honestly, we could see some miracle finishes if somebody has the performance of Tripper and Scram did yesterday to close out the day. A high number of eliminations with a victory royale, a possibly 100-point game. I can go ahead and see somebody in the top 30. Loki and Ethan can maybe qualify if they drop 100 points. Actually, they can, honestly. Loki and Ethan, they get a victory royale, about 105, 110 points. They can qualify.
We'll see if they're feeling low key about it.
15 elim wins, something like that. They're gonna qualify.
The quick maths here by Jacob. As we see Echo, Tomu looking to hold down Brutal Bastion against Chimp and Bolts, a team that we have not seen, unfortunately, too much throughout the day, but looking to make moves here. As we see Super Moose, a fan favorite as well. Honestly, how can you not love Super Moose 76 right now? Unfortunately, getting caught up in the roughs here.
Yeah, getting caught off guard overall. And that's those little moments. You got to have that good early game. Let that confidence kind of ooze and bleed over into that mid game. But if you have like a bad early game, that's when you're kind of playing catch up for the rest of the lobby. Fletch is going to go ahead and take out Disturbish. I kind of broke down their position. A good victory with a couple of eliminations, not as drastic as some of the other players in the lobby. Anything is definitely going to be possible.
Possibilities are absolutely endless. And as we're seeing that storyline continue to develop throughout the day, Tiger and Fletch, we mentioned them just heading into this game, are now starting to become real risky. In 17th place at the moment. Now have to be very careful here because they need a big game. They need to make this end game. But when Kika is knocking on your door, you better answer, or otherwise he's going to kick it down.
This is one of those situations, too, where Tiger might not be able to be the hero in this situation. He's the only one on this duo team with a kinetic blade, able to kind of get out of jail for free. But honestly, a miracle has struck. Third party comes in, scaring both Jivy and Kika away, which is going to give them a second chance at life here, as Jivy and Keek are actually going to get all the heals that they needed in that situation. But Oliver over G in the feed. He goes down to threats. Bronos, again, has to kind of do it as a solo, and this is huge. They're inside of the bubble, but going down early gives everybody else that opportunity to take over.
Threats looking for the shots to go out. Bronos barely gets away, though, so Threats and Quanti will now spare another day for Oliver, OG, and Bronos in 13th place heading into this game at 309. Folks, remember, 14th place, 308 points. That is currently the number to be looking at of Prospering and Marok holding down to that top 14 currently.
Yep, High Sky and Cam trying to get a little bit more aggressive than they had in previous games. Currently at 270 points. They too are in a spot to where a high number of eliminations and a top finish here in this game could do them over into qualification, as Bubbles and Zenek with a little bit of high ground kind of slips down into the hands of Aya's Goated. Is able to get the knock onto one. 2v1 situation is going to ensue, but a teammate is just quickly using that kinetic blade to get out. Everybody here in the situation realizing this is the last game, the last chance, survival of the fittest.
Bubbles now continues to make the rotates out. Looks for the possible movement. But at this moment, Jacob, it is feeling environments right now. All in the midst. Every single person right now in this final lobby is now starting to feel the heat right now. Kika picks up an elimination in the feed. Again, one of our players just on the brink of that top 14. This is what it all comes down to, folks. This is what you've watched the first 3 heats for, all leading up to this heat number 4 right now. The final game, folks, keep your eyes peeled for this entire feed, all the way up at the top of the elimination feed, as well as everything happening on screen in this moment.
Yep, Bolts and Chimp, 263 points here. Trying to think, it's about like 309. They need 40 over their lowest, and honestly, they too, with 44 being their lowest point total up until this point. And I know this is very, very drastic, Lash, but I like to give everybody hope and kind of give them a win condition to fight for. But a 15 elim win is going to be something they're fighting for here. It is going to be their goal, and as long as they realize the situation that they're in and start going for eliminations, anything is going to be possible.
Hey, listen, we've seen 20 elimination victory royales so far throughout the competition. I got confidence that something of that nature continues to possibly fester up and possibly happen. Meanwhile, Quanti, Threats. This is a team that is pretty much guaranteed their qualification spot at 361 points. They continue to frag out, but they take down Bronos. Oliver OG, I believe they might just be completely out of this game, chilling just on that 14th place spot at 309, and I don't believe it is enough to hold on.
Yeah. 309 was the threshold I was looking at going into this final game, so it definitely it's going to be scary for Bronos and Oliver OG, realizing they don't have control of their destiny anymore. Lavish Lily and Ben's a little late to throw the shield bubble down. Car's going to explode. Benz is going to take so much damage. He even gets caught behind by Hector. So now it's all up to Lavish Lily in this situation. Luckily for her, though, even though she doesn't have the kinetic blade, she at least has those slap juices to try to not only get her HP back up, but that unlimited sprint for about 30 seconds.
Waits for the opportunity for any of these teams to pounce. This is a situation where we see Hector and Kerbti. We've seen them in the final moments of endgames. Now, can they make a risky decision to risk it for the biscuit and get that big reward with 3 points per elimination? It'll be massive for anything. A shot, a glimpse. Soupkeep and Lame now looking to make their own move as they have defined themselves of ones to watch throughout the entire day. And now this is their chance to now find out, all right, is this our moment? Is this our game to make something happen?
They all but solidified themselves a spot into the finals. If they're trying to replace one of their scorers, let me tell you, Lash, it's not going to be easy for a team like this. They've been on fire almost all day long. Their least points scored on the day has been 60 points. There's definitely have a ways to go if they're looking to break that, and it starts here with this battle. Lame doing a good amount of damage, finds the separation between the two. Moody Cryptic is going to be the first one that does get dropped, and both of them actually do go down. Soupkey landing shot after shot to wipe that full-on squad and send him back to the lobby with no games left to play.
2 huge eliminations. That's plus 6 points here for Lamb and Soupkey. Now remember, folks, it's not a matter of how many points these teams get individually in this game. It's about how much this game pairs up to their other best 5 games of competition here today. Therefore, when in these moments, it's all about making this game your best performance by far, especially when it is that final opportunity to make it into the finals.
Yep. Leo and Fusion trying to do that same thing. A little bit more work for a team like this, sitting a little bit more down on leaderboard than you would hope. But 28th place, 253 points. Need a little bit more work than some of those teams that I said need a 15 elim win. They possibly need about 17, even 18 eliminations here. So I want to see them start to get a little bit more proactive on this lobby. Start to take advantage of players that might be just a little bit too separated from everybody else. Tigura, one of those players. Lost Fletch very, very early on, fighting tooth and nail for his own spot here in the qualifier. And you got somebody that already sitting comfortable at the top of the leaderboard right next to him. That's Threats and Quanti. Probably think they would qualify with as many chances, 13th and 14th place finishes throughout the past couple of heats. I think this is their time here in the 4th and final one.
Absolutely, and for Threats and Quanti, like we mentioned, they're sitting pretty. They're just kind of looking to pad on their placement currently. Meanwhile, we see in the elimination feed, Pablo, Wingu, and Bevies getting active. That's another one of our teams that's pretty much guaranteed their qualification spot at 353 points. Where compared to heat number 3, we saw a qualification which would or could have been that 14th spot, which was actually top 12. For heat number 3 was 328. So a lot of those teams around that 350 point range are already sitting pretty in a qualification range of spot.
Yeah, it seems like it's about the top 9 and up. There's about like what 5 spots really left up for grabs here, fighting in this next game, and that's being generous, honestly, because I've seen some surprising photo finishes so far here this weekend alone. As Leo's taking so much damage, Quanti trying to close the distance, going up and around, trying to confuse where he's actually going to come from. This might be the perfect strategy. Spots him out, a great body shot, taking down Leo's damage once more. Shields getting dropped. Threats is there to kind of clean it up along with Quanti. That's going to be 6 more points to their total. And this is one of the teams that is just playing bracket busters to everybody else here in Heat number 4 because they already locked in their spot.
They're just squishing everything down below them, saying, hey, we want to be the kings of this lobby. Not only this lobby, but also the entire Heat number 4 right now. They're just showing up saying, hey, remember us. We've gotten a victory royale in the day, and we're not stopping there. We're trying to make this game ours as well.
I don't know who this guy is, but I feel like he's my brother. Every time I see his name, it's the same last name as me. Look at my brother go. Relay's going to get taken down first. Kind of loses track of his teammate. Connect Blades to a safer position, but Dala and my brother, RC, kind of laying it on them here as they leave Mega City. A couple teams are close by as well, including that solo player, but that duo team towards the outskirts. They could definitely try to be gatekeepers to what they're trying to pull here, leaving Mega City.
The zone continues to push on the back, and the question becomes, for a lot of these teams right now, do they hold off? Do they wait? Meanwhile, Subki and Lame, they appear to be the gatekeepers of this zone, as Ars continues to now be in trouble here, and the shots rain fire out. They want these elims. They know they got to get them now, and the shots rain through. That's going to be a huge one, and a quick double pick there for Subki and Lame as they continue to pad onto their spot. 334 points coming into this game, now looking to make sure that they are one of the top 14 duos to qualify.
My brother going down, man. We're going to hear that over family dinner. Hopefully I can help him out. Maybe we can have a better go around next DreamHack here in the 0 build, but Clips and Sabatorian trying to have a game of their life as well. There's a lot of loot they can kind of pick up using 2 of the slap juices before they pick up the med mist, kind of top themselves off, especially with the kinetic blade. But Bevies and Pablo and Goo still continuing their aggressive nature, taking down Krizix as well. Know his teammate is nearby. Quanti in the distance as well, trying to create some separation. It's actually a kind of combination, getting hit from 2 different angles. Quanti and Threats taking out Z-Link, Pablo Wingu, and Bevies taking down his teammate Krizix. Kind of getting separated and tore apart. The Threats and Quanti from one fight to the next. Quanti goes down, trying to escape. Threats realized the position they were in long ago. Tries to get out himself, taking a few more cheeky shots before doing just that. He's going to find himself a little crevice of safety here towards the low side, but is there any heals? Is there anything for him to work with? 2 different chests for him to find some goodies to work with.
We just saw a 3-layer battle over the POI rift and saying, you know what? Who's going to come away with this mythic pulse rifle in this lobby? And Pablo and Bevy just said, hey, you know what? This is our moment. This is our time. You know what? Let's run a little back-to-back, if you will.
Mine, is what he said. He takes him down, really taking over the position. Bamsu and Fatch trying to check out where they're at on the leaderboard. Right now, they have some sense of safety here. They're inside of our bubble, inside of the top 14, but going down here, 18th place, leaving so many placement points on the board. So many possible eliminations is not what you want to have happen. That's a situation you want to regret. So for them, French-Canadian duo, one of our longest-standing duos at that in the tournament, they're going to be looking to kind of play more of a passive game, something that is more into their blueprint of a duo, into more of their play style.
And from what we've seen in the past of FNCS's, even past 0 build events, we know this is a duo that holds on to patience and holds it down into a core piece of memory, essentially. I mean, it comes out in glorious light there when we see them just kind of chilling in the bush. It's like, all right, we understand that this duo is going to know the momentous kind of positioning around their spot on leaderboards. I mean, we saw it very similarly back in the Chapter 3, Season 3 FNCS Grand Finals, where they waited until the final moments of the end game to then pop off and show, hey, we're a top 3 duo.
Yeah, Pablo Wingu and Bevies was also one of those teams that they were playing under a different name during one of those weeks. They absolutely tore down the lobby. FNCS Major 1 during the 3 qualification weeks where you get those series points. They actually took over, which kind of prompted the name change, letting them know, hey, we're both free agents here in one of the toughest regions to kind of battle through in Fortnite. And they're looking to kind of claim their spot here in our finals for tomorrow, kind of adding more accolades, adding more to kind of what they can offer to any organizations, looking to add 2 powerhouse names to their roster. And you can kind of see game after game, they're fighting for those mythic pulse rifles. So it's interesting enough that they can kind of keep that same strategy going into the finals tomorrow, because they're one of the teams I feel confident they've booked their final spot already.
Hey, listen, you know, maybe an organization comes through and sees the performance this weekend and be like, oh, not only do we get traditional pros, but we get zero build pros. I mean, we see people like Jade getting signed to PSG TNA, an incredible signing. Hey, maybe we see more of that on the horizon.
I've kind of seen the chat as well. They're helping us with the math. Hector and Kirby are going to be one of those next teams that is just outside of that top 14. And you got to think one of their lowest games up until this point is going to be 44 points. So in order to kind of overcome that 14th place position, they need about 48, just shy of 50 points to try to seal away that spot. But that can be said about so many other competitors here still in this lobby. Tiger and Fletch, Matt, Bra and Iro, Jivy and Kika, Cup C and Ace. There's so many teams still within reach of that top 14 spot.
The hope, the dividends, it's starting to now make its way into this game. Reminder, folks, this is our final game of the day for DreamHack San Diego Open featuring Fortnite. And now we get to find out here in these next final moments to see, all right, who are the top 14 going to finals? Every single point matters here, now, in this moment. And Lame and Soupkey are looking to make that theirs as they take a quick shots, a little bit of a test peek on the Lily and Benz, but they're not going to budge, at least yet.
Yep, Lily and Benz, they need to start picking up some of these eliminations somewhere, but Lily gets caught off guard, probably trying to do just that. And oh my god, Benz just gets absolutely melted by Lame, man. Suki just kind of tore right out of the driver's seat of that truck and sent right back to the lobby. I was going to say, man, they got to start picking up. They need about 100 points, 70 more to go, but you got to give them a huge round of applause. This was one of their highest scoring games out of the 5 on the day. And honestly, they started the day into the top 10. It goes to show it just takes practice. It just takes patience. I better see them in Dallas having another go around.
I'm ready for it. Run it back. Run it back. We're not even there yet. And hey, these duos are preparing their path and wave up ahead right now, because everything is practice. Everything is just the preparation for a moment that is very possibly up ahead. Cup, Ace, this duo we talked about very highly heading into this game, as they need quite a match to be able to show up as one of the top 14 duos here in the competition. They've got the loadouts to do so, and if I'm anybody right now, I'd be scared to fight them.
Yeah, they need to make it far into this game, but this is a huge battle for Hector and Kirby. Their qualification is on the line. One's going to go down. Kirby and Hector get dropped. Pablo Wingu and Bevies have just eliminated a team from contention of getting into that top 14 while they've already solidified their spot. That means the leaderboard after this one last is going to go absolutely bonkers.
That's right, and that's just the beginning of possible falls that are on deck. Casker in the elimination feed, picking up an elim, not quite falling though, and this is where we start entering the action of Fold, folks. You do not want to take your eyes off the screen for the next few minutes, because it's about to get that much more intense.
Looking at a few teams here.
Oh no!
Still with a chance. Caskers and Clarity go down. Are they in the bubble? Caskers and Clarity go down inside of the top 14 bubble, but it's not a comfortable position inside of that top 14. Quanti goes down to FaZe Clips, who needs a phenomenal game here. One more elimination of Sabotorian picks that one up. A huge moment for them to try to get as many points as possible. Threats closing in on the distance. He's trying to get that slurp truck, trying to get as many shields as possible. It is going to work out, all while being shielded by the shield bubble and the car combination.
Threats is just trying to push anybody outside of the possibility of qual right now, as he continues to make punishment held around. And I'm seeing deja vu right now. Bevies and Pablo Wingu up on top of the high ground of Slappy Shores. Is this looking like a very similar story here, Jacob?
Same old song and dance, and another team, top 10 versus top 10. Bevies and Pablo Wingu, they don't want to just take part in this final game. They want to take over overall and try to solidify themselves a spot. Pemso ends up in the wrong building. I talked about the dangers of the Slap Factory in that last game. If somebody has already got themselves a spot, going in there is just so dangerous. And I do see Matbra still alive. Him and Iroh can still qualify as well into the top 14. Chances go around for everybody still left in this lobby.
The fighting chance, the opportunity is alive as we see Kika, Jivy just lurking down below in the building. Bevies and Pablo Wingu are essentially making the wave patterns across the entire lobby right now. Threats Reswell back into the top 3, now continues to make something happen as any movement right now doesn't quite affect him in and of itself. But Bevies, in the meanwhile, now gets caught up into the riverside of the action and now gets drifted away by the waves. Pablo Wingu now lurks off, becomes a solo, the same likewise as Threats.
And for both of them, though, they've kind of got themselves a comfortable spot inside of the top 10 as well. Trying to cement themselves, get that bit of practice extra before they head into our finals lobby tomorrow to fight for at least $250,000 in prizing. They know somebody else is nearby in Pablo Wingu, and you got to imagine so many other teams as well. The heavy breach shotgun to try to terrorize some of these builds, but misses that first shot. The dangers of the heavy. Pablo Wingu trying to take advantage and escape. Third-party shots coming in. Cupsy and Ace, one of the teams outside of the bubble, they need to start finding these eliminations. They only have one so far. Combine that with a victory royale, it could be huge for their momentum.
Coming into this game at the 20th place spot, Cup and Ace now need a tremendous game right now. Meanwhile, Pamstel picks up an elimination on the feed. That's going to be Iroh going down as well. But they will drop. Both Iroh will go down. That is another Brink team. They will now be out of this game, but so will Pamstu and Fatch.
It's all up to Matt. He's one of the only players left in this lobby that can try to burst him and Kika. And Ace still, there's 3 teams still fighting for the qualification spot to fight tomorrow. To fight for that Gamers 8 spot and the lion's share of $250,000 as the builds begin to get chopped away. And they see Matbra towards the bottom. This is huge. Matbra just needs to stay alive. One more placing here. He doesn't even need the elimination.
Kika as well, still alive in this lobby alongside Jivy. They're waiting, searching for anything as Threat's still alive, just waiting to hold on to everything he's built up to this point of the Empire up there towards the top 3. And he shows exactly what everybody has down below. Ace and Cups now look for the shots above as this is their game. They know they have to win this if they want to be able to qualify.
Remember, 309 was the point threshold for a 14th place team. Since then, we've seen so many leaderboard changes coming down into our top 5. 2 players, though, running around as solos. 3 teams have their full duo team. Ace is going to spot one of them right below, spots another one in the distance. So the full teams have all been spotted out. It's just the lonely solos that nobody knows where they're at.
Lurking off in the distance, Jivy and Kika hold down their shield bubble. This is what it's been all about through the competition. Who's going to be able to stand their ground the most? Jivy and Kika continue to wait. Cup and Ace up on height as the decisions will have to be made in these very moments as the 10th zone now closes in the next 20 seconds. This is what it all comes down to.
Did Matt get enough points? Did Matt get enough points to get into the top 14? That's going to be the biggest question as this game does come to a close. Cupsy and Aces, they still need a big game as well. Cupsy goes down. Zenik trying to sneak his way in. He's also outside of the bubby. Huge fight between him and Jivy going down to the wire. This looks like it could be a 1v2 situation. Jivy and Kika, they need this to qualify as well. A big moment as they take the game. But Lash, where do they fall in the leaderboards?
They get the victory royale, but it's all about, was it enough? 6 eliminations there for Kika and Jivy, but now the question is, do the points amount for victory royale? 60 limbs, that's the total of 18 points plus the 78, but was it just enough to edge out their 5th best game? That's the question for everybody that we saw in the final moments.
Did Oliver OG and Bronos clutch it up? They were the ones who were originally on the bubble and went down so early. I believe it was Quanti and Threats. Anybody can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but that might have been the thing that kind of did them in, because from there on out, they were unable to really control their own destiny, and this is a huge heartbreaker of a replay. Bevies and Pablo already have their spot. They end the Nerve duo's run, denying them the opportunity to make the follows, even cover blocking Sabatorian, not letting him get out multiple times. I didn't even see this clip, but that is just phenomenal plays by Pablo and Bevies.
From what we saw, the decoration of possibilities were absolutely endless, even though we saw Pamsu and Fash go down in those moments. Jivy, Kika held down strong. They said, this is our factory. They took home the VR, but once again, Jacob, we have to think, was it enough?
Now, that's going to be the biggest question. Was it enough to get into our top 14? We talked about it already. Top 3 heats already done and over with. 36 competitors have already punched their ticket into our $250,000 finals for DreamHack San Diego. And with 14 spots left here for our final heat, you got to imagine team in the top 5, you know, like Source, how you already clinched their spot. Pablo and Bevy's already clinched their spot. But who is rounding out our top 10? We got the leaderboard ready, Lash. Let me know who got our spots.
And all of the top 14, we got to start from first all the way down to 8. So first place, we know is qualifying. It's going to be Pablo Wingu. It's going to be Bevies dominating throughout the day. Those showed the entire lobby every single time they were in that they were the best, and they're going to be coming into the finals absolutely incredible.
And you got to give it up for Volks and Vortex in second place. NA West as well with 2 different top 5 finishes with Notch and Source, Trey and Statics really showing a big add-in. Quinn in there. He's half Vert and him kind of rounding that one out. But Rotten Twinkies and Jax, I better see the chat light up with one of their fan favorite teams making it in.
That's right. We got to see both the fan favorites of Quinn and Vert as well as Jackie's and Rotten Twinkies. But folks, this is where we see, did it matter? Did it count? And indeed it did, where we see Jackson J and Justin at 9th. FaZe Bizzle and PSG TNA's Blake in a 10th. Fatch and Pamstu we saw in the final moments of 11th, and then that Victor Royale game for Jivy and Kika was enough for that 12th place spot. Casker and Clarity G we saw in the final moments, but the zero build Ultimate Veterans coming away with the final spot at 313 points to finalize their spot into the finals. 1 elimination, 1 placement, 1 point was the difference between Matt-Bra and Iro taking it. And you saw Matt-Bra fighting tooth and nail in that last game. 308 points. The Nerve duo, we saw them get taken out by Pablo and Bevies as well. Just shy. It goes to show how close this competition really was. 1 point really separating some teams, 5 points separate others. So you got to give a huge round of applause, though, for our top 14 teams here in Heat number 4. To round out our top 50 teams overall is looking to play tomorrow for that prize pool. That's right. We have an incredible day of competition on our hands. I mean, folks, if you've watched even just a little bit of a glimpse, I bet you already know you're going to be wanting to tune into the finals tomorrow.
Yep, you got teams from Heat 1, Queasy and Vino, Seti and Cammy. You got great teams from Heat number 2 qualifying in. Heat number 3, you got some great photo finishes. Then Heat number 4 did not disappoint. But Lash, I got to ask you, I know you've been watching the action unfold. You got to cast one of the heats with me as well. What was your favorite heat?
You know, I'm going to be honest. I think it was this one where we see all the players, all storylines collide into one road, and who's going to be taking life on the highway and who's going to be veering off into the exit.
Yeah, I love that as well. I got to agree with you. I love being able to cast you, Lash. This has been my first DreamHack, but as this show does come to an end, I got to give a huge shout out, honestly, first and foremost, to the people in chat, really showing that positive support for their favorite players, for their favorite teams. Our production team really sitting with us and really being the eyes and ears, steering this ship along with us. And obviously, you, Lash, has been kind of our first debut DreamHack together. I wouldn't really want to have it with anybody else. Any closing words for yourself?
Hey, likewise, brother. It is an absolute blessing to be able to cast the first ever DreamHack with you. Hey, and hopes for many more up ahead. But I tell you, folks, you do not want to miss the closing action of everything that unfolded from the heats over the last 2 days, because finals are tomorrow, and you'll be catching Levin and Jacob on the mic.
Yep, a little preview of what we might see here on FNCS. So thank you guys for everybody at home staying with us through 4 different heats of action. But like Flash said, it is not over yet. Tomorrow, we got our finals. $250,000 up for grabs for our top 50 competitors. But more importantly, Lash, those top 10 finishers book their ticket into our Gamers 8 $2 million in-person event later this year.
That's right indeed. Folks, you do not want to miss it, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. And until then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you out there on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
Night and you.